Hello everyone, welcome back to Oni-chan. Toriko is currently sitting, fishing. Suddenly, a young man appears. He introduces himself as Komatsu. He came to ask Toriko for help in hunting ingredients. Before he could finish speaking, a fish bites the bait. Toriko happily pulls the fish up. This surprises Komatsu. Suddenly, a bird arrives to snatch the fish. Toriko pulls the bird down to the ground. This makes Toriko happy because he now has 2 meals, while Komatsu is in shock, because Toriko has caught the pincer fish and the 5-tailed giant eagle. So, he trusted that Toriko would surely help him catch the Gala gator. Just hearing about the Gala gator excites Toriko, because it is a very delicious ingredient. It makes Toriko salivate. So, he immediately sets off, and with the help of his friend Tom, take him and Komatsu to the location of the Gala gator. It's only now that Toriko realizes Komatsu is a head chef at a 5-star hotel, because he can smell the excellent ingredients on Komatsu's hands. This surprises Komatsu, because he realizes that a chef needs a good sense on taste, while a Bishakuya gourmet hunter needs a keen sense of smell, and they are experts in discovering ingredients that no one else knows about. But Toriko keeps eating continuously on the way. Now, they have arrived at the island of the Gala gator. So, Toriko and Komatsu start rowing the boat inside, making Komatsu frightened. Because there are many sharks here, Toriko says that they are level 1 capture level, making Komatsu worried, because capturing level 1 requires at least 10 professional hunters, and their target is the Gala gator. It has a capture level of level 5. At this point, Komatsu is still very anxious. Suddenly, he is attacked by a blood-sucking disc. So, Toriko plucks a leaf, squeezes water onto the disc. Toriko explains that this leaf contains salt, which the blood-sucking disc dislikes. By evening, they are still searching for the Gala gator. Suddenly, a barren tiger appears, frightening Komatsu, because this tiger is level 3. Unexpectedly, as Toriko threatens it, the tiger obediently runs away like a cat. At this point, Toriko feels something strange, and realizes there is a beast stronger than level 5 on the island. By nightfall, they both grill the meat to eat, while Komatsu is still worried. Suddenly a level 5 swamp snake appears, thinking it will attack them, but the snake immediately collapses. Toriko notices it has a life-threatening wound, surprising Komatsu, because this snake is at the same level as the Gala gator. Suddenly, the snake is pulled into the water. Then, the monster appears. It turns out to be a gigantic Gala gator. Toriko realizes this crocodile is over 300 years old, surprising Komatsu, as he has never seen such a large Gala gator before. It turns out this Gala gator has reached level 8, but Toriko remains unconcerned. The crocodile attacks Toriko, but he avoids it and throws it away. The Gala gator continues to attack Toriko and sends him flying. Toriko realizes he can't prolong this battle, so he decides to release his gourmet cells, immediately summons a demon, frightening Komatsu. Toriko unleashes his power, turning his hands into a fork and knife. He uses the fork to punch the alligator, and the knife to send it flying into the sky. Thus, Toriko defeats the Gala gator, surprising Komatsu. This is the power of a Bishakuya. Unexpectedly, their battle was being secretly monitored by a mysterious organization. They recognized Toriko as one of the 4 heavenly kings, who defeated the Gala gator. While Toriko and Komatsu grill the alligator for dinner, Toriko takes a bite and finds it delicious. Komatsu, unable to resist, showcases his culinary skills, cooking grilled meat for Toriko to eat, making both of them very happy. At this point, both of them are chatting and talking about their dreams. It turns out Komatsu's dream is to become the world's #1 chef. Toriko's dream is to create a full-course menu. It contains ingredients that no one has ever known. Realizing Toriko is special, so, Komatsu immediately asks to accompany him. Toriko agrees, and both of them continue grilling the meat to eat. By morning, they have finished eating the crocodile, making Komatsu worried, because there's no more meat to bring back to the boss. The next day, Komatsu is excitedly exploring the market, because there are many excellent ingredients sold here. Suddenly, he sees a female reporter arguing with a shop owner, because his fish is damaged, it can't be featured in the new bulletin. Komatsu immediately offers to help the female reporter. Suddenly, Toriko arrives, surprising everyone. It turns out he has bought a level 5 flying dinosaur. Tina, upon seeing Toriko, rushes over to interview him, because Toriko is a famous gourmet hunter. Unexpectedly, they are immediately stopped and chased away by the Igo organization, because they have a mysterious task and want Toriko's help. Upon learning that they want Toriko to find the rainbow fruit, this surprises Komatsu, because it is a legendary fruit. Just a drop of rainbow fruit water can turn a swimming pool into fruit juice. But that type of fruit is already extinct. It turns out Igo successfully cloned and revived that fruit. However, a herd of troll Kong has made a nest near the rainbow fruit. So, they cannot approach to harvest the rainbow fruit, because those troll Kong are giant level 9 apes. Therefore, Toriko decides to go to the 8th biotope of IGO. It is a natural reserve built by the IGO organization. Unexpectedly, Tina has followed Toriko to gather more information about him. Suddenly, they hear the chest-beating sound of the troll Kong, and learn that they are behind this wall. So, the guards cannot open the gate for Toriko to enter. Toriko immediately decides to create a path on his own, to intimidate the troll Kong herd. So, he releases his gourmet cells, and uses the nail punch technique, swiftly launching 3 fast punches to destroy the wall. He explains that this technique is like driving nails into a point, and can demolish the entire wall. At this point, he and Komatsu have entered inside. Suddenly, a troll Kong appears and attacks Komatsu. Fortunately, Toriko timely uses the knocking gun, causing it to faint. It turns out to be a technique that paralyzes the prey. Komatsu doesn't understand why Toriko doesn't kill it. At this point, both of them continue moving deeper inside. They start to smell the fragrance of the rainbow fruit. Toriko explains that this scent is meant to mesmerize animals. Finally, they see the rainbow fruit, immediately frightening Komatsu, because there's an entire herd of troll Kong here. When Komatsu kept thinking he would die this time, the troll Kong immediately attacks them. So, Toriko immediately carries Komatsu and fights against them. Komatsu wonders why Toriko only paralyzes them. It turns out the meat of the troll Kong is very tough. So, Toriko's rule is not to kill them if he doesn't eat them. The troll Kong herd continues to attack Toriko, but he manages to evade and defeat them, realizing the troll Kong herd is too large. So, Toriko decides to release his gourmet cells, to intimidate them. At this point, he sees the leader of the pack. It turns out to be the King Troll Kong level 10. Toriko begins to confront it. Unexpectedly, in the face of Toriko's intimidation, the King Troll Kong behaves obediently like a little monkey, not daring to attack him, surprising Tina, who was secretly approaching. Finally, they both find the rainbow fruit. So, Toriko only picks one fruit. The rest is left for the troll Kong herd. Tina thought this would be a hot news. Unexpectedly, she continues to be chased away by Igo. The mysterious organization is still monitoring Toriko. Toriko has returned to the restaurant and enjoyed a delicious meal. At this point, Komatsu has finished preparing the rainbow fruit, making Toriko's mouth water, because its fragrance is too enticing. So, Toriko starts to taste its flavor. Unexpectedly, he feels like he's eating a variety of fruits. Toriko finds it very enjoyable. So, he decides to include the rainbow fruit in his full-course menu, becoming his first dessert item. The next day, Toriko and Komatsu continue their journey to hunt for another ingredient. It turns out they are searching for puffer whale, because its taste is very unique, but preparing its meat is challenging, because the puffer whale's flesh contains difficult to remove toxins. Suddenly, a Bishakuya named Zanj comes to pick a fight with them. Unexpectedly, seeing Toriko being taller than him, they become frightened and run away. Toriko mentions that there are many gourmet hunters on this train, also seeking the puffer whale. Because there are many strong contenders on this train, they will have to fight each other to claim the puffer whale. Suddenly, an old man comes asking Toriko for some sake. So, Komatsu immediately offers him some. At this point, both of them enter the city, but don't see anyone around. It turns out that this city is filled with many monsters. So, everyone is hiding indoors. Suddenly, a level 10 dinosaur appears, immediately making Komatsu fearful. At this moment, a young man steps forward. Toriko says, "He's here." Unexpectedly, the dinosaur doesn't dare to attack him. It turns out he is also one of the 4 heavenly kings named Koko, making Komatsu surprised. At this moment, Komatsu only just realized, Koko is not only one of the 4 heavenly kings but also a skilled fortune teller. While Toriko remembers the time when the 4 heavenly kings fought together, suddenly, an emperor crow appears. It turns out to be Koko's pet named Kiss, and it will carry them to search for the puffer whale. The mysterious organization is still monitoring Toriko's group, when they learn that Toriko is looking for the puffer whale. So, they also begin to take action. At this point, Toriko has returned to Koko's home for a meal. Koko informs Toriko, his full-course menu already has 5 dishes, and this time, he wants to catch the puffer whale to add to his full-course menu. But removing the poison from the puffer whale is very difficult. Just touching it causes the puffer whale to release poison, and they won't be able to eat it. At this moment, Coco also mentions, besides the puffer whale, deep inside, there's an even more terrifying monster. It is the devil serpent. Even the legendary battle wolf doesn't want to fight it. But Toriko is very confident. They are determined to catch the puffer whale, making Komatsu very excited. Suddenly, Coco makes a prophecy. Komatsu will die. On Tina's side, she is live streaming the entrance to the puffer whale's cave. Suddenly, she sees Toriko, making Tina very happy. She didn't expect Coco to be here as well. But Coco doesn't like being filmed. At this point, Coco sees that many people entering the cave will die. Suddenly, Tina requests to join Toriko's group. So, Toriko agrees to let her come along. The whole group enters inside. At this moment, Toriko discovers some delicious mushrooms. Unexpectedly, Zanj is also here. He lies to Tina that he has caught the puffer whale, but it turns out he is being chased by a swarm of ants. Coco doesn't see the signs of their death, so he believes they will survive. At this point, Komatsu wonders why Coco knows the way in this cave. It turns out his gourmet cells can help him see electrical waves that normal people cannot see. Suddenly, Coco sees Komatsu in danger. Unexpectedly, he falls. Fortunately, Toriko manages to hold him back in time. At this moment, a level 7 cockroach swarm appeared. So, Coco transforms his body into poison, and threatens the ants, making them run away. It turns out Coco's strength lies in using poison. So, his body contains 500 different antibodies. That's why monsters dare not attack Coco. But that's also the reason he keeps his distance from others. Komatsu realizes that Coco is very lonely. So, he tries to befriend Coco. At this point, they are still descending further down. Coco recognizes that Komatsu is a very good person. So, he decides he will protect Komatsu. As they descend further into the cave, suddenly, a swarm of level 2 bats appears. Coco immediately releases his poison and defeats them. Coco realizes that these bats are fleeing. At this point, they discover that Komatsu is missing. Unexpectedly, the devil serpent appears, immediately causing concern for Toriko and Coco, because it is a legendary level 21 monster. Unexpectedly, its roar shakes the entire cave. Tina's group outside sees the cave entrance collapse. Fortunately, she had secretly attached a small camera to Komatsu's hat. Suddenly, she discovers Komatsu is being kidnapped. On Toriko's side, they are under attack by the devil serpent. Unexpectedly, it is much stronger than they anticipated, rendering him unable to move. Coco discovers it can spew acid, while it was about to deal with Toriko. So, he immediately unleashed his muscle power and broke free from its grasp. Toriko continues to release gourmet cells, and uses a cutting knife to sever the devil serpent's hand. Unexpectedly, it can regenerate. So, it attacks Toriko again. But Toriko still gets up. Coco realizes that the cave is very dark. So, Toriko can't see the devil serpent's attacks clearly, and he can only rely on his sense of smell, while Coco can see everything clearly. So, he decides to fight it, to allow Toriko to go rescue Komatsu. But Toriko believes that Komatsu will be fine. So, he decides to help Coco deal with the devil serpent first. On the other side, this guy was kidnapping Komatsu to use him as bait for the monsters, making it easier for him to catch the puffer whale. At this moment, Tina realizes that Komatsu is in danger, but she doesn't know how to save him. On Toriko and Coco's side, they have released their gourmet cells, but they find that this devil serpent isn't afraid of their haki. So, Toriko attacks it. Unexpectedly, its body is extremely tough. Coco continues to use poison to attack the devil serpent. Unexpectedly, it resists, and counterattacks him. Coco realizes that this snake species has excellent sensory abilities. It even has up to 3 eyes. So, they can't hit it. Coco realizes they need to narrow its field of vision. Meanwhile, Toriko decides to unleash his ultimate move. But he needs time to accumulate energy. So, he rushes up to attract the devil serpent's attention. And Coco uses poison to destroy the devil serpent's sensors, thinking it can't see anything anymore. Unexpectedly, Coco gets caught. It turns out the devil serpent has many sensors. So, it immediately spews acid at Coco, melting his body. Fortunately, Coco manages to use poison to cover his body. As he continues to attack the devil serpent, it injects venom into Coco's body, making Toriko worried. But Coco doesn't give up. He releases his gourmet cells, and tries to create immunity to withstand the venom of the devil serpent. Unexpectedly, Coco succeeds and strengthens himself. immediately pumping the poison back into the devil serpent. On Toriko's side, he has also accumulated enough power, enlarging his arm twice its size. He then unleashes the 5 times Kugi punch technique, sending the devil serpent flying back 5 times and defeating it. So, they both emerge victorious. While Coco wants to go rescue Komatsu, Toriko is thinking about how to transport the devil serpent's meat, making Coco wonder why Toriko isn't worried about Komatsu. It turns out he gave Komatsu a secret weapon. On Komatsu's side, another devil serpent appears. So, that guy throws Komatsu to the devil serpent and runs away. Unexpectedly, from behind him, a swarm of giant cockroaches attacked. While Coco is still very worried about Komatsu, Toriko is still very relaxed, and trusts in the secret weapon he gave him. At this moment, Komatsu is about to be swallowed by the devil serpent. Then, he takes out Toriko's secret weapon. It turns out that when they were on the train, Toriko gave Komatsu a special cannon, because he packed a lot of explosives inside, so, it's very heavy, and told Komatsu to cover his ears before using it. Suddenly, devil serpent attacked him, causing Komatsu's earplugs to fall off. Realizing that he was in danger, Komatsu had to activate the cannon, creating a massive explosion that shook everything. Toriko and Coco heard the explosion, so, they ran to Komatsu's location. Coco predicted that Komatsu only had a 3% chance of survival. Unexpectedly, devil serpent was still alive. While Komatsu was unconscious, devil serpent was about to eat Komatsu. Suddenly, the old man who asked for alcohol on the train appeared. When Toriko and Coco arrived, they saw that Komatsu had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Toriko, Komatsu became joyful. Komatsu then explained, a large old man had saved him, surprising Coco, as devil serpent was already defeated, and he guessed who that old man was. It turns out, when Komatsu was about to be attacked by devil serpent, the old man unleashed his muscle power, instantly transforming into a giant. With just one strike, he defeated devil serpent. Seeing Komatsu on the brink of death, he realized that the loud explosion had punctured his eardrums, and Komatsu's heart also stopped beating. So, he immediately stimulated his heart, and regenerated the eardrum for Komatsu. Thanks to that, he woke up. But when he saw the old man, Komatsu became frightened. It was only now that he realized the old man had saved him. Coco then realized that old man was Jiro, also known as Knocking Master. When Komatsu learned that he was a legendary Bishakuya, with a full course menu consisting of extremely rare ingredients, making him surprised, Toriko realized he was the old man on the train, and he went to hunt puffer whale to soak in alcohol. So, Toriko's group continued to search for puffer whale. Seeing Toriko's group safe, made Tina very happy. Finally, they arrived at the location. So, Toriko and Coco quietly descended into the sea to catch the puffer whale. Unexpectedly, it was very large, surprising Toriko, because puffer whale couldn't be that big. Turns out they are a school of fish coming together. Coco realizes that's a way for them to threaten enemies. So, Toriko immediately chases after puffer whale, unexpectedly, causing them to fear and become poisoned. At this point, Coco starts to take action. He uses stealth technique, and approaches using the knocking technique, making puffer whale paralyzed before it could release its poison. Unexpectedly, Toriko can also copy Coco's technique, and use the knocking technique. Thanks to that, they have caught many puffer whales, surprising Komatsu because they caught 10 of them, while Jiro managed to catch a crate of fish. At this point, Coco tried to cut the puffer whale's flesh, but as soon as he touches them, they get poisoned. So, he decides to ask Komatsu for help, because Coco believes Komatsu can do it. Coco mentions they now only have 9 puffer whales, because the puffer whales, after spawning, immediately return to the sea. Unexpectedly, there's a mysterious creature underwater. Now, Komatsu takes out his kitchen knife. Seeing the well-preserved knife, Coco realizes Komatsu is a skilled chef. With Coco's guidance, Komatsu starts cutting the fish, making him anxious as there's no room for error. Unexpectedly, the fish immediately gets poisoned. After a while, Komatsu failed 8 times. Now, they only have 1 fish left. When he cuts open the fish's belly, he sees the poison sac inside. Despite the tension, Komatsu finally succeeds in removing the poison sac. The puffer whale turns golden, making the whole team delighted. So, they proceed to cook and taste the puffer whale's meat. When Toriko takes a bite, he instantly senses the flavor spreading inside his mouth, making it impossible for them to stop chewing. Surprisingly, Toriko's body immediately fills with energy. Komatsu then tries making puffer whale alcohol. making them all very happy. As they prepare to leave, they suddenly see someone rising from the water's surface, causing Toriko and Coco to feel the danger. So, they all unleash their full power, to prepare for a battle with him. Surprisingly, he left with just a net of puffer whales. Without bothering about them, Coco realizes his aura is formidable. While Toriko is puzzled, here is a depth of 1,000 meters beneath the ocean floor. Why can a living creature reach this place? But Coco realizes he is not a living creature. At this point, Toriko's group is safely outside. So, Kiss rushes to greet them, seeing the rescue helicopter approaching. Because on this journey, many Bishakuya were injured, Coco decides to leave first, and he bids farewell to everyone. On the side of the Igo organization, they realize that many ingredients have gone missing. Someone has stolen the rainbow fruit, and they recognize it as a new generation GT Robo. So, they decide to remember the assistance of the 4 heavenly kings. On Toriko's side, the Igo organization came to find them. At that moment, he immediately took the opportunity to make a long hamburger from devil serpent meat. Unexpectedly, he puts the entire hamburger into his mouth. At this point, an Igo staff informs him that this time, they want Toriko to find the meat of the regal mammoth. It's an extremely rare and precious meat that excites Komatsu greatly, but the location is in Area 1 of the Igo, which is a place for researching the resurrection of extinct animals, using a method of asexual reproduction. So, they have arrived at the entrance of Area 1, surprising Komatsu, because it's incredibly spacious inside, and there's even a giant factory. There are many ingredients here that he's never seen before. At this moment, Toriko is getting ready to meet the director of Area 1. They saw a colossal octopus, terrifying Komatsu. It turns out that inside this room, there are many extinct animals, being resurrected by the Igo through asexual reproduction. Suddenly, he encountered a level 3 mussel crab that had escaped from its pen. When Komatsu is in danger, fortunately, a bald-headed man appears. He threatens the crab, making it run away. It turns out, he is the director of Area 1, named Mansam. Seeing Toriko makes him very happy, and he informs Toriko that the Bishakukai organization, they are also planning to obtain the meat of the regal mammoth. Mansam reveals to Toriko, the purpose of the Bishakukai organization's establishment is to control all the ingredients in this world, and their current target is the regal mammoth. Suddenly, they hear the cheers of the arena. It turns out this place is the gourmet arena, where the wealthy place bets and entertain themselves, even involving national leaders. The reason Igo organizes this arena is to take money from the wealthy. Afterward, they went to help the impoverished nations. When the next match begins, suddenly, everyone cheers enthusiastically. It turns out that today, the gourmet arena has a special match. At this moment, many powerful creatures start appearing, all to battle the legendary battle wolf. Mansam tells Komatsu that since ancient times, there has been a demonic beast born, feeding on and destroying everything on Earth. But when they step into the territory of the battle wolf, everything is annihilated by the battle wolf. Now, as the battle wolf begins to emerge, it surprises Toriko, because he sees the power of the legendary battle wolf. Although this battle wolf is a product of Igo's cloning, Toriko still senses the warrior's blood within it, as it instills fear in its opponents. Mansam mentions that the devil serpent has yet to be released, so he immediately contacts Rin, the beast tamer of the gourmet arena. When she learns that Toriko is also there, she gets excited, and mistakenly presses the button to release the stimulating scent. It makes the beasts more eager to fight. So, they all attack the battle wolf together. Suddenly, Toriko realizes the battle wolf is showing a strange behavior. Surprisingly, he discovers that this battle wolf is pregnant. He immediately jumps into the arena to rescue the battle wolf. When people see Toriko, they cheer even more enthusiastically, because Toriko is also joining this battle. Seeing that the beasts are still very eager to fight, Toriko releases gourmet cells to intimidate them, making them frightened and releasing the battle wolf. Now, Toriko realizes that the battle wolf cannot fight, because it is pregnant and about to give birth. It turns out that the battle wolf is a unisexual reproductive animal. Suddenly, the battle wolf is collapsing. So, Toriko informs Mansam to stop this battle. Unexpectedly, King Troll Kong launched an attack on Toriko, and he quickly defeats it with a single blow. At this moment, Rin is trying to fix the system, but she accidentally damages the machine, causing the stimulating scent to spread even more, and the beasts from Gate 6 are also released. At this point, Toriko decides to protect the battle wolf, to allow it to give birth easily. So, he blocks the beasts, even destroying the Colosseum's protective cage. making everyone terrified. It turns out he did this to create fireworks, to celebrate the birth of the battle wolf cub. This delights Toriko, while Rin is trying to restrain the devil's serpent, not letting it escape outside. But its venom is very potent, easily corroding the containment cage. The arena is also chaotic, so Mansam is also trying to restrain the beasts. At this moment, Tina also runs over to film the battle wolf cub. Toriko realizes that the mother battle wolf is very weak. Suddenly, a level 25 devil serpent appears, causing everyone to panic and flee, surprising Toriko. Unexpectedly, the devil serpent easily defeats the other beasts, terrifying them. When it attacks Toriko, he jumps up and cuts off its hand. Surprisingly, its regenerative ability is very fast, and the devil serpent continues to attack Toriko. Mansam wonders why Komatsu isn't running. It turns out he's used to this by now. While everyone is terrified, trying to escape, suddenly, Mansam sees someone who remains calm, not at all frightened. So, Mansam goes to talk to him. Unexpectedly, he immediately attacks Mansam, thrusting his arm through his chest. Surprisingly, Mansam immediately tightens his muscles and delivers a powerful punch, but he can still stand up. When the security personnel are preparing to attack him, Mansam immediately stops them. It turns out he is the GT Robo, surprising Toriko, and he realizes that this one is different from the one he met. Suddenly, the devil serpent continues to attack him, while Mansam is enjoying it, wanting to fight with this Bishikukai's GT Robo, making him surprised, because Mansam's body has a hole, but he shows no signs of pain, so he quickly moves to attack Mansam. Unexpectedly, Mansam releases his muscles, and swung his arms like two frying pans, hitting him on the head. But his body is very rigid, and he immediately uses a laser beam to attack Mansam. At this moment, Toriko is also pushed back. When the devil serpent is about to attack the battle wolf mother and cub, the mother battle wolf stands up to fight. Surprisingly, both the speed and strength of the battle wolf are on a different level, easily defeating the devil serpent. This astonishes Toriko, because this is the true strength of the battle wolf. But the mother battle wolf is also exhausted. When the battle wolf cub runs to its mother, the GT Robo immediately attacks the mother battle wolf, making Toriko furious. While Mansam can still stand up, Komatsu notices that his wounds are healing, surprising Komatsu. He even uses disinfectant for his wounds. So, Mansam's wounds heal completely. Now Mansam realizes that the mother battle wolf's wound is fatal, but she still tries to approach her cub, and they realize, although the battle wolf is a warrior wolf, but it is very affectionate towards its cub. Seeing the mother wolf can still stand up, the GT Robo continues to attack it. Fortunately, Rin has used gas to help the mother and cub battle wolf hide. Mansam says this gas not only helps conceal them, but also helps the battle wolf alleviate pain. Seeing the mother wolf caring so much for its cub, which made Komatsu very happy, because it's the first time he has seen this scene. But the one they need to deal with now is the GT Robo. Mansam realizes that it is remotely controlled, through a virtual reality system. Thanks to this, they can go to places humans cannot reach, to search for rare ingredients, and the strength of this robot is actually the strength of the person controlling it. Now Mansam has started to get angry, so he releases his gourmet cells. Suddenly, Mansam senses that Toriko is extremely angry, but the GT Robo taunts Toriko, so he grabs him and punches him down into the arena. Mansam explains that Toriko's anger released his gourmet cells. Now the GT Robo realizes it needs to take things seriously, and Komatsu is surprised, because it's the first time he's seen Toriko so angry. Thus, Toriko rushes to attack the GT Robo, but ordinary punches are not enough to defeat him. Now, he begins to counterattack against Toriko, so he immediately uses a cutting knife on him. Unexpectedly, his body regenerates instantly. When he is very confident with his armor, Toriko uses the nail punch technique 5 times to push him back. Now, Komatsu realizes Toriko's right arm has reached its limit, but he still continues to attack Toriko. So, Toriko decides to put all his strength into his left arm. When he is about to shoot a laser beam to finish Toriko, he immediately thrusts into his mouth, and unleashes a series of 5 consecutive punches, causing his head to explode. But both of Toriko's arms are completely exhausted. Surprisingly, he still doesn't give up, continuing to attack Toriko. Mansam realizes he's trying to self-destruct, so he activates the arena's laser to stop him. Thanks to that, the GT Robo has been defeated, but his control error continues to escape. So, Mansam immediately calls out his pet to catch him, and it managed to destroy the control core of the robot's operator. It turns out his pet is a level 35 flying tiger. On the Bishokukai side, this person is going crazy, because he was defeated by Toriko, but their main goal is still to find the regal mammoth. On Toriko's side, they realize the mother battle wolf has died. But even in death, it stands tall like a lord. Seeing the cub battle wolf has lost its mother, Toriko decides to adopt it, thanks to the cub battle wolf giving Toriko a piece of meat, as a thank you gesture, surprising Mansam, because the battle wolf is an independent creature, but still obedient to Toriko, so, he decides to name it Terry. By evening, Mansam has prepared a grand feast, to treat Toriko's group to a delicious meal. It turns out that this feast consists of dishes from Mansam's full course menu, surprising Komatsu, because each dish has wine. While everyone is having a good time, Toriko notices Terry sitting still. Mansam says that battle wolves are not friendly to humans, but it actively follows and protects Toriko. So, Toriko is also happy, because Terry has become his companion. Suddenly, Mansam suddenly remembers that he forgot about finding the regal mammoth, and that GT Robo caused chaos here, just to keep them occupied, to catch the regal mammoth. At this point, Rin assures everyone to relax, because her older brother had started to take action, and he has already caught the regal mammoth ahead of them, while Sunny is bringing back a gigantic regal mammoth. The next day, Toriko and Mansam are still eating, waiting for Sunny to bring the regal mammoth here. Suddenly, they see Sunny, surprising Komatsu, because the regal mammoth is too enormous. Suddenly, Tina notices Sunny is carrying the enormous regal mammoth with just one hand. Surprisingly, a level 15 group of beasts appears, blocking Sunny's path. It turns out they want to claim the regal mammoth for themselves, but as they approach Sunny, they are all defeated, leaving Komatsu puzzled. Why were they defeated without Sunny even touching them? Suddenly, Sunny throws the regal mammoth towards them. Luckily, Mansam catches it in time. It turns out to be his way of greeting, surprising everyone, because this peculiar youth is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Sunny notices Toriko's gourmet cells have developed significantly, and seeing Rin's thighs getting bigger, he blames her for eating too many sweets. Rin turns out to be Sunny's younger sister, leaving Komatsu in disbelief. They're really siblings? At this point, Mansam informs everyone. The regal mammoth that Sunny captured turned out to be just a lost small one. So, the mother regal mammoth must still be out there, surprising everyone. They didn't expect the enormous regal mammoth to be just a small one. So, he urges them to hurry and find the mother regal mammoth, before the Bishokukai discovers it. On the side of the Bishokukai organization at this moment, Chef Vice Starjan has returned. He came to monitor the plan to find the regal mammoth, while the Bishokukai sent 3 GT Robos on this mission. When Starjan learns that one GT Robo has been defeated by Toriko, he decides to take action personally. While Toriko's group starts searching for the regal mammoth, they come across a field of black grass, exciting Toriko. At this point, Sunny begins to notice Komatsu. Due to his unattractive appearance, Sunny doesn't pay much attention to him, and he introduces his full-course menu to everyone, surprising Tina, because all the dishes are meant to enhance skin beauty. Meanwhile, Toriko is eating black grass. Suddenly, Rin discovers a mayonnaise tree. So, Toriko sprays it on the black grass to try it. Surprisingly, it makes the black grass taste even better. Toriko then takes out a seasoning glove. Komatsu realizes it's a spice-making device. So, Toriko gives it to Komatsu as a gift. Because he is a chef, it turns out that this machine is a new research product of IGO. But Toriko had stolen it. At this point, Toriko realizes that Terry is still on guard. Thus, they realize there are many dangers nearby. It turns out that the IGO's territories are categorized by danger level, and Biotope 1 is the most dangerous, classified as level A. Suddenly, Terry alerts them. A group of giant golems level 27 appears. So, Toriko decides to deal with them alongside Sunny. Surprisingly, Sunny doesn't want to get involved, because these golems are too ugly. So, they start attacking Toriko. Toriko uses the 5 times nail punch technique against them, but Toriko's arm has not fully recovered yet. Thus, he can't continue the fight. Fortunately, Terry comes to support Toriko. Rin also comes to help him, but she mistakenly uses a stimulating combat scent, making the golem go berserk. So, Sunny takes care of it. It turns out he noticed that the golem's shell is crafted into beautiful objects, leaving Rin disappointed. Thinking he wanted to save her, when it continues to attack Sunny, he immediately knocks it away. Toriko wonders, "How far is your attack range?" Sunny replies, about 25 meters, leaving the whole group surprised. It turns out Sunny's power is controlling his hair, and inside each hair strand of his are 1,000 super small strands. Each strand of Sunny's hair can withstand 250 kilograms, which is why he can lift the regal mammoth with one hand. His hair strands even function like a sensor system, helping him sense everything around. Suddenly, the golem continues to attack Sunny. So, Sunny immediately created a net to restrain it, and he immediately threw the rock back at it. He bound the golem again, making it unable to move, and easily defeats it. Komatsu is surprised by the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings, Sunny. Meanwhile, Mansam receives a notification that another GT Robo has infiltrated the Biotope 1. On Toriko's team, they have defeated all the golems. Suddenly, one golem is still running towards them. It immediately kicked them, making them fly away, as Komatsu is falling. Sunny manages to catch him just in time. Sunny and Komatsu find themselves in a mushroom forest, making Komatsu very excited because there are many rare mushrooms there. Suddenly, he catches a octopus sauce. Sunny finds it disgusting, because the octopus looks ugly. On Toriko's side, they are being chased by a level 19 beast. However, Rin feels happy to be close to Toriko, so he threw it away. Unexpectedly, another group of beasts appeared. Rin immediately used sleep-inducing gas to attack them. Suddenly, another bird appeared. Toriko kicked it away. At this point, they realized they needed to leave quickly. On Tina's side, it was only her and Terry. She didn't know how to communicate with Terry. Suddenly, Terry spotted a GT Robo, prompting it to immediately go into defense mode. Tina recognized it as the GT Robo from the puffer whale area. So, Terry grabbed Tina and ran. On Toriko's side, they were surrounded by a horde of beasts. Toriko then told Rin to shoot the fragrance on him, to stimulate his instinct for combat and threaten them. So, Rin immediately shot the fragrance on Toriko. Unexpectedly, this exposed his wild nature, causing the horde of beasts to flee in fear. Fortunately, Toriko still had control over his rational mind. Suddenly, they saw a level 28 Obsaurus, and it only recognized the strong as its masters. Toriko realized that a GT Robo had ordered it to block their way. On Komatsu's side, he was preparing food, surprising Sunny with his cooking abilities. So, he also caught a larger octopus for Komatsu. On Tina's side, she recognized that the GT Robo was powerful. It could instill fear in Terry. So, Terry began searching for Toriko. At this moment, Mansam realized the regal mammoth mother was searching for its child. When this GT Robo was very confident in its strength, unexpectedly, it was crushed by a gigantic foot. It turned out to be the foot of the regal mammoth mother. On Toriko's side, he was battling the Obsaurus, but because he was still injured, he didn't have enough strength to defeat it immediately. At this point, he told Rin to shoot the fragrance on him again. Although he knew it was very dangerous to do so, Rin had to obey Toriko's command. While Sunny and Komatsu were searching for everyone, he realized that Sunny was only interested in beautiful things. At this moment, they arrived at a swamp, seeing monsters continuously attacking each other, making Komatsu frightened. Unexpectedly, Sunny can fly, and even pulled Komatsu along. It turns out he used his hair to move on the swamp. Suddenly, he noticed that the horde of beasts had all been eliminated, and he realized that the one responsible for this was the Bishakukai, because they were looking for rare ingredients to upgrade their gourmet cells. So, Sunny told Komatsu, gourmet cells have their origin from a type of jellyfish deep in the ocean. When implanted into the human body, it would give them extraordinary strength. If they ate more delicious dishes, their gourmet cells would continuously develop. At this point, Komatsu understood why Toriko was so strong. But if the implantation failed, humans would be engulfed by the gourmet cells. On Toriko's side, he has unleashed his power. Realizing that Toriko is about to lose his rationality, Rin quickly shot a relaxing fragrance for Toriko. Unexpectedly, Toriko's strength frightened the Obsaurus. So, it chose Toriko as its new master. They continued together to search for the regal mammoth. At this time, Toriko and Rin are riding the Obsaurus to a place called Devil Athletics, and this path is very dangerous. Suddenly, he encountered a level 13 frog, but Toriko easily overcame it. On Komatsu and Sunny's side, they encountered a candy tree. So, Komatsu took some candy and put it in a handkerchief to create flavor, and sprinkled it on mushrooms for Sunny to taste. Unexpectedly, its taste was very delicious. On Toriko's side, they encountered another level 22 beast. So, he fought against it, but Toriko ran out of strength. Fortunately, Rin helped him defeat it. At this point, Sunny noticed that Komatsu was very concerned about Toriko. Suddenly, he fell. They suddenly realized these were the footprints of a giant beast, but it turned out to be the footprints of a GT Robo. Although he saw his teammates being crushed to the ground, he continued to strike his teammate once again. On Terry's side, it was running very fast to find Toriko. On Toriko's side, he was battling another level 30 monster. Unexpectedly, it had the ability to create illusions, making Toriko unable to see it. Fortunately, the Obsaurus helped him, thinking the Obsaurus would be cool. Unexpectedly, it was put to sleep by a bird and fell down the mountain. At this point, Rin used a refreshing scent on Toriko, helping him sense where the bird was. But Toriko discovered, the bird's movement technique could create afterimages, making him unable to hit it. Despite continuous attacks, Toriko kept standing up. Fortunately, Terry appeared in time, and defeated the bird, making Toriko very happy. Before Tina could inform Toriko about the GT Robo, the bald-headed bird has awakened, but it didn't dare to attack Toriko's group anymore, because it feared the battle wolf. Thanks to Terry's sharp senses, Toriko's group was able to overcome devil athletics, without encountering danger anymore. Suddenly, Terry also sensed, the GT Robo controlled by Starjan is approaching. So, Terry decides to go back and stop him. Toriko realizes that Terry wants to help him move forward. Thus, they decide to continue. On Sunny and Komatsu's side, they have reached a mountain called Regal Wall. When Komatsu learns that this mountain is 3,000 meters high, it makes him fearful. But Sunny decides to pull Komatsu up this mountain, because the Regal Mammoth is here. At this moment, the GT Robo continues to attack the Regal Mammoth, but he can't harm it. It can even use its trunk to consume all the creatures around, and spit out white bones. Suddenly, the GT Robo realizes that the Regal Mammoth is looking for something. Unexpectedly, it jumps down below, while Sunny is taking Komatsu up the mountain. Unexpectedly, something large falls from the sky. Sunny immediately realizes that it is the Regal Mammoth, surprising him. At this moment, Toriko's group also runs to the mountain's base. They immediately see the Regal Mammoth falling, so they run towards it as well, while Sunny and Komatsu are unsure of what to do. Sunny sees a group of monsters inside the mountain. Unexpectedly, these creatures become angry, and charge out to attack Sunny, so, he quickly pulls Komatsu and runs away. At this point, both groups have spotted each other. Thus, Toriko came up with a plan. He immediately cuts a piece of the ground below and creates a hole, so, they all run into it together. The Regal Mammoth falls down, but it remains unharmed, because the Regal Mammoth is level 48. Thanks to Toriko's hole, they are still safe. Fortunately, Sunny creates a net to help stop the Regal Mammoth. Toriko and Sunny realize that this Regal Mammoth is too large, exceeding the size of the captured Regal Mammoth by Sunny. On Mansam's side, he is still studying the captured Regal Mammoth, trying to find the location of the jewel meat inside its body. Suddenly, these monsters continue to appear. Turns out they can roll up their bodies, to avoid the falling impact of the Regal Mammoth. Thus, they immediately attack the whole group. Toriko and Sunny try to stop them. Unexpectedly, their bodies are very tough, so, the attacks of both Toriko and Sunny are ineffective. Fortunately, Coco appears in time, and uses his poison to incapacitate these monsters, making Komatsu very happy. Tina is excited, because there are 3 members of the 4 Heavenly Kings here, while Sunny doesn't like Coco, thinking that his poison is not beautiful. Unexpectedly, the Regal Mammoth cries out. It turns out Coco poisoned the Regal Mammoth, causing it to be paralyzed. Suddenly, Coco discovers that someone has infiltrated the body of the Regal Mammoth. Sunny realizes that his purpose is the jewel meat inside. When they mention jewel meat, Komatsu gets excited, because it is an extremely rare type of meat. While they are about to enter the Regal Mammoth, the giant GT Robo appears, so, they realize they need to defeat him first. Coco decides to fight him, to allow Toriko's group to enter the Regal Mammoth. So, Toriko's group leaves. Coco then releases his poison, to battle the GT Robo. On Starjan's side, Terry is blocking him. At this moment, Toriko's group didn't know how to enter the Regal Mammoth's body. Unexpectedly, they are sucked inside. Suddenly, Coco sees Grim Reaper-like figures around them, making him worried. So, Coco is immediately attacked by the GT Robo. Unexpectedly, he remains unharmed, because Coco has a toxic armor protecting his body. At this point, the entire group has entered the mouth of the Regal Mammoth, but they realize they are standing on its teeth. Unexpectedly, it immediately closes its mouth. Fortunately, Toriko and Sunny manage to stop it. allowing the group to escape in time. However, they fall into the stomach of the regal mammoth. On Coco's side, he is being attacked by the GT Robo. Unexpectedly, Coco manages to dodge, and begins to counterattack against him. But Coco realizes that his armor is very tough. On Toriko's side, they have fallen into the stomach. Suddenly, he discovers another GT Robo is present. He says that the regal mammoth's body is like a maze, making him unable to find a way out. Thus, Sunny decides to stay and fight this one, to allow Toriko's group to search for the jewel meat. It turns out Sunny manages to trap him, so he can't move. At this point, Sunny realizes he is the one who destroyed the monsters in the swamp, making him angry. Thus, he attacks Sunny, but Sunny easily blocks the attack, and he decides to unleash his gourmet cells. On Terry's side, he is still trying to block Starjan, but Terry senses that this guy is very dangerous, so he immediately retreats backward. Knowing that he is looking for Toriko, Terry immediately launched an attack, but is blocked by his Obsaurus. On Toriko's group's side, they are searching for jewel meat. Komatsu realizes that Toriko is exhausted, because he hasn't eaten anything yet. At this point, Tina is also very tired and hungry. On Coco's side, he has identified his weakness at the head. When he continues to attack Coco, he immediately targets the inside of his head, but he caught Coco when he thought he would win, because the robot is immune to poison. Unexpectedly, he unleashed his gourmet cells. On Sunny's side, suddenly, he runs away. Turns out he has moved out of Sunny's attack range, so he shoots laser beams at him. Sunny uses his hair to block it, while Coco releases toxic gas. At this point, he thinks the poison will be ineffective against him, but unexpectedly, the internal circuits are destroyed, so he uses the laser beam to attack Coco, and blows away his poison, making him very happy, thinking he has won. When he is about to finish off Coco, unexpectedly, he missed his shot, and the GT Robo starts losing control. It turns out Coco has disabled his antenna, disabling the remote control of the Robo, so he can no longer control the Robo. It turns out he had planned everything from the beginning, thus, the GT Robo is destroyed. But Coco is completely exhausted. Suddenly, he sees a black GT Robo approaching. However, he doesn't care about Coco, because his goal is the jewel meat. Unexpectedly, he directly crawls into the stomach of the regal mammoth, making Coco feel the Grim Reaper has found Toriko's group. On Toriko's side, they are still searching for the jewel meat. Suddenly, he sees an orange tree. When Komatsu is about to prepare food, Toriko says they don't have time anymore, because the regal mammoth's stomach acid will digest them. Suddenly, Toriko senses that the black GT Robo has also arrived here, while Sunny is fighting the blue GT Robo, but he always keeps a distance from him because he knows it's Sunny's weakness. Suddenly, he sits down and shows off his collection, making Sunny surprised, because inside are the eyes of monsters. It turns out his hobby is collecting eyes. Suddenly, a level 25 monster appears. Turns out it's his pet. So, the monster immediately attacks Sunny, but Sunny manages to block it, because he knows Sunny's maximum attack range is only 20 meters, making him very amused playing with him. Unexpectedly, Sunny decides not to fight anymore, and turns to provoke the GT Robo, making him angry and attacking Sunny. At this point, Sunny continuously lets him strike, making him enjoy it very much, but unexpectedly, his arm is damaged. Turns out Sunny has taken control of him. Even his pet is afraid to attack Sunny, so he reveals his own strength, and strikes him with a powerful blow, making him start to worry and run away. Unexpectedly, Sunny has inserted his hair into his control unit. Turns out, since the beginning of the battle, Sunny has been nibbling on his control unit, so he was defeated by Sunny. He thought he would get some rest. Unexpectedly, he was pushed outside by the regal mammoth. Fortunately, Coco told Kiss to catch Sunny in time. At this point, both of them are exhausted, but Coco realizes the most challenging opponent is the black GT Robo. Despite this, Sunny still believes in Toriko. He is sure Toriko will obtain the jewel meat. At this moment, Toriko's group is getting close to the jewel meat, making them very happy. Suddenly, Toriko saw the black GT Robo, so he immediately unleashed his power and attacked him. Unexpectedly, with just one punch, he retaliated and knocked Toriko out, leaving him unconscious. Rin also immediately attacked him, but she too was easily defeated by him, causing fear in Komatsu and Tina. Inside Toriko at this moment, he saw the red demon devouring him. He said, "Your time is 5 minutes. Immediately find something really delicious to eat." Hearing Komatsu's scream, Toriko woke up. It turned out Rin was trying to help Toriko alleviate the pain. and the smoke would help the entire group escape. Suddenly, Tina ran away. She wanted to find Sunny to help Toriko. At this moment, Starjin noticed Komatsu. Unexpectedly, Toriko confronted him, and Toriko immediately defeated him. Seeing Rin injured, Toriko got worried. Rin then asked Toriko, "Please kiss me once." Toriko's kiss made Rin very happy. While Starjin returned, suddenly, he sensed something. The strength of Toriko is increasing. So, Toriko immediately attacked him, surprising him, and continued to strike him once again. At this point, Toriko was very angry, because he dared to harm Rin. But Starjin could still stand up. He realized Toriko had used autophagy. Autophagy is when a creature is hungry. Cells will self-destruct to provide energy. But for someone with gourmet cells, this is like them eating themselves. And this is also a sign of the imminent evolution of gourmet cells. So, Toriko continued to attack Starjin. At this point, Toriko's strength had increased significantly. But Starjin could still stand up. He said, "This GT Robo can't unleash all my power." But he realized, the current state of Toriko cannot be maintained for long. By that time, Toriko is sure to lose. So, he immediately attacks Toriko. But Toriko still counterattacks him. At this point, he plans to use the 7 times nail punch. Suddenly, Toriko ran out of strength. So, he shoots lays to finish off Toriko. He even shoots through Toriko's flesh and the regal mammoth. Outside, Coco also senses that Toriko and the others are in danger, but he no longer has the strength to go help them. At this moment, Tina sees Toriko unconscious, making her unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Tina saw something sparkling, and it was dripping water. So, Tina immediately took that water and gave it to Toriko to drink. Unexpectedly, it helped him regain consciousness. Toriko realized that it was jewel meat, so he immediately approached it, making Toriko's mouth water because jewel meat exuded a very special aroma. Toriko then cut a piece and ate it. Unexpectedly, it made Toriko cry because the meat was delicious. It was so irresistible to him, and it helped Toriko's strength to recover. While Starjin was conversing with Komatsu, he realizes he's dealing with a chef. While he was about to take his knife, Komatsu immediately stopped him, because the knife is like the lifeline of a chef. So, he forced him to return it. Despite the threat of having his gourmet cells released, Komatsu remained determined. Luckily, Toriko returned, making Komatsu happy. At this point, he realizes Toriko's gourmet cells have evolved, making him very intrigued. So, Starjin ordered his subordinate to deactivate the pain reduction mode of the robot. Although he knows doing so, when hit by Toriko, he will feel pain, Starjin still does it. To have a fair fight with Toriko, Toriko asked, "What's your name?" "I am called Starjin." Toriko immediately unleashed his power. Starjin immediately attacked him, but Toriko was unharmed, and immediately cut off his arm. At this point, Starjin was completely overwhelmed by Toriko. He realized he was no longer Toriko's match. He asked, "Is jewel meat tasty? One day, I will meet you again, and next time, it will be my real body." So, Toriko unleashed the 10 times nail punch, immediately sending him flying and destroying him. Finally, Toriko emerged victorious, making Komatsu very happy. Suddenly, Toriko discovered that Rin was still alive, making him joyful, and it was time for them to take jewel meat away. Outside, Coco realized that everyone was safe. Suddenly, the regal mammoth pushed Toriko's group out. Seeing the jewel meat, Sunny became delighted. So, he immediately caught it. At this moment, Sunny noticed that Rin was injured. So, he used his hair to heal her. It turns out that Sunny was performing surgery on her. Suddenly, Coco noticed Toriko's gourmet cells have evolved. At this moment, Terry has also safely returned with Obsaurus. On Igo's side, the regal mammoth has been brought here, thinking that the mother regal mammoth would be happy. Unexpectedly, it is still angry and attacks Toriko's group. So they quickly grab the jewel meat and run away. At this moment, Rin has awakened, surprising Igo's staff because she is consuming some kind of high-class food. This helps Rin's cells to evolve. However, they don't know that it's thanks to Toriko's kiss. Just seeing Toriko makes Rin very happy. By evening, finally, the whole group gets to eat the jewel meat, making them very happy. Unexpectedly, as Komatsu cuts the meat juice flows out, and its taste is exquisite and luxurious, making everyone's bodies sparkle. At this moment, Komatsu comes up with a way to enhance the flavor of the jewel meat. He immediately uses the collected flavors. Surprisingly, it makes Toriko's body even more radiant because it's too delicious. When Toriko decides to include jewel meat in his full course menu, unexpectedly, Sunny is the one who sparkles the most. and he immediately stops Toriko, because he also wants to include jewel meat in his full-course menu. So, both of them start arguing, because they don't want to choose the same dish for their full-course menu. Toriko has returned to his home. Upon waking up, he sliced a piece of chocolate to eat. Turns out Toriko's entire house is made of cake. When he went outside, he noticed Terry still refused to eat anything, realizing it had been fasting for 2 weeks. So, Toriko decides to find food for Terry. Meanwhile, Komatsu's cooking skills have improved greatly, thanks to Toriko's seasoning gloves. This impresses the CEO of Igo's business, because Komatsu's food tastes delicious. Thus, he decides to ask Komatsu to help him prepare a fish nicknamed the Princess of the Deep Sea, because it's a rare and precious fish, often used to entertain heads of state. But, Komatsu's deadline is only 7 days, because the fish will spoil if left too long. On Toriko's side, he's searching for food for Terry. Suddenly, Toriko and Terry are attacked by a level 15 flyer duck. Toriko realizes the meat of this duck is delicious. So, Toriko decides he'll eat it. He jumps up, and uses the 3-hit nail punch move to defeat the flyer duck. Then, Toriko grills the duck. Although it looks delicious, Terry still isn't interested in it. So, Toriko has to eat it alone. He can feel the delicious, savory flavor in the duck meat, making Toriko very happy, and he immediately eat all of them. But, Toriko still didn't know how to make Terry interested in eating. At this point, Toriko met a friend named Tom. Tom recognized Terry as the legendary battle wolf. So in its DNA, it only eats ingredients in the gourmet world. Human world food isn't suitable for the battle wolf. It turns out the gourmet world is vast, and hasn't been fully explored by humans. But, Tom told Toriko that there's a type of ingredient called BB corn. It was found by knocking Master Jiro in the gourmet world. Toriko realizes BB corn will stimulate Terry's appetite. However, BB corn is in a dangerous forest called Wool Jungle. That place is dubbed the Botanical Hell. The next morning, Komatsu was shopping to find ingredients for the sauce for the Princess of the Deep Sea fish. Coincidentally, he met Tom, while Tina was also looking for Toriko for more news. At this time, Tom told them that Toriko had gone to Wool Jungle to find BB corn. Komatsu realized that in that forest, there was the ingredient he was looking for, so they decided to chase after Toriko. Meanwhile, Toriko had reached the outskirts of Wool Jungle. Because the front was very dangerous, the pilot didn't dare to take him inside. Thus, Toriko and Terry had to walk in. Toriko realized the vegetation here was very fresh. Suddenly, he saw a coconut tree. So, Toriko immediately plucks one down. Unexpectedly, the liquid inside turned out to be alcohol. Suddenly, Terry spotted a large peach, which excited Toriko. But, Toriko soon realized it was a trap. It was actually a level 6 flying peach squirrel, because he brought along a peaceful flower. Whenever a petal falls, it's a sign of a high-level monster appearing. Since the flying peach squirrel didn't seem appetizing, Toriko and Terry decided to move on. At this point, they began to venture deeper into the forest. Komatsu and Tina caught up with them, but as they landed the helicopter, Toriko had already gone. Suddenly, they noticed many peaceful flowers here. Realizing the forest interior was dangerous, the Igo staff suggested they wait for Toriko outside. But, Komatsu only had 3 days left. If they waited for Toriko to return, it would be too late. Suddenly, they saw Zanja's group running out of the forest. He informed Komatsu that there were many carnivorous plants in this forest. On Toriko's side, they were still venturing deeper into the woods. Suddenly, bats defecated on Toriko's shoulder. Unexpectedly, their waste contained seeds, which sprouted into a carnivorous plant. So, Toriko promptly cut it down. Toriko noticed the peaceful flower petals falling. Unexpectedly, a plant attacked Toriko. Thus, Terry immediately pushes him away, and Terry gets caught by it. Toriko realizes this plant is a level 33 goblin plant. Seeing Terry putting himself in danger just to help him, Toriko gets angry and blames Terry, because they both promised not to help each other. So, Terry manages to free himself. It turns out Toriko wants Terry to become stronger. Thus, he lets Terry fight the goblin plant. Although it's very strong, Terry's speed is very fast, and he cuts off its roots, leaving Toriko amazed at Terry's speed. Thinking Terry has cut its roots, unexpectedly, the goblin plant's roots immediately regenerate, and it catches Terry. But, Toriko still doesn't worry, even though he sees the goblin plant eating Terry, and he says, "Terry won." Suddenly, the goblin plant bursts into flames. So, it immediately releases Terry. It turns out Terry moves at high speed. to cut the fruit of the alcohol tree, making alcohol flow down the roots, and using its teeth to create fire. Thus, Terry wins. At this point, they continue to search for BB corn. So, Toriko climbs up a tree to observe the entire forest. Suddenly, Terry notices something above. Toriko immediately climbs up. Finally, they found the BB corn, making Toriko very happy. Thus, he immediately tries to pluck one to eat. But no matter how hard Toriko pulls, he can't lift the BB corn. He realizes the roots of the BB corn have deeply entrenched into the forest, and it has absorbed all the nutrients from the entire forest. So, Toriko tries to cut it, but it's too hard. Toriko can only cut a little, forcing him to continuously cut to sever it. Suddenly, Toriko notices a giant BB corn. On Komatsu's team's side, they entered the forest. He found a wheat tree made from fish eggs. So, he uses that wheat tree to create a new seasoning. When Zanj tastes it, he finds it very spicy. Komatsu fails again, while Toriko realizes this BB corn is as tall as a 20-story building. But, Toriko notices this BB corn has many kernels. So, he and Terry jump up and cut it. Although the husk of this BB corn is very thick, but, Toriko and Terry cooperated to cut its shell layer off. Thus, they see the BB corn beard inside. Toriko smells its fragrance, which made Toriko and Terry excited. They try to cut the beard of the BB corn. Finally, they see the kernels inside, making Toriko and Terry very happy, because the kernels inside are very big and golden. But, the kernels of the BB corn are too hard. Toriko couldn't pull the kernels out. So, he came up with a plan. Toriko immediately jumped behind the BB corn, and released his gourmet cells, using the 5-hit nail punch technique, which caused the kernels of the BB corn to fly out. Although they didn't harvest too many BB corn kernels, Toriko and Terry were very happy. At this point, Toriko decided to go to a nearby volcano to roast the corn. Suddenly, he saw a BB corn that had been completely cut, which surprised him. He didn't know who had cut it. When Toriko and Terry found their way to the volcano, they got lost again. It turned out all the plants here had misled them. But, Terry's nose is very keen, and he found the way back. On Komatsu's side, they were surrounded by a swarm of vines, even destroying their helicopter. Komatsu noticed a fallen petal of a peaceful flower, a sign of a level 5 monster approaching. It turned out to be a flying peach squirrel. So, it chased after them. Unexpectedly, they encountered an aloe frill neck lizard level 10, which terrified Komatsu's group. Suddenly, Komatsu saw something sparkling. It turned out to be the woolstar sauce tree that Komatsu was looking for. As the creature approached, fortunately, there was a ripe woolstar sauce fruit. So, Komatsu picked it and ran away. Unexpectedly, he was caught by the aloe frill neck lizard, and it immediately swallowed Komatsu. Realizing it was about to swallow him, Komatsu used Toriko's seasoning gloves to create super spicy chili seasoning, making the lizard vomit him out. Thanks to this, they were safe. At this time, Sunny also arrived. It turns out his goal was to get aloe leaves for skincare. Now, Toriko has returned, making everyone very happy, because he found the BB corn. When Toriko invited Komatsu to eat with him, he refused, because Komatsu had to immediately return to cook the princess of the deep sea fish. So, Komatsu's group left, while Toriko went to the volcano. But it was very hot there. Toriko realizes that the highest temperature below is 1400 degrees Celsius. At the lowest, it's 50 degrees Celsius above. So Toriko decides to grill the BB corn at temperatures ranging from low to high, to get the best flavor. By nightfall, Toriko realized it was too hot here. They couldn't wait for too long. Luckily, Toriko found a layer of skin from a mole rat. So, he used it to sit and wait. By the next morning, Toriko and Terry were very exhausted, but they still tried to roast the BB corn. At this point, they reached a temperature of 1200 degrees Celsius. Finally, the BB corn kernels exploded, and it showered down a rain of roasted corn, making Toriko and Terry very happy. At this point, Toriko smelled the delicious aroma of the roasted corn. Toriko was surprised to see Terry starting to eat, which made him very happy, because they found something Terry likes. So, he also immediately tries it. Unexpectedly, it tastes very delicious, making Toriko unable to stop eating. At this moment, Toriko decided he would include BB corn in his full-course menu. Suddenly, someone appeared, and ate all of Toriko's roasted corn. When he intended to eat Terry as well, it scared Terry and he moved away. But, he was sucked back by him. So, Toriko immediately cut his straw. Unexpectedly, his straw was too hard, which surprised him. Toriko asked, "Who are you?" But he kept teasing Toriko, and told him, his straw was made from the proboscis of a giant devil mosquito. So, his straw was very strong and flexible. That's why Toriko couldn't cut it. Not even Starjan could cut it. Toriko immediately recognizes him as a member of the Gourmet Corp Bishakukai. And he blames Toriko for taking the jewel meat, which caused a shortage of food for the Bishakukai, and also for defeating the GT Robos, so, he had to come directly to Biotope 1 to retrieve the GT Robos' bodies. Unexpectedly, he met Mansam and Vice President Igo waiting here, realizing that fighting them would be troublesome. Thus, he had to leave, and he came here to retrieve the BB corn for his boss. Coincidentally, he encountered Toriko. At this point, Toriko asked, "What is the goal of the Bishakukai?" "Our goal is God," which surprised Toriko, because God is the pinnacle of all ingredients in the world, and whoever possesses God can control the entire world. Toriko realizes that God is the super rare ingredient that the legendary gourmet hunter Acacia discovered 500 years ago, and he shared it with everyone in the world to end the global war and initiate the gourmet age. At this moment, he revealed to Toriko that God is about to return. So, the Bishakukai organization has begun to act, and God will definitely belong to his boss. This makes Toriko excited, because he has chosen God as the main dish in his full-course menu. Realizing Toriko also wants to obtain God, he becomes angry and wants to fight Toriko. Thus, Toriko also releases his gourmet cells to prepare for the fight with him. This made him excited. Toriko used the 10-hit nail punch. Unexpectedly, he blocked it and knocked both of them away. Toriko realized he was using air to counterattack. At this point, Toriko recognized he was almost as strong as Starjan, but Toriko was still determined to fight him. He realized Toriko could only fight at close range, so he stood far away and shot air at him. It turned out his lungs were much larger than normal. He continuously shot air at Toriko, forcing him to only defend himself. Thus, Toriko released his gourmet cells and attacked him, surprising him, because Toriko could fight from a distance. It turns out this was Toriko's new technique called flying fork and flying knife. So, Toriko used the flying fork to attack him, and continued to use the flying knife to slash him. Although these strikes could only scratch him at the moment, if Toriko continued to attack, he could eventually split him in half. This greatly excited him. So, he sucked in a huge amount of air into his lungs, and immediately launched a powerful strike at Toriko. He thought he had won. Unexpectedly, Toriko appeared behind him, and immediately cut off his straw, surprising him. Because Toriko was very strong, he decided to engage in a serious battle with him. So, both of them released their gourmet cells. Suddenly, he was called back to headquarters by his boss. Thus, he had to temporarily postpone the battle with Toriko. He called his pet, which was an elephant beetle level 85. Surprisingly, it was carrying a large BB corn, which astonished Toriko. So, he immediately jumped onto the elephant beetle and left. Toriko asked, "What's your name?" "I am Grinpatch, the sous chef of the Gourmet Corp." He quickly departed. At this moment, Terry was still frightened. Toriko realized that the sous chef of the Gourmet Corp was very strong, while Grinpatch seemed excited, and wanted to continue fighting Toriko, to drain all of his vitality. Meanwhile, at the gourmet restaurant, the politicians were still waiting for the princess of the deep-sea fish dish. The kitchen staff were all worried, because Komatsu hadn't returned to prepare the sauce yet. Sunny had controlled a helicopter to bring Komatsu back, so, he immediately rushed into the restaurant, while the restaurant decided to serve everyone the princess of the deep-sea fish. Fortunately, Komatsu managed to stop them, because the sauce was still missing one ingredient. So, he quickly used the spice-making machine, and added the final ingredient. Unexpectedly, it caused the fish to turn into bubbles. Turns out it's because the princess of the deep-sea fish meat has expired. So, it disappeared. Thought Komatsu had failed. Luckily, Coco showed up, and he brought fresh princess of the deep-sea fish meat for Komatsu. Thus, Komatsu can cook the dish again. But, he realized the sauce still lacked salt. Luckily, Toriko also returned. He immediately gave Komatsu a bag of volcano salt, which made Komatsu very happy. So, he started cooking. Surprisingly, when adding the final ingredient, the fish meat started glowing. They let the politician taste it, which made him cry, because the flavor of the fish meat was delicious, like gathering all the flavors of seafood in the mouth. So, he thanked Komatsu, and he agreed to sign a contract with the Igo organization, making Toriko and Komatsu very happy. Turns out Toriko also brought BB corn back for everyone to eat. So, everyone organized a corn roast party. Seeing everyone enjoying eating together made Komatsu very happy. On the Gourmet Corp Bishakukai side, the head chef Kuromoto gathered all the members of Bishakukai together. He announced to everyone, God will soon appear in the gourmet world, and their boss will be the one who obtains God, to gain control over all the ingredients in the world. The next day, Toriko and Komatsu went to Gourmet Town, which surprised Komatsu greatly, because this city is very vast. Toriko informed Komatsu, in this city, there is the world's largest gourmet tower. On the upper floors of the tower are all 10-star restaurants, which thrilled Komatsu. Suddenly, Toriko sensed a very strong aura of death here, which surprised him, but that person quickly disappeared. On the Bishakukai side, they were still gathering. Starjin felt that not obtaining the jewel meat last time was his fault, although knowing that GT Robo couldn't convey Starjin's full power. But he still wants to test himself against Toriko. Suddenly, Grinpatch returned and ate all the food on the table. He said he had fought with Toriko. Toriko's gourmet cells developed very quickly. They could even cut off his straw, which surprised them. Kuromoto said that when gourmet cells develop to their limit, there will be a barrier, and jewel meat is the ingredient that breaks that barrier, causing gourmet cells to evolve. So, they have to find more ingredients to help gourmet cells evolve further, to create a powerful army, to help their boss obtain God. At this point, Yu told him, there is a rare ingredient that helps gourmet cells evolve. That's the soup from Ice Hell. On Toriko and Komatsu's side, they were exploring Gourmet Town, which surprised Komatsu, because even the drinks here are very expensive. While Toriko bought a huge piece of meat, which made him very happy, Komatsu immediately used a seasoning machine for the meat, making the meat even more delicious. Thus, Toriko quickly finished the meat. At this point, both continuously enjoyed many dishes in the city, which they found very exciting. Toriko noticed there were many gourmet hunters in the city, but he didn't know where the masked figure was. While both were shopping at the supermarket, suddenly, a gang of robbers appeared. They immediately took Komatsu hostage. So, Toriko chased after them to save Komatsu, because there were too many people here, thus, he lost track of them. Luckily, an old lady appeared and saved Komatsu. Toriko then recognized her as Setsuno, because she is the most famous legendary chef in gourmet, called Gourmet Living Legends, which surprised Komatsu. Turns out Setsuno is the person Toriko wanted to introduce to Komatsu on this trip. When Setsuno knew Komatsu was a chef at Igo's restaurant, then, she told both of them, she and Jiro, along with the president of Igo, used to be friends, which surprised both of them, because they are all legendary gourmet hunters. Turns out she and Jiro are lovers. When she found out Jiro had once saved Komatsu, Setsuno felt more favorable towards him. So, Setsuno then led both of them to her shop. Surprisingly, it was just a small shop. Even all the cooking utensils here were quite ordinary, which delighted Komatsu, because he realized Setsuno could use ordinary utensils to create exquisite dishes. Setsuno said today they would enjoy the century soup dish, but the century soup dish was not ready yet. So, Setsuno cooked a light meal for both of them to eat first. Seeing Setsuno's cooking technique made Komatsu surprised, because her cooking skills were too excellent. Toriko had Komatsu taste some purified water. Surprisingly, this water was very refreshing. Komatsu realized it was a high-quality glass of water. Toriko explained all the dishes Setsuno made here were world-class dishes, and her full-course menu matched Jiro's full-course menu. At this point, Komatsu realized Setsuno had cooked paradise rice, which made him very excited. While Toriko was salivating, finally, the dish was completed. So, Komatsu immediately tasted it. He could feel the flavor of each spice spreading in his mouth. Surprisingly, Komatsu could recognize the ingredients Setsuno had cooked with, which astonished Setsuno, because Komatsu's sense of taste is very sharp. At this point, the century soup dish was cooked, making both of them very excited. Surprisingly, they found the pot empty inside, but Toriko could still smell it. He could sense there were a lot of ingredients inside. Even the scent of the soup attracted many people here. Turns out Setsuno's century soup was completely transparent. When Toriko tasted it, he found it delicious, while Komatsu immediately recognized the ingredients she had cooked with, which surprised Setsuno. But, Komatsu felt like something was missing from this soup. So, Setsuno decided to take both of them to her kitchen. Turns out there was a secret basement below the shop, which surprised Komatsu, because below was a large room, and filled with rare ingredients. Komatsu thought this place contained the ingredients to cook the century soup. Surprisingly, there was another room inside. At this point, Setsuno told Komatsu, "It's not the chef who chooses the ingredients, but the ingredients will choose the chef, otherwise, they will still be just ordinary chefs," which confused Komatsu. Finally, both of them arrived at Setsuno's century soup kitchen, making them very surprised, because they had never seen such a large soup pot. Surprisingly, Setsuno just needed to jump once to reach the top of the pot, while Toriko and Komatsu had to climb the stairs. When they reached the top of the pot, they saw there were many rare ingredients inside, surprising both of them, but Setsuno said, "My century soup is still not complete." Turns out she had only tasted the century soup once, so she had prepared a simulated version of that century soup, but still couldn't perfect it, because the natural century soup is much better. Setsuno said she wanted both of them to perfect this soup, and also told them, the century soup, appearing once every few hundred years, is about to appear again, so, the wealthy are hiring Bishakuya to find the century soup, which made Toriko and Komatsu very excited. At this point, in a bar, this is where all the hired Bishakuya gather to search for the century soup, and there are many powerful Bishakuya here. Suddenly, there's a guy named Match. Seeing a young man, he immediately chased him away and said, "This place is not for children," making the young man angry. Wanting to fight him, as both were preparing to fight, Toriko and Komatsu arrived, which surprised everyone, because Toriko is one of the 4 heavenly kings. So, these two guys stopped fighting. Turns out the owner of the bar here is a friend of Toriko's. When Toriko sat down to have a beer, then, the chairman named Makoi appeared. He announced he would pay 10 billion to anyone who could find the century soup for him, which surprised everyone, because that amount of money is huge. So, everyone wants to participate. Suddenly, Toriko saw the masked man from the morning was also here. At this point, the owner of the bar led Toriko to his secret room, making Komatsu surprised, because there were many weapons inside. Turns out he is a weapon smuggling expert. So, he introduced them to a gourmet measuring device, which can analyze the nutritional components and ingredients, even can determine the name of that ingredient. Thus, Toriko decided to buy the measuring device. The next morning, all the Bishakuya gathered together, to prepare to board Chairman Makoi's ship. So, Toriko and the others also began to board the ship. At this point, Makoi informed everyone that the destination was Ice Hell, instantly making everyone fearful, because that place could freeze everything. So, he provided each person with cold-resistant clothing. Toriko and Komatsu found this clothing very comfortable. It even helped them not feel cold. Suddenly, a young man riding a horse approached. He introduced himself as Takimaru, a member of the Gourmet Knights. It turns out Toriko knows about this Gourmet Knights Guild, because their leader, Amaru, is Toriko's friend. Suddenly, a monster climbed aboard the ship. Toriko recognized it as a level 6 shark crocodile. Realizing its meat was delicious, so, Toriko immediately defeated it, which surprised Takimaru, because Toriko took it down with just one blow. Unexpectedly, a herd of shark crocodiles appeared. So, all the Bishakuya fought them together, but, the regular Bishakuya weren't a match for them, while Match and Takimaru easily defeated the shark crocodile pack, making Toriko surprised, because they were also very strong. Suddenly, a giant sea snake attacked Komatsu. So, Toriko immediately used the 3-hit nail punch technique and defeated the snake. Finally, they arrived at Ice Hell, making everyone surprised, because it's a giant iceberg. Suddenly, a huge ice block falls down, causing everyone to be terrified, thinking they're about to die. But, Toriko remains calm. So, he uses his knife and fork technique on the ice block, followed by the 5-hit nail punch technique, which splits the giant ice block in half, shocking everyone, because Toriko is too powerful. At this moment, Match and Takimaru both admire him. Makoi informs everyone that it's time to depart. So, he uses a helicopter to transport all the Bishakuya to the mountaintop, while Komatsu thinks Makoi is very brave, because he's not afraid of the monsters here. So, Toriko tells him, Makoi is truly not here. Finally, Toriko and Komatsu reach the top of Ice Hell, while all the Bishakuya are preparing to take action on Makoi's ship at this time. The masked man has defeated all of his guards, but, Makoi remains unafraid, and informs the masked man that his true body isn't here. Turns out his current body is just a robot. On Toriko's team, as they are trying to find a way to enter Ice Hell, Komatsu noticed something ahead. Turns out it's a dragon frozen in ice, which surprises Toriko, because he sees many people frozen to death here, so, he realizes this place is very dangerous. At this point, Toriko's group continues to advance inside. He realizes it's very cold here, Even his breath freezes instantly. Unexpectedly, some people behind couldn't bear it, so they got frozen. Suddenly, an ice spike rushes towards them. Luckily, Toriko catches it. Then more ice spikes continue to rush towards the group. Thus, Match and Takimaru immediately stop them. When Komatsu is in danger, luckily, Toriko manages to rescue him in time. By nightfall, Toriko realizes everyone is very exhausted, so he cuts a layer of ice on the ground, creating a large pit for everyone to rest in. At this time, Komatsu is very tired, so Takimaru gives him a cup of hot water, helping Komatsu feel much better, but he and Match keep arguing. While Toriko is standing above, guarding everyone while they rest, he realizes the climate here is harsh, so there will surely be many powerful monsters. At this point, the Bishokukai organization also begins to act. Turns out they have disguised themselves as Makoi's guards and are waiting here. Suddenly, a highly dangerous individual appeared. His name is Tommy, the sous chef of the Bishokukai organization, and their goal is also the century soup. On Toriko's side, he's still guarding everyone. He senses something is not right here. At this point, Match approaches Toriko to talk. He thanks Toriko for saving his teammate. On Tommy's side, he notices there are many Bishokuya here, so he orders his subordinates to kill them all. While Toriko's group continues to move forward, but the snowstorm is too heavy, causing many to give up. Thus, only Toriko's group, Match, and Takimaru remain. While Komatsu is very tired, Toriko realizes he can't endure any longer. Suddenly, Toriko discovers a hot mushroom, so he gives it to Komatsu to eat, and Komatsu immediately feels better. Unexpectedly, a herd of freezer bison level 11 appears. Toriko realizes the meat of freezer bison is delicious, and their hides can keep them warm, so Match and Takimaru decide to handle them. With just one blow, Takimaru breaks the bison's bones, surprising Komatsu. While Match prepares to use his special technique, his sword drawing speed is very fast, and he easily defeats the freezer bison. Suddenly, a bull runs towards them, so Toriko quickly blocks it, and he handles it easily. But Match realizes there's still a herd of freezer bison behind. Unexpectedly, Toriko unleashes his gourmet cells, immediately causing them to fear and run away. While Match realizes Toriko is too strong, like the person he met from the 4 Heavenly Kings. But Toriko is much more friendly. On the Bishokukai's side, they don't feel the cold. They even kill any Bishokuya they encounter on the way. They also notice Toriko's group is ahead, so Tommy vomits something from his mouth to search for him, making his 2 subordinates terrified. While Toriko's group uses the hides of freezer bison to keep warm, and grills their meat to eat, making Toriko very delighted, because this beef is very delicious. Suddenly, the blizzard comes again, so the group has to move forward quickly. On Tommy's side, he vomits out 4 insect monsters. They are level 39, 35, 37, and 40. Tommy orders them to find Toriko, making his 2 subordinates frightened. But the truly terrifying monster are still inside him. On Toriko's side, they've passed through the blizzard. Toriko realizes this is the entrance to Ice Hell, making him very happy. So he enters inside. Everyone realizes Toriko really wants to eat the century soup. On Tina and Zanja's team, they've gotten lost, so they encounter many monsters, causing them to fall down the cliff. Fortunately, they all survive. Suddenly, Zanj discovers a cave leading into Ice Hell. While the masked man is still searching for a way into Ice Hell, unexpectedly, he is attacked by Tommy's swarm of insects, so he quickly defeats them all. At this moment, Komatsu is very excited, because inside Ice Hell is very beautiful, and he no longer feels cold. Toriko explains that this is the time when the ice melts, so the temperature inside the mountain won't be too cold. But Toriko realizes that something dangerous is coming. While Tommy sees that his swarm of insects has been killed, he realized that the insects were knocked down by the knocking technique. At this point, the masked man arrives at the entrance to Ice Hell. On Toriko's side, they are still searching for the century soup. Toriko informs everyone that as long as they find the Aurora, they will find the century soup. Suddenly, Komatsu discovers a large, beautiful ice block. Unexpectedly, a giant bear appears. Toriko realizes it's a level 20 silver grizzly, so the bear continuously attacks Toriko. Toriko jumps onto the bear, and uses a device to analyze the bear. He realizes this bear is very rich in protein, so he decides to eat it. Toriko immediately uses his knife and fork technique to defeat the bear. At this point, everyone is waiting for Komatsu to cook the bear meat. Unexpectedly, The bear meat cooked by Komatsu is delicious, making the whole group very happy and they eat a lot. Suddenly, Komatsu discovers there's a penguin behind him. Toriko realizes it's a wall penguin, a rare and precious animal. At this moment, Komatsu finds it very cute. Toriko says that baby penguins are very friendly, but their parents are very aggressive, which makes Komatsu worried, while Match realizes he will have to face Toriko to claim the century soup. But Match knows he's not a match for him. At this point, Match's subordinates inform Toriko that they are from the Gourmet Mafia, the city of culinary crime. It's an area outside the law. Since childhood, they have been saved and provided with food by Match. So, they decided to join the Gourmet Mafia to follow Match, because he always fights to get food, to help all the people in the slums. Komatsu realizes Match is a really amazing person. At this point, Toriko wonders, why does Takimaru want the century soup? Because the Gourmet Knights Guild always reveres simplicity in food. So, he tells Toriko he needs a lot of money to buy medicine for his leader's incurable illness. But this goes against the laws of the Gourmet Knights, because they didn't believe in medicine, to let their lives follow nature's course. Thus, Takimaru is determined to earn money to buy medicine for his leader. Toriko realizes he wants to save Amaru. So, he is determined to find the century soup for the whole group. At this point, everyone wonders, why are you looking for the century soup? I just want to eat it, which makes everyone laugh. While Tommy's group has entered Ice Hell, he realizes this place is like a maze. So, Tommy releases his swarm of bomb bugs level 10, along with a detonation bug level 25, and he immediately sets them off, causing a huge explosion, which creates a big blast. So, Toriko's group also sees the explosion. He immediately realizes that the enemies are also here. On Mansam's side, he realizes the Bishakukai organization is looking for the century soup. Thus, he asks Coco to support Toriko in finding the century soup before they do. At this point, Komatsu doesn't know what to do with the penguin. So, Toriko tells Komatsu to take care of it. While Tina's group is also searching for the century soup, unexpectedly, they encounter a terrifying frozen monster, causing the whole group to panic. Suddenly, the masked man appears. Turns out he's another talkative guy, making them feel helpless. At this point, he realizes this monster is a level 72 Hellburrow. It's the ruler of Ice Hell. 100 years ago, it was knocking and frozen here, yet, it's still alive. He realizes the century soup is running out. So, he needs to act fast, making Tina's group curious, not knowing who this young man is. On Toriko's side, they're running to find the century soup. He realizes the Bishakukai are chasing them. Suddenly, a swarm of level 38 insects flies in. When they're about to attack Komatsu, Toriko immediately steps in to help him. So, the insects attack the whole group, but they're too small and fast. Toriko can't hit them, while Tommy is delighted, because he found Toriko. At this point, Toriko still can't hit the insects, so, he's continuously attacked by them. Toriko realizes these insects want to burrow into their bodies. Seeing his comrades in danger, Match draws his sword, and hits one of them. Unexpectedly, the insect immediately regenerates. So, Toriko leaps up, and slashes the insect. Finally, they manage to kill all the insects. But, the baby penguin is frightened. Toriko realizes that this baby penguin's parents are searching for it, and they are very aggressive. Suddenly, Toriko senses there's a dangerous demon behind him. Turns out Tommy has arrived. He realizes they are from the Bishakukai. Toriko realizes it's time to fight. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sees Toriko, Tommy hugs him. Turns out he has ambushed Toriko. Suddenly, Tommy realizes he can't pull his arm away, while Toriko is pleased, because he initiated close combat with him first. So, Toriko immediately uses a 10-hit nail punch to attack him. But, he stops, because there's a dangerous monster inside him, and he immediately bites Toriko's hand. Suddenly, two wall penguins appear. Toriko realizes they are the parents of the baby penguin, thinking these people have kidnapped their child. So, they attack them, causing the ice shelf beneath their feet to break. Thus, everyone falls down below. Fortunately, Komatsu and everyone else are safe. Suddenly, he sees a large block of ice, containing many frozen ingredients inside. Komatsu realizes this is the gourmet show window, where the essence of the century soup is stored, leaving everyone surprised. The penguin parents are also delighted, because they have found their child. Suddenly Komatsu sees Toriko's hand is frozen, but Toriko is worried, because the ingredients inside the gourmet show window are drying up. Toriko realizes there won't be much century soup left, so, he decides to hold back the Bishakukai gang. to let Komatsu go find the century soup. When these two try to capture Komatsu, Match and Takimaru intervene, because they trust Komatsu will find the century soup. So, Tommy releases the insects, to prepare for a fight with Toriko. Toriko teases him, for not using GT Robo anymore. He tells him, the GT Robo squad is on their way. Tommy is thrilled, because he's about to kill Toriko. Toriko realizes this battle, he has to fight seriously, because he's a Bishokukai sous chef. But, his right hand is frozen, so, he can't use it. Toriko releases his gourmet cells, to prepare for the fight. Thus, Tommy also releases his gourmet cells, and Match and Takimaru are ready to fight too. While Komatsu is trying to quickly find the century soup, because he promised Toriko. Suddenly, Komatsu sees the masked figure, thinking he's being attacked. Unexpectedly, he finds out, there is a swarm of insects chasing Komatsu. He warns Komatsu not to speak. It turns out there's a tiny GT Robo following them, on Tommy's side. Seeing the noisy penguins, he releases the insects to attack them. Immediately, he defeats the penguin parents. When he tries to attack the baby penguin, he is stopped by Toriko. Match and Takimaru quickly finish him off. Toriko is very angry, because he sees Tommy as too malicious, while Match starts attacking Barry. So, he uses body coating oil, to deflect his bullets. When Takimaru attacks him, Bogey immediately intervenes. Thinking he has defeated him, unexpectedly, it's just his outer shell, making him reveal his true body. It turns out his ability is to borrow someone else's body. While Match is still attacking him, surprisingly, bullets are completely useless against Barry. So, Match decides to fight him with a sword. While Takimaru is being attacked by Bogey, he realizes he can stretch his arms like Luffy. So, he continues to attack Takimaru, and exposes his eye. Bogey realizes Takimaru has been cursed, which he finds thrilling. So, he uses a barrage of punches to attack Takimaru. On Toriko's side, he is surrounded by Tommy's swarm of insects. Thus, he can't help Takimaru. Although Takimaru realizes he's very strong, he doesn't give up, and begins to use his techniques to attack him, thinking he can push him back. But he doesn't flinch at all, and immediately counterattacks Takimaru, making Takimaru confused. His move targeted his spine, so, he lets him know, his body is different from normal people, and he has 4,000 bones in his body, while normal people only have 206 bones. So, his body resembled that of an octopus. He then turns his arms into scythes, and immediately attacks Takimaru, causing him continuous injuries. So, Takimaru runs, to shorten the distance between them, and Takimaru continuously attacks him. But no matter how he attacks, his bones can still regenerate. So, he defeats Takimaru. When he thought he was losing, Takimaru remembered his leader. Amaru was the one who taught him martial arts, and helped him become a gourmet knight. Now, Takimaru remembered a technique Amaru taught him. Thus, he tried to stand up, surprising Bogey. Takimaru then used his technique, but his preparation time was long. So, Bogey wasn't worried, and he attacked Takimaru. Match, on the other hand, was still fighting Barry. He realized Barry not only had strength, but also incredible speed. So, he kept overwhelming Match. While Toriko was still battling Tommy, he was constantly being attacked by Tommy's swarm of insects. At this moment, Bogey thought he had defeated Takimaru, but Takimaru had finished preparing. He had found Bogey's weakness, certain joints in his bones that he couldn't control, making Bogey angry. He attacked Takimaru, but Takimaru used his technique, and unleashed a powerful blow, like a drilling machine, taking out one of his joints, rendering him unable to move. It turned out to be the sacrum bone, a crucial bone supporting the spine. At this moment, Bogey realized, Takimaru attacked him while aiming for his sacrum bone, but Takimaru collapsed. While Bogey was trying to retrieve his sacrum bone, he was unexpectedly hit by Barry and Match, breaking it, leaving him shocked, and causing him to collapse as well. Meanwhile, Match was fiercely fighting Barry, causing the cave near Komatsu to shake. But, Komatsu needed to quickly find the century soup, so he ran off. Unbeknownst to him, a GT Robo was tracking him. He wanted to claim the first century soup. Tommy then berated his teammate as useless, making Toriko furious, and determined to defeat him, while Match was still trying to block Barry's attacks. But, Barry was too fast and strong, continuously overwhelming him. His body not only slippery, and he also had a protective armor layer. So, Match couldn't cut through him. Turns out his armor was made from the shell of a level 60 turtle species, stronger than iron 100 times over, and he used the oil shock technique, creating a layer of oil around his body. helping him withstand the freezing cold here, so he continued to attack Match, and sent him flying. Although Match immediately retaliated, but he was still being overwhelmed. When Barry was very confident in his strength, he decided to use his ultimate technique, but he needed time. So, Match's subordinates immediately intervened. Even though they were constantly being defeated by him, they still tried to hold Barry back to help Match. While Match was getting angry, seeing him attack his own teammates, thus, he defeated all of them. Match was determined to defeat him, while Tommy used insects to surround Toriko. So, he punched down to the ground to stop the insects. Toriko was also furious that he dared to underestimate Match's teammates. When Barry prepared to attack Match, he was once again blocked, so he defeated him, making Match very angry. Finally, he was ready. When Barry rushed towards Match, he unleashed his furious strike, making him unable to see his sword. Turns out Match's sword was made from a level 68 dragon. Thus, it could penetrate through his armor, leaving Barry surprised. So, he was defeated by Match, but he was also exhausted. Suddenly, Match sensed the battle between Toriko and Tommy is fierce. It turns out he and Tommy have unleashed their gourmet cells. Toriko immediately uses the flying fork to attack Tommy. Thus, he releases insects to bite him, but Toriko manages to block them. So, he releases even more insects. Toriko can't use his right arm now. Thus, he can only use his left hand to fight him. Match realizes that Toriko and Tommy are on a different level. Suddenly, he notices that Bogey and Barry's bodies are very strange. Tommy then controls insects to cling to Toriko. So, he makes the insects explode. On Komatsu's side, he thought he had found the century soup, but the century soup has been frozen, which worries Komatsu, because everyone is still waiting for him to bring the century soup back. Suddenly, he covers Komatsu's mouth. He takes out a paper to let Komatsu know that his outfit is being tracked. It turns out he met McCoy earlier, and if he finds out there's no century soup here, he will leave everyone behind. Suddenly, Tina's group also arrives, because they fear Zanj might reveal that there's no century soup here, so he immediately knocks him out. But in the end, it's him who reveals that there's no century soup here, which shocks them. McCoy's group is still tracking them, and when they know there's no century soup here anymore, so he decided to leave everyone behind and go away. While Toriko is hit by Tommy's explosion, causing his cold-resistant jacket to be torn. Suddenly, Match takes off his own jacket for Toriko, because he's afraid Toriko won't be able to fight. At this moment, Toriko realizes that Match is a very good person. While the swarm of insects is still surrounding him, Tommy continues to release even more insects, to let them lay parasitic eggs in his subordinates' bodies, making Toriko angry. He then vibrates, turning his body red. Match notices that his body is very hot, surprising Tommy. Meanwhile, Coco has sought out Setsuno. It turns out he also guessed that the century soup is gone. But, Coco doesn't understand why. Setsuno wants Toriko and Komatsu to find the century soup. Komatsu's group, on the other hand, is worried that they will be trapped here. Komatsu starts to wonder, and asks, "Who are you?" So, he introduces himself as Teppei, is an ingredient revival specialist, which surprises them. While Toriko is getting angry, Tommy continues to attack him. Toriko then releases a large amount of heat from his body, surprising Match, and he melts the ice layer on his hand. At this moment, Tommy realizes Toriko's technique is called shivering. When his body feels cold, he shivers to raise his body temperature, helping him generate a tremendous amount of heat. But, Match realizes that this technique consumes a lot of energy. Tommy continues to attack Toriko. So, he decides to counterattack. When Toriko uses 10-hit nail punch, but he uses the monster in his mouth to threaten Toriko. Thus, he can only use flying fork, and knocked out his centipede. Toriko wonders how many insects he has left, while Tommy realizes Toriko can't maintain the shivering state for too long, because it consumes a lot of his energy, and he reveals to Toriko that there are over 10,000 insect eggs in his body, and every time he wants the eggs to hatch, he'll spend 1,500 calories, so he can still release another 1,000 insects. Suddenly, Toriko is ambushed by a level 35 bee, causing his arm to swell. Tommy continued to have the insects surround Toriko. On Komatsu's side, they're very surprised, because Teppei is an ingredient revival specialist. Tina explains, they are the guardians of rare ingredients. At this moment, Teppei says, he's here to investigate the century soup, because the creatures inside the gourmet show window have gone extinct. Suddenly, the young penguin finds Komatsu. Seeing it so sad, Komatsu realized his parents had passed away. So, he comforted him. Suddenly, they saw the aurora, which surprised them. Komatsu realized the century soup was still here, making Teppei very happy. As they were about to go find it, the cave suddenly shook. Komatsu realized Toriko's battle was fierce. At this moment, Toriko had provoked Tommy, saying he didn't dare fight him directly, so he used these insects, but Tommy wasn't trapped by Toriko, because he was completely cold-blooded. Suddenly, Toriko was attacked by the swarm of insects. So, Toriko shivered to push the insects away. Toriko was angry, because he underestimated his insect life. It turns out he only sees them as his tools, and he continues to attack Toriko. Thus, he constantly blocked the insects. But, they still clung to his body. So, the insects covered Toriko all over, making Match worried. Thinking Toriko had been defeated, suddenly, Match felt very strange, like he was in a forest. At this moment, Tommy had released all 1,000 remaining insects. That was his limit, making him spend a lot of energy. But, he still had to reserve some energy for the monster inside his body. So, he began to target Match, and released his gourmet cells to threaten him. Tommy ordered the insects to attack Match. At this point, he feared that Toriko was still not dead. Tommy decided to finish him off himself. Unexpectedly, Toriko immediately grabbed his hand, which startled Tommy. It turns out Toriko had intentionally let him approach. So, Toriko used his 10-hit nail punch, which pushed Tommy back. Finally, he was wounded. Tommy wondered how Toriko escaped the insects. It turns out Toriko used essential oil, a scent emitted by plants called phytoncide, like insect repellent to protect plants. Match realized Toriko's instinct had naturally emitted phytoncide to protect his body from the insects, making Tommy very angry. At this point, Toriko truly got serious about fighting. Match sensed it. When both of their stances were extremely intimidating, so, both of them started fighting again. But, he moved very quickly, thus, Toriko couldn't hit him. Toriko realized his teeth were sharp as iron. Tommy immediately flew up and moved very quickly, creating many afterimages. Toriko then threw the flying fork at him. But, he dodged and counterattacked. Unexpectedly, he charged straight at Toriko. Match realized he had bitten off one of Toriko's fingers. But, Toriko remained calm and said, "Look at your wings," which surprised him. It turns out Toriko had aimed at his wings from the beginning, making Tommy extremely angry. So, he also used shivering, emitting a huge amount of heat, and he immediately attacked Toriko. Toriko realized he was heating up his insect eggs, and shooting them out at high speed, making Toriko exhausted. But, Toriko didn't give up. He kept running towards him, even though he kept shooting at him, but still couldn't stop Toriko. When Toriko was about to use the 12-hit nail punch, unexpectedly, his arm exploded. But, Toriko still continued to punch him, and he made Tommy fly away. Now, Toriko continued to attack. So, he continued to shoot bullets at his arms. But, Toriko still kept punching him. Unexpectedly, he grabbed Toriko, and pulled him along with him, causing Toriko to crash into the gourmet show window. The Battle of Toriko caused Komatsu's position to begin collapsing. Thus, Teppei immediately took out a seed, and applied a drop of growth solution to it. So, the seeds sprouted and grew into climbing vines, keeping the cave from collapsing. Teppei realized he had to go up to see the gourmet show window. While Toriko was still fighting Tommy, he continuously attacked Toriko at a very fast pace. But, Toriko countered with a headbutt. Toriko realized his arm had no strength left. So, Toriko kicked him. Tommy counterattacked Toriko again, sending him flying into the gourmet show window. At this point, both were very exhausted. Toriko lost an arm. His remaining arm had no strength left. But, Tommy realized Toriko's wild instinct was terrifying. Toriko still didn't give up at this point, continuing to unleash his gourmet cells, which excited Tommy greatly. So, he decided to unleash all his power. He removed the iron rings from his body. Unexpectedly, Tommy's muscle power was unleashed. It turns out he had been suppressing his strength since the beginning of the battle, which surprised Toriko. He immediately attacked Toriko, making Toriko feel death approaching. Meanwhile, Komatsu was still searching for the century soup. Suddenly he saw the aurora, making Komatsu very happy. He realized the century soup was here. Suddenly, the GT Robo blocked Komatsu, and attacked him, making him unconscious, while Toriko thought he would die. At this moment, he saw Tommy's wound, and Toriko realized it was from his kick. So, Toriko relied on his leg strength, and delivered a powerful kick that severed his arm, because leg strength is 4 times stronger than arms. and Toriko named this move leg knife, making Tommy furious. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by Toriko again. He called this move leg fork. But Toriko was completely exhausted, making him faint. Tommy angrily intended to finish off Toriko. The vines immediately grew and protected Toriko, and it wrapped around the gourmet show window. At this point, Teppei appeared. He wouldn't allow the Bishakukai to destroy ingredients, so he decided to capture them all. At this point, they realized Teppei was knocking Master Jiro's grandson. But Tommy lost control and attacked Teppei. Thus, he was knocked out by him. Tommy realized he couldn't move his body anymore. Thus, he decided to release the monster in his mouth. Because it's a terrifying creature, Tommy released it to kill everyone. Teppei realized it was a level 81 Parasite Emperor, and it had drained Tommy's vitality. So, the Parasite Emperor began attacking everyone. It could even freeze the air. At this point, it kept attacking Teppei, and caught him. Fortunately, Teppei managed to escape. Meanwhile, the GT Robo managed to obtain the century soup. The Bishakukai realized their mission was complete. So, they happily fled. Unexpectedly, they encountered another monster. It turned out to be Hellboro, the ruler of Ice Hell. Thus, they were eaten by Hellboro. At this point, Teppei wasn't surprised, because he was the one who revived it. His mission was to protect endangered species. Suddenly, Teppei realized the Parasite Emperor had molted. So, the two Emperor-class monsters fought each other. When Hellboro bit the Parasite Emperor, it flew up and dragged Hellboro out of Ice Hell. So, they were safe. Now, Teppei helped Match break the ice layer under his feet, and he realized Toriko's vitality was very strong. Thus, he turned his fingernails into syringes to stimulate Toriko's cells, helping his heart beat again. He continued to give Toriko a pill, causing his body to ache, but it will help Toriko's body recover. While Match thought his teammates had died, fortunately, Teppei said he could save them. At this point, Teppei planted a seed. A Dr. Aloe tree sprouted, and he used it to bandage the wounded. Now, Toriko woke up. He worried about Komatsu, while Komatsu also woke up. So, he went to find the century soup. Unexpectedly, it was gone, making Komatsu very sad for failing to fulfill his promise to Toriko. At this point, Toriko's group also arrived. Seeing Toriko's group safe made Komatsu very happy, but he cried because he couldn't obtain the century soup for everyone. So, Toriko comforted Komatsu and said that failure didn't matter. What mattered was that they were still alive. At this moment, Teppei remembered. His master had told him to go to Ice Hell to support Toriko. He also said that the gourmet show window would produce the last drops of soup. Before it collapsed, suddenly, the cave shook again. They realized that two monsters were fighting above. At this moment, Hellboro and the Parasite Emperor were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, another member of the Bishakukai organization appeared, along with the small GT Robo, and he managed to get the century soup. Seeing these two monsters fighting made him uncomfortable. So, he quickly dealt with them with just one move, which saved both of them. Both then realized he was Alfaro, the boss's personal assistant. On Teppei's side, he decided to help Toriko's group. He immediately dropped a drop of medicine onto the tree, and told everyone he could squeeze out the gourmet show window to get the last drops of century soup, which surprised everyone. So, Teppei began to pull, causing the ingredients inside to be squeezed. But, this destroyed the gourmet show window. Thus, they were able to get the last drops of century soup. Now, Teppei told everyone to stand still, to see who this drop of century soup would choose. Unexpectedly, it fell into Komatsu's hands, causing everyone to be very happy. Seeing the century soup sparkling in Komatsu's hands, making everyone crave it. When they were about to eat it, Teppei stopped them, because they had to decide who would eat this drop of century soup. At this point, Takimaru and Match gave up. Tina, although very tempted, but she also gave up. Suddenly, Komatsu said, "Let me eat it." So, Toriko agreed, because he believed that Komatsu would definitely cook this century soup dish. Komatsu was determined to recreate the century soup dish. Suddenly, it began to glow, because it sensed Komatsu's determination. So, Komatsu drank it. Unexpectedly, it was incredibly delicious, making his face very happy. Suddenly, Teppei sensed that there was someone incredibly powerful here. At this point, Alfaro saw that Tommy had been defeated, so he decided to deal with Toriko. Toriko also realized that this person was much stronger than Tommy. Thus, they tried to find a way to escape. As Alfaro was about to find Toriko, Setsuno appeared, surprising them, because they didn't understand why a legendary figure like Setsuno was here. Setsuno said, "I'm here to pick up Toriko and his friend. So, you all better go home." Thus, Setsuno left, making Alfaro very uncomfortable. As he was about to attack her, Setsuno shouted, "Throw it away immediately," causing his discs to shatter. Alfaro realized she was not weakened at all. So, he decided to take Tommy back, because they were not strong enough to fight her. On Toriko's side, they found the way out, making them very happy. But then they suddenly remembered there was no boat to return with. Fortunately, Coco arrived, along with a giant flying jellyfish, surprising everyone. It turned out to be Setsuno's, so, they happily climbed onto the jellyfish, seeing Setsuno preparing a table of food for them, making the whole group very happy. Thus, they ate together. At this point, Setsuno said Toriko's arm could be healed, and she told them to go to Gourmet Reviver, while Komatsu would prepare the century soup dish. Finally, their journey to Ice Hell ended. Now, they were on their way to Gourmet Reviver. Teppei told everyone that not long ago he had captured a member of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Toriko realized it was Zebra. Finally, they arrived. Suddenly, a swarm of butterflies appeared surrounding them. Teppei said they were butterfly therapy. When they detected a wound, they would immediately heal it. Now, Setsuno would take Komatsu back to the gourmet restaurant. She wants to see Toriko recover his arm first, or Komatsu will successfully cook the century soup first. So, they left, entering Gourmet Reviver, making them very excited. Teppei said that this place heals people through natural methods. At this point, Toriko arrived at an acupuncture room. Toriko saw many cactus doctor beds, so, he immediately lay down to try it out. When he came out, Toriko felt very comfortable. He then went to the onsen shark area. It helps remove all impurities from the body. Unexpectedly, Zanj was also here. It turned out there were small fish inside the pool, helping them suck out all the toxins from the body. Next was a skin whitening pool. Inside were Dr. Fish. They can suck out pimples and rejuvenate the skin. Unexpectedly, Sunny was also here, making Toriko surprised. It turned out he came here for beauty treatment. So, Sunny boasted to Toriko. He had chosen a dessert for his full course menu. At this point, Sunny noticed Toriko was missing an arm, making him surprised. Sunny wondered who could restore Toriko's arm. Teppei said, "My master Yosaku," which shocked Sunny, because he's the one he's been looking for too. Suddenly, they saw a man at the next table. Teppei recognized him as his master, surprising everyone, because he is someone without principles. On Koka's side, he told Mansam about Toriko's condition. Unexpectedly, Rin overheard that Toriko was injured, so, she immediately looked for him, while Setsuno was accompanying Komatsu back to the restaurant, making everyone surprised. At this point, Komatsu was very excited, wanted to immediately recreate the century soup. On Toriko's side, they went to Yosaku's workplace. This place is where they train experts in ingredient revival. So, he led the whole team into his room, making Toriko and Sunny surprised, because here are all extinct species. At this point, he began treating Match's teammates. Unexpectedly, he immediately helped them wake up after death, and he threw them into a flesh-eating plant, can help them heal their wounds. He even dribbled his saliva on their wounds, because his saliva can help heal. Yosaku noticed Takimaru wanting to ask for medicine for Amaru. He immediately quoted a price of 100 million. At this point, Takimaru told everyone, since childhood, he has been infected with a strange disease, so, he can only live for 1 more month, making Takimaru very distressed. Fortunately, Amaru arrived, and tried everything to cure Takimaru, so, Takimaru could live to this day. But, his illness has passed to Amaru. Thus, Takimaru knelt down to ask Yosaku. He will definitely pay that amount, even though he knows that the medicine may not work. Seeing Takimaru's determination, this made Yosaku delighted, and he decided to give medicine to Takimaru. Suddenly, Rin arrived. Because she heard that Toriko was injured, she immediately threatened Yosaku to treat Toriko. Thus, he agreed to treat Toriko. But, it would take 20 years for his arm to recover. While Setsuno guessed, Komatsu would also take 20 years to cook the century soup. The next day, Match and Takimaru bid farewell to Toriko, and Yosaku began to treat Toriko. But, regenerating a new arm is no simple task. So, he immediately cut Toriko's hair to get DNA. Then he inserted a seed inside. As soon as he applied the growth medicine, the seed sprouted. Next, Yosaku removed the pistol. But, it was very fragile. So, he had to be careful. Unexpectedly, he was sneezing, causing the pistol to break. So, he had to extract more DNA from Toriko. Finally, Yosaku successfully implanted the pistol into his arm. Meanwhile, Komatsu had started cooking the century soup. He prepared many fresh vegetables for the soup, then, he added seafood. Although the flavor was delicious, but, it still wasn't the century soup. While the baby penguin wanted to play with Komatsu, on Toriko's side, his task was to eat. Because the seed in his hand required a lot of energy, unexpectedly, Toriko's vitality was immediately drained. So, he had to eat a lot, which surprised Yosaku, because the seed in his hand was sprouting. At this time, Komatsu didn't give up. He continued to search for more ingredients to cook the soup, but, he still failed. The baby penguin and Tina came to comfort Komatsu, helping him regain his spirits. So, 3 months passed by, Komatsu still hadn't cooked a delicious soup like Setsuno. Thus, he went to find Setsuno, and let her taste his soup. At this moment, Komatsu asked, "How long did it take you to cook the century soup?" 30 years, which shocked Komatsu. On Toriko's side, he was still eating continuously, because if he stopped eating, his body would be drained of nutrients. At this point, Toriko asked Teppei, "Why do you want to become an expert in reviving ingredients?" So, Teppei told Toriko, when he was young, he always accompanied his grandfather, but, Teppei realized that his grandfather was sad when seeing ingredients die. Thus, he decided to become a protector of ingredients. Suddenly, Toriko felt something strange in his body. On Komatsu's side, he was preparing to return. Setsuno said, "Listen carefully to the call of the ingredients, and make the authentic century soup," which made Komatsu very happy. Setsuno realized that only 3 months of Komatsu was equivalent to her 10-year soup cooking experience. On Yosaku's side, he realized Toriko's recovery speed was very fast. So, he began the next phase of treatment, while Komatsu was listening to the ingredients, and he started cooking the soup instinctively. Finally, he made a transparent soup like Setsuno. Therefore, now he needs to find the final ingredient. On Toriko's side, his arm was growing very fast. So, Sunny and Rin brought medicine bees for him. At this time, Komatsu searched but still couldn't find the last ingredient. Suddenly, he saw this penguin looking hungry. So, Komatsu fed it his soup. Unexpectedly, drool from the young penguin dripped down, instantly creating an aurora. Finally, Toriko's treatment process also ended. While Komatsu was very nervous and tasted his soup, he realized that it was indeed the century soup. On Toriko's side, his arm had recovered, making him very happy. Yosaku realized that Toriko's gourmet cell's recovery speed was incredible. Suddenly, Toriko felt that there was a super delicious dish calling him, while Komatsu couldn't believe that the final ingredient was the penguin's tears. So, Komatsu thanked the penguin. The next day, all the reporters gathered at the restaurant, because they heard that Komatsu had successfully recreated the century soup. Suddenly, an old man appeared, who turned out to be Tastemasters, one of the 7 key members of the Igo organization. He came to taste Komatsu's century soup. So, the director asked Komatsu to cook for him to improve their restaurant's rating. But, Komatsu refused that, because he wanted his friend to eat first. Thus, Toriko's group has arrived, seeing his arm recovered, making Komatsu very happy. At this time, Match and Takimaru also wanted to taste Komatsu's century soup. He was very happy because everyone had gathered. They even didn't care about Tastemasters, but he didn't get angry, and realized that Komatsu's century soup completion would make his name famous worldwide. So, Komatsu prepared the century soup for everyone to eat, which surprised them. As they saw the aurora, everyone saw this transparent soup, but it had an indescribable and warm aroma. When Toriko tasted it, he immediately felt many primitive flavors mixed in this soup, causing his expression to change automatically, and he laughed with contentment. Seeing everyone laughing, Komatsu was shocked. At this point, Toriko decided he would include this century soup in his full-course menu, making Komatsu very happy. Setsuno also guessed. The final ingredient turns out to be the penguin. So, Toriko's full-course menu had obtained 3 dishes, and everyone was very happy and enjoyed the soup. At this time, Match brought the century soup to the children in the slum area, making them very happy. On Takimaru's side, he tried to persuade Amaru to take the medicine, but he still refused. So, Takimaru conveyed Toriko's words to him, saying that God had appeared. Thus, Takimaru decided to take the medicine, and eat the century soup. It turns out that Toriko and Amaru were friends in the past, and their promise was to see who could obtain God first. On the side of the Bishokukai organization, Alfaro brought the century soup to his boss, and he was gathering the strongest people of the Bishokukai. to prepare to enter the gourmet world to find God. At this moment, the city is hosting a competition for Bishakuya, to find out who will become the king of gourmet hunters. So Toriko, Sunny, and Coco also came here, unexpectedly. The sponsor of this competition is a kid. But, he is one of the richest people in the world, with a chain of restaurants distributed worldwide. The goal of this competition is to find the most delicious ingredient. The winner will be crowned the king of gourmet hunters, and along with the title comes a prize of 1 billion yen, equivalent to nearly $7 million, which surprises everyone, because it's a large sum of money. Turns out he wants to find the most delicious ingredient, to cure his pet's loss of appetite named Chris, which surprises everyone, because it's Nessie, the Loch Ness monster, level 34. Coco realizes Chris is a very rare creature, so, everyone started to present their ingredients, but, Chris doesn't want to eat any of them. Toriko immediately noticed that Chris was lacking in some nutrients. Sunny and Coco also notice it lacks sweetness. So, they need to find a super sweet ingredient, to cure Chris's loss of appetite, but, all three choose different ingredients. Thus, they start arguing. At this point, Coco tells everyone, after Nessie recovered, it might be able to find a legendary fruit, which excites Toriko, so all three decide to compete against each other. Watch who will find the ingredient for Chris first. So, all three start off, while Sunny is searching for the milk whale, because inside the milk whale, there is a lot of milk containing a large amount of sweetness. But, his real purpose is to use the milk for skincare. Meanwhile, Coco will search for the honey dragon. It's an ingredient commonly used as food for Nessie. On Toriko and Komatsu's side, they are entering a forest. Suddenly, Komatsu sees a very beautiful butterfly. Unexpectedly, he is mesmerized by its scent. Luckily, Toriko helps Komatsu snap out of it. Turns out it's the butterspice level 5. Its scent will attract other animals to dangerous species. Suddenly, Toriko spotted a tree root. So, Toriko immediately analyzes it, and he realizes it's the friction sweet potato. Thus, he cuts one and gives it to Komatsu. As soon as he tasted it, he found it very sweet. On Sunny's side, he uses his hair to find the milk whale. So, it immediately rises to the surface. Turns out the milk whale is level 21. While he's waiting for the milk to spout out, there's a sea urchin level 27, and a shrimpfly level 22 fighting. Sunny realizes if the milk whale is stressed, it won't be able to spout out milk. Thus, Sunny and Rin try to stop them, but they still refuse to leave. On Coco's side, he found the nest of the honey dragon. Turns out the honey dragon is level 28. So, they all attack Coco together. He uses poison to counterattack them, while Toriko and Komatsu are being chased by the chestnut madillo level 21. On Chris's side, he still refuses to eat any food, making Bono very worried, because they have been close since childhood, while Toriko has escaped the chestnut madillo. Suddenly, another monster appears. Toriko sees it from behind. It's the grand berry tree he's looking for, but, it's being guarded by a large turtle. Turns out it's the shark box turtle level 32. So, it immediately attacks Toriko. Unexpectedly, it can burrow underground. Thus, Terry predicts its location. When Toriko attacks, it manages to dodge. Toriko realizes the shark box turtle moves like it's swimming on the ground. On Sunny's side, he's still trying to stop these two animals. While Coco is still being attacked by the swarm of honey dragons, he notices there's a lead bee commanding the swarm. So, he tells Kiss to lure the swarm into the sea, and immediately takes the opportunity to attack the lead bee, causing the swarm to become chaotic. Thus, Coco uses poison to defeat the lead bee. Thanks to that, he's able to collect honey. On Sunny's side, he has found a way. He uses his hair to stir up the sand underwater, like how a pod of dolphins hunts for prey, causing the sea urchin to rise up and attack Sunny. So, he pushes it and the shrimp fly away, to make the milk whale feel safe to spout milk. Finally, the milk whale spouts milk, making Sunny very happy. While Bono is still worried about Chris, because it still refuses to eat anything. Turns out Bono found Chris abandoned in the forest when they were young, so he brought Chris home to raise. On Toriko's side, he's battling the shark box turtle, but its shell is very tough. He and Terry can't defeat it. Suddenly, Toriko comes up with an idea. He uses nail punch to hit the ground, sending the turtle flying. So, he continues to use flying knife to attack the turtle, causing it to flip over on the ground. Thanks to that, he defeats the turtle. Finally, Toriko is able to pick the grand berry. Now, Sunny has brought the milk back, making everyone excited, thinking Chris will drink it. Unexpectedly, it still refuses to drink Sunny's milk. It's Coco's turn to come back. So, he immediately lets Chris try the honey. making Chris start to enjoy it. But it still refuses to eat, making everyone disappointed. Finally, Toriko also returns. So, he immediately lets Chris try the grand berry, thinking this time it will eat. Unexpectedly, Chris still refuses, making Bono very disappointed, because no one can make Chris want to eat. Suddenly, Chris reacts very strangely. Komatsu realized it was trying to convey something. It turns out it wanted to eat all 3 ingredients together. So, Komatsu suggests everyone give these ingredients to it. Komatsu starts cooking. Thanks to his experience making the century soup before, Komatsu can hear the voices of the ingredients. By evening, Komatsu has finished cooking, creating a giant fruit sorbet. So, Bono's spoon feeds Chris a bite. Finally, Chris agrees to eat, making Bono and everyone very happy. Suddenly, Chris starts glowing and evolving, surprising everyone. Coco realizes Chris has matured, and it wants to return to its homeland. But, Bono doesn't want Chris to leave. Toriko says, no matter what creature it is, there will come a time when it has its own life, making Bono remember always being with Chris since childhood. At this point, he understands, and decides to let Chris leave. Unexpectedly, when Chris leaves, it throws back an apple. So, Sunny catches it. Turns out it's the legendary fruit that Coco mentioned. Thus, Bono decides to share this apple with everyone, making them very happy. When Toriko tries it, he finds this apple very delicious, like he's eating many different ripe fruits. But, in the battle of the 4 heavenly kings, no one wins. The next day, Toriko returns to the restaurant, to enjoy Komatsu's century soup. Not only Toriko, but everyone who eats Komatsu's century soup, is very pleased. At this point, Komatsu brings out a bottle of wine for Toriko. Turns out Toriko asked him to prepare it, making Komatsu curious. Not knowing who Toriko intends to give this bottle of wine to, on the side of the Bishokukai organization. They are still trying to increase their forces, to help their boss obtain God. At this moment, Toriko had arrived at a small house. It turns out he's here to find someone special. So, he takes out Komatsu's bottle of wine. Turns out he is the president of the Igo named Ichiryu. And he is also the foster father of the 4 heavenly kings group. Seeing Toriko's wine, he is very pleased. Ichiryu realizes Toriko has eaten the rainbow fruit, jewel meat, BB corn, and century soup. He realizes Toriko has become much stronger. So, he tells Toriko, go find God, which shocks Toriko, because he didn't expect the reappearance of information about God to be real. At this point, he tells Toriko, the legendary gourmet hunter Acacia, 500 years ago, left information about special ingredients for his 3 disciples, and the first disciple of Acacia is Ichiryu. The second person is Knocking Master, Jiro. The third person is the current boss of the Bishokukai. This surprises Toriko and he asks, how old is Dad this year? But, he's only concerned about eating. When Toriko wants to eat, he can't keep up with his speed. At this point, he says, if God appears, it will surely bring about a new war. If Toriko wants to obtain God, he must participate in this battle. He realizes Toriko has grown, different from when he was young training with Coco, Sunny, and Zebra. At this point, Toriko is confident that he will find God, and will lead the gourmet age. This makes Ichiryu very excited, wanting to test Toriko's strength. While Ichiryu can jump on the water, Toriko has to row the boat to chase after him. At this point, he has chosen an island to compete, which excites Toriko, and he is confident in his strength. So, he immediately uses flying knife to attack. But Ichiryu only needs to blow a breath, to blow away Toriko's flying knife. Thus, Toriko continues to use the flying fork. Unexpectedly, Ichiryu easily blocks it again. Toriko then approaches him, and uses the 13-hit nail punch on Ichiryu's abdomen. Unexpectedly, he still doesn't flinch, surprising Toriko. Ichiryu realizes after that move, Toriko can no longer use his left arm. So, he decides to use his new skill, and puts all his strength into the leg fork technique to attack Ichiryu. But, Ichiryu punches the ground, redirecting Toriko's leg fork towards the ground. He then continues to use leg knife. Unexpectedly, Ichiryu still blocks it. Toriko continues to release his gourmet cells, putting all his strength into the 13-hit nail punch with his right hand. But, Ichiryu only uses one finger to block it, creating a huge shockwave, surprising Toriko. And Ichiryu is very pleased that Toriko has become stronger. So, he says he will teach him the skill of running on water. Then, Ichiryu punches Toriko away, causing him to glide on the water. At this point, Toriko has demonstrated all his strength. So, he asks, can I enter the gourmet world now? You still can't enter the gourmet world, because there are many powerful monsters and harsh weather conditions there. And he tells Toriko, if you want to enter the gourmet world, you must adapt your cells to various environments. So, he devised a training plan for Toriko, telling him to go up to the sky and fetch the ozone herb, which excites Toriko, and he immediately wants to try eating it. The next evening, Toriko took Komatsu to the tallest building in the world, making Toriko very excited, because it's his first time eating here. All the dishes are high class. Turns out this banquet was invited by Ichiryu for both of them. Komatsu feels all the food here is delicious, making Toriko and Komatsu unable to stop eating. Finally, they are full. Toriko tells Komatsu, the foster father has assigned him a task, to find the king of vegetables in the sky. It's called Vegetable Sky, which surprises Komatsu, because there are all kinds of vegetables in the world. Toriko also tells Komatsu, the king of vegetables is called the ozone herb. It is the pinnacle of all vegetables, which makes Komatsu very excited, and he agrees to go with Toriko. So, the next morning, Igo prepared a private aircraft, to take Komatsu and Toriko to Vegetable Sky. At this point, Toriko remembered what Ichiryu had said, for a gourmet hunter, the presence of a skilled chef is crucial. So, you should travel with that chef. Toriko realizes, he needs to be stronger to protect Komatsu. Finally, they arrived at the place, making Komatsu surprised, because he sees a giant beanstalk in the sky. Toriko said this beanstalk is 32,000 feet tall. At this point, the aircraft landed on the beanstalk. So, Toriko and Komatsu had to climb to its top by themselves, making Komatsu worried, because it's really too high. At this point, Komatsu starts to feel exhausted. Suddenly, a flock of level 2 ugly-faced birds appeared, making Komatsu frightened. Toriko says that although these birds look scary, they are very friendly. So, Toriko and Komatsu decided to rest on a leaf. The current temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. The higher they go, the lower the temperature will be. Komatsu realizes this journey is very difficult. In the evening, Toriko and Komatsu continue to climb. Suddenly, Komatsu falls. Fortunately, Toriko catches him in time. At this point, a level 11 large four-winged bird appears. Toriko realizes they already have food for dinner. So, that night they grilled the bird and ate it. The next morning, Toriko and Komatsu continue to climb. Currently, the temperature is 10 degrees Celsius and the altitude is 10,000 feet. So, the wind has started blowing. Toriko and Komatsu continue to climb, and encounter many different wild beasts. By evening, they stop to rest. Suddenly, Komatsu gets a headache. Toriko realizes it's due to altitude sickness. Fortunately, it's not too serious. Toriko remembers Ichiryu saying, they must quickly adapt to various climates, so they can enter the gourmet world. The next morning, Toriko tightly ties Komatsu to himself, because he realizes the higher they go, the more dangerous it becomes. Suddenly, a level 40 air gorilla appears. Unexpectedly, it's being attacked by a camouflaged snake. Toriko recognizes it as a level 46 wicked beanstalk. So, it starts attacking them. Toriko immediately fights back against these monsters. Unexpectedly, they are numerous, and they throw Toriko off the giant beanstalk, causing him to fall down. Fortunately, Toriko had prepared a parachute, which helps him glide. Suddenly, a flock of level 13 drill birds appears. They attack Toriko, tearing his parachute. So, Toriko uses flying knife to defeat them. Fortunately, both of them catch a leaf. Thus, they are safe. Unexpectedly, under the sea, a gust of wind blows, causing the atmosphere to change, forming a storm. Toriko realizes this is a cumulonimbus cloud, seeing the giant thunderclouds above, making Komatsu fearful. So, Toriko begins to prepare. He takes out an oxygen leaf, and puts it into a mask, to create an oxygen mask for Komatsu, because the air up there will be very thin. Then, Toriko starts climbing up. Suddenly, a block of cold air blows in. Toriko realizes this wind has a temperature of -50 degrees Celsius. So, Toriko immediately uses the shivering technique, to prevent himself and Komatsu from getting frozen. But, this technique consumes too much energy. Toriko continues to climb forward. Suddenly, the cold air disappears. But, a hailstorm appears instead. So, Toriko rushes Komatsu to run fast, to escape from these hailstones. Then, comes a thunderstorm, making Komatsu scared, because if this continues, they will die. But, Toriko reassures Komatsu. Komatsu realizes he's lacking oxygen. So, he hands his oxygen mask to Toriko. But, Toriko immediately puts it back on him, and tells Komatsu to trust him. Thus, Toriko continues to move forward. Now, both of them are running into the thunderclouds. Unexpectedly, the wind inside is very strong, blowing Toriko and Komatsu away, making Toriko gradually lose sensation. But, Toriko realizes, Komatsu still trusts him. So, he is determined to get Komatsu to the top. Toriko realizes he needs to keep the oxygen in his body, not letting oxygen escape outside. So, he only breathes out carbon dioxide. Thanks to this, Toriko learns how to control his breathing. Suddenly, they see a giant lightning bird. Toriko recognizes it as the lightning phoenix. So, he takes a feather from it, which helps him pass through the thunderstorm. Finally, both are safe. Toriko realizes they're almost there. Thus, he runs ahead quickly. Finally, they reach the upper layer of clouds. Both realize this place is vegetable sky, making them very happy. Suddenly, Toriko sees Komatsu's face looking like an old man's. Turns out he's too frightened. Now, both start exploring this place. Toriko realizes these clouds are formed from volcanic ash, so it could provide nutrients to the plant. Finally, they see the garden of fruits and vegetables, making them very surprised. Because there are many types of vegetables here, Toriko smells the fresh scent of all the vegetables here, making him unable to resist. Then, he cuts a carrot to try. Unexpectedly, its taste is very sweet and juicy, while Komatsu is with cucumber, helping his face to recover and shine. So, both continue to try other fruits and vegetables. Unexpectedly, the broccoli here is very large. Thus, Toriko and Komatsu immediately try it. Even inside it has a very delicious sauce, making both unable to stop eating. Next is a pond of French-style fried potatoes. Then, comes a giant garlic and tomato tree. Now, both are very full. Suddenly, they have stomachaches. Toriko realizes that digesting many vegetables will be very fast. So, both of them immediately ran to the natural restroom. Finally, they feel comfortable. Suddenly, Komatsu sees a giant tree. He recognizes it as the ozone herb. So, he immediately informs Toriko. But, Toriko sees a footprint of GT Robo, making him worried. When he hears Komatsu has found the ozone herb, Toriko is happy. Unexpectedly, ozone herb had been closed off. So, Toriko jumps down to try to open it, because he realizes behind this layer of leaves is the ozone herb. But, it is very hard. Suddenly, Komatsu hears the ingredient seems to have been discarded. The ozone herb releases steam and shrinks back into a seed, causing Toriko to not understand why. But, Komatsu recognized, this ozone herb is an ingredient that needs special preparation, because it's like a puffer whale, will have a defense mechanism against human impact. Toriko then realizes, Komatsu has been able to hear the voice of the ingredient. So, both immediately go in search of another ozone herb plant. But, they don't know they're being watched from behind. At this point, both discovered a whole garden of ozone herb here. Thus, Toriko and Komatsu immediately try to find a way to open its shell. But, they keep failing, causing many ozone herbs to turn into seeds. When both didn't know what to do, then, Komatsu realized, he and Toriko had to pull down these two leaves at the same time. Unexpectedly, they succeeded, making both very happy, because the ozone herb didn't turn into seeds. At this point, Toriko used his super sensitive nose to find suitable leaves, but they continued to fail. Finally, both successfully split an ozone herb plant. Toriko realizes the level of the ozone herb is not less than 60, and Toriko thanked Komatsu, because thanks to Komatsu, he was able to successfully obtain the ozone herb. Now, they have split the last two leaves, and see the ozone herb inside, making both very happy, because they smell the sweet scent of the ozone herb. So, Toriko immediately tries it. Unexpectedly, the ozone herb evaporates and disappears again. They realize they both need to eat at the same time. Thus, they continue to open another ozone herb plant. This time they eat the ozone herb at the same time. So, they succeeded, making both very happy, because the taste of the ozone herb is delicious. Toriko feels like he has many different fruits and vegetables in his mouth. Suddenly, Toriko's muscles become larger. He realizes his gourmet cells have evolved, and he understands what Ichiryu said. So, Toriko asks Komatsu, "Do you want to collaborate with me? The two of us will create a top-class full-course menu," which makes Komatsu very happy, and recalling their journeys together. Thus, Komatsu agrees to become Toriko's teammate. Suddenly, a monster appears, surprising Toriko and Komatsu. He thought it was a GT Robo. But, Toriko immediately realizes, this is completely a living creature. At this point, Toriko doesn't feel its killing intent. So, he tells Komatsu not to move. It then passes by both, and approaches the ozone herb plant. The creature then bites into the ozone herb with one bite, but, finding it unsuitable to its taste, so, the creature leaves. Toriko realized it wasn't Bishikukai's GT Robo. And this creature is not from the human world. At this point, Toriko notices, the ozone herb has 2 bite marks from the creature, surprising him, because of its incredible speed, like 2 people eating at once, and it has been observing them, to learn how to eat the ozone herb. Toriko realizes this is an extremely intelligent and powerful creature. Meanwhile, Ichiryu has received news that Toriko and Komatsu have returned. So, they bring him an ozone herb as a gift. At this point, he tells them both, the level of the ozone herb is 68. While Komatsu was feeling very nervous, because today he gets to meet the president of Igo. When Toriko thought he could enter the gourmet world, Ichiryu says it's still not enough, and he gives Toriko a list of training locations, surprising Toriko, because it's too many. He says, Sunny and Coco have started their training courses. Sunny is preparing to depart, while Coco is accompanying Kiss. Ichiryu also mentions that Zebra will participate in training, which surprises Toriko, because Zebra is currently in gourmet prison. So, Toriko decides to continue the training process, making Komatsu very excited as well. At that moment, Ichiryu sees Toriko and Komatsu, reminding him of Acacia and Froze from the past. Suddenly, Toriko asks him about the creatures on Vegetable Sky, surprising Ichiryu, who tells Toriko to train diligently. Ichiryu realizes that the creatures have begun to enter the human world. Surprisingly, Ichiryu can also eat ozone herb alone. Meanwhile, Setsuno is preparing ozone herb for Jiro, which Komatsu brought as a gift for them. Surprisingly, both Setsuno and Jiro can eat the ozone herb by themselves, but they notice changes in the gourmet world. The next day, Toriko finds a giant rock, wanting to test his new strength after evolution. So, Toriko uses a 15-hit nail punch on the rock, unexpectedly causing it to fly up and shatter, surprising Komatsu and Terry. Then, Komatsu grills meat for Toriko to eat, making him very happy. Toriko still wants to enter the gourmet world, but he realizes Komatsu and Terry are not ready yet. So, he decides to test himself alone in the gourmet world. That night, Toriko dines with Sunny, and tells him that he will enter the gourmet world. Sunny then reveals to Toriko that he had tried to enter the gourmet world before, but almost died. Luckily, Yosaku saved him. Sunny sees Toriko's excitement, similar to his own before entering the gourmet world. So, he shows Toriko the way into the gourmet world. However, he is still very worried about Toriko. The next day, Toriko arrives at a mountain peak, and ahead lies the gourmet world. Suddenly, a guardian appears. He tells Toriko that the gourmet world occupies 70% of the Earth's surface, and it's a place humans haven't fully explored. So when entering, Toriko won't be able to contact the human world. And there are many different paths into the gourmet world. Only this waterfall basin of life is the safest route. Despite warning Toriko about many gourmet hunters dying here, Toriko is undeterred. He immediately jumps down below. At this moment, Toriko felt very excited. Suddenly, he was blown by a gust of wind into the cliff. It turns out to be an indeterminate level breath dragon attacking him. So, Toriko immediately counterattacks. But the distance is too far. Toriko continued to be struck against the cliff by it, causing him to fall down below. When he regains consciousness, he finds himself in a forest. Toriko realizes his body can't move. Suddenly, a monster appears. It turns out to be an indeterminate level Asura tiger. Toriko feels his body is very heavy, making him unable to move. When the tiger attacked, Toriko tried to dodge the blows. The tiger continued its assault. So, Toriko used leg knife to block. But, he was still knocked back towards a gorilla. It turned out to be an indeterminate level King Lendler. Thus, it attacked Toriko. So, Toriko immediately used the 15-hit nail punch to fend off its attacks. Although he managed to knock down the gorilla, Toriko was exhausted. Fortunately, the two beasts fought each other, sending Toriko flying into a bed of cactus. It turned out to be a desert. Although Toriko's body no longer felt heavy, he felt the intense heat of the desert. Toriko realized that staying here too long would dehydrate his body. As Toriko tried to get some water from the cactus, he was unexpectedly attacked by the cactus, sending him back into the forest. Toriko's body began to feel heavy again. Suddenly, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, threatening to tear his body apart. Fortunately, Toriko found a way out, but he encountered a strange bird-like creature. it immediately attacked Toriko. However, he managed to evade. At this moment, Toriko realized that this place was indeed hellish. As the creature continued its assault on him, suddenly, the flock of bird-like beasts was defeated. A man appeared, surprising Toriko, and Toriko realized he was Jiro. At this point, the flock of beasts resumed their attack on them, so, Jiro immediately used his knocking gun, and continuously subdued the flock of beasts. When the gun ran out of ammo, he reloaded, swiftly taking down the beasts at a rapid pace, surprising Toriko. As he had defeated them all, suddenly, the tiger and the gorilla approached. So, Jiro used knocking into himself, releasing his gourmet cells, transforming into a giant and saying, "Get lost now." This immediately scared them off, making them flee. Even Toriko felt intimidated. At this point, they conversed with each other. Toriko couldn't believe he was saved by a legendary Bishakuya. But, he wondered why Jiro was so young. Jiro avoided Toriko, because he hurriedly entered the gourmet world. Jiro just slightly threatened him, enough to make Toriko scared and step back. He said, "Here, if you let your guard down even for a moment, you'll die instantly. And this forest is a forest located underground. So, the gravity here is very strong. Besides this place, there's a desert, where an immense amount of heat is radiated, and the waterfall crushed Toriko, because of a giant tree killing its prey, surprising Toriko. Now, he understood how dangerous the gourmet world was. Jiro said, "You need to have more strength, and trust in your teammates." So, Toriko remembered Komatsu. It turns out Komatsu was the one who called Jiro to help Toriko. Because Sunny had informed Komatsu earlier, that Toriko had ventured alone into the gourmet world. At this point, Toriko realized Komatsu was very worried about him. So, he decided to return. The next day, Komatsu was still very anxious. Suddenly, Toriko returned, making Komatsu very happy. So, Komatsu prepared a delicious meal for Toriko, while he was still crying, because Toriko had returned safely. At this point, Komatsu cooked him some very tasty meat, which made him very happy. Thus, Komatsu gave Toriko a bowl of strawberries. Each grain of rice was a small strawberry. So, Toriko immediately ate it. He felt the taste of strawberries filling his mouth. Komatsu cooked many delicious dishes for Toriko. And finally, the century soup, which made him very happy. At this point, Komatsu asked Toriko, "Are the ingredients in the gourmet world delicious? I don't eat anything there, because I want to eat with you." This made Komatsu very happy, and he wanted to cook even more delicious dishes for Toriko. Suddenly, Komatsu's kitchen knife broke, which shocked him. Toriko realized that the ingredient he was cutting was a very hard-shelled nut. It turns out this knife was Komatsu's first knife, since he started as a chef, and it has processed many ingredients with Komatsu. Toriko realized that because Komatsu is very kind, that's why he could hear the voice of the ingredients. Suddenly, Toriko remembered in the training list, there was an ingredient called milk stardust, which could help Komatsu restore his knife. Komatsu realized that milk was a famous master knife maker. This made Komatsu very joyful. So, the next morning they began their journey to Mount Milk, which made Komatsu very excited, because he was about to meet the world's #1 knife maker. According to Toriko, he was also very powerful, specializing in using high-level beasts to test knives. But no one has ever seen Milk's true face, because he doesn't interact closely with people. At this point, both of them arrived at the foot of the mountain, which shocked Komatsu, because they had to climb a very tall mountain, about 13,000 feet high. Toriko said that this staircase was built by Milk himself, and it had up to 20,000 steps. While Toriko kept running up, Komatsu was very exhausted. By evening, they hadn't even covered half the distance. But, Komatsu was still determined to meet Milk. By nightfall, they had dinner together and rested. The next morning, Komatsu was pursued by a pack of level 15 fernips. When he was in danger, luckily, Toriko rescued Komatsu in time. Suddenly, they were attacked by a pack of level 18 rock wolves. So, Toriko jumped over them. At this point, he noticed they weren't being chased anymore. Toriko realized they were getting close to Milk's location. Thus, the beasts were afraid of him. Then, Komatsu saw Milk's house. Suddenly, Toriko felt a terrifying aura. At this moment, a level 22 scale Kong appeared. When it was about to attack Komatsu and Toriko, it was immediately attacked by a sharp iron knife, causing scales on its body to fall off. So, it ran away. At this moment, someone appeared. Toriko recognized this person had helped them. Toriko thought he was Milk's disciple. Unexpectedly, he said, "I am Milk," which surprised Toriko and Komatsu. because Milk was very young. But it had been a long time since anyone had seen his true self. So, Milk welcomed them, let both of them see his workspace, which made Komatsu very excited, because there were many kitchen knives here. When Komatsu tried to touch a knife, Milk stopped him. But the knife fell down. Luckily, Toriko rescued Komatsu in time. Unexpectedly, the knife was deeply embedded in the ground. Toriko noticed there were many knife marks on the ground, and the knives here were all very sharp. Milk told Toriko. The knife he was holding was made from level 55 shark teeth, which puzzled Toriko how Milk found such ingredients. Milk said he found them all by himself, but Toriko didn't believe it, because he realized Milk wasn't that strong. So, he used a knife technique, cutting a line on the ground. Surprisingly, this made Milk angry. Thus, he decided to fight Toriko outside. At this point, Milk took out his newest knife, to test its sharpness against Toriko. But Toriko realized, Milk was hiding something he couldn't say. So, Milk attacked Toriko. Toriko used his knife technique to counterattack, which caused Milk's knife to chip. But, Milk just needed to sharpen it once and it was as sharp as new. So, Toriko caught Milk and subdued him. At this point, Milk realized he was Toriko, one of the 4 heavenly kings. It turns out Toriko had realized from the beginning that he wasn't the real Milk, because Milk's body was very large. So, all the objects and doors in the house are much larger than normal. And Chairman Igo had once told Toriko that Milk was an old man. Thus, he told Toriko Milk was his master, and he was Milk II, which surprised Komatsu. He even admired Milk. Now, Milk II asked, "Who are you?" When he knew he was Komatsu, who had prepared the century soup, which surprised him, and Komatsu was delighted, because even Milk on the mountain knew him. At this point, Toriko asked where Milk I was. So, Milk told them, he was looking for ingredients to sharpen stones. At this point, Komatsu asked Milk to forge his knife again. When Milk saw Komatsu's knife, he was very surprised, while Toriko asked Milk where the Milk Stardust ingredient was. So, Milk told them, it's a type of sharpening stone. When you sharpen a hard material, golden powder falls out, and it's used as a seasoning for food, which delighted Toriko. It turns out this ingredient was discovered by Milk I. Now, knowing that Milk needed a Milk Stardust sharpening stone, Toriko promised to find it for him. In exchange, he had to make a knife for Komatsu. But, Milk said the place was very dangerous, only his master could enter. However, it had been 6 years and he hadn't returned. So, Toriko promised Milk to go there and bring back Milk I. But first, he had to eat. Thus, Toriko went outside to find food. Suddenly, he saw a flock of level 39 sky scum birds. So, Toriko defeated them with just one blow, which surprised Milk. Then, Komatsu started cooking. Finally, he prepared dinner. Milk tried it, and found it very delicious. At this point, Milk told them both. The Milk Stardust was in a place called the Heavy Hole. It has a depth of 32,000 feet, and the gravity down there is very strong. So the next morning, Toriko went to the Heavy Hole, while Milk and Komatsu were waiting at home. Suddenly, a level 30 vampire Kong appeared, making Komatsu scared. Turns out its name was Pachiko, Milk's pet, and it was delivering a package for Milk. After handing the bag to Milk, Pachiko immediately climbed back to its nest to stand guard. On Toriko's side, he had descended into the Heavy Hole. Turns out, he had previously asked Komatsu to come along, because he knew the place was too dangerous. Komatsu had refused. So, Toriko told Komatsu to give him his knife, to make it seem like Komatsu was with him, and instructed Komatsu to stay here for an important task. Turns out Toriko realized Komatsu was very eager to learn about Milk's work. So, Toriko continued down. On Komatsu's side, he was intrigued. Seeing so many knives here, turns out these knives were all sharpened by famous chefs around the world thanks to Milk, which delighted Komatsu. At this point, Milk said when he saw Komatsu's knife, he realized Komatsu had a lot of affection for his knife. Now, Milk started sharpening the knife, while Komatsu saw that this knife was still excellent. But, Milk said this knife was chipped. Turns out, its crack was very small. So, Komatsu couldn't see it. When Milk started sharpening the knife began to shine and sparkle. Komatsu realized Milk's method of working, similar to when he focused on cooking, and Milk had focused all his spirit into his work. Komatsu realized Milk was truly amazing. On Toriko's side, he noticed his body was getting heavier. Suddenly, a group of beasts appeared. He recognized it as a level 44 mammoth. So, it attacked Toriko. Toriko realized the gravity here was making him move slower. But the beasts here moved very fast. Toriko realized if he relied only on sight, he couldn't keep up with their speed. So, Toriko began to predict its movement, and he managed to avoid the attacks of the beast pack, thanks to his previous experience in the gourmet world. Toriko realized defense was also very important, so, he decided to use a new technique. Toriko used his fork to create a shield to protect himself from the attacks of the beast pack, and Toriko succeeded. Thus, he continued to descend below. The next day, Milk cooked soup for Komatsu. Unexpectedly, Milk's cooking was also very delicious. Komatsu realized it. Milk added wine to the soup. At this point, Komatsu continued to watch Milk work. Even though Komatsu saw Milk's work was excellent, but Milk was very self-conscious, always saying he wasn't as good as his master. By evening, Komatsu had bathed in hot springs. He realized Milk was already the best knife sharpener in the world. On Toriko's side, he felt his body had become much stronger, but these monsters continued to attack him. So, Toriko defeated them. At this point, when Komatsu had just finished bathing, he went to find Milk, making Milk feel embarrassed, because he was only wearing underwear. It turns out he just wanted to advise Milk to rest. By evening, when Komatsu went to bed, he still heard the sound of Milk sharpening knives. It turns out before Toriko left, he had instructed Komatsu to stay with Milk. On Milk's side, he still felt embarrassed. After seeing Komatsu's body, on Toriko's side, he had descended very deeply, but he still hadn't seen the bottom. At this point, his body was very heavy, making Toriko dizzy and unable to stand. Suddenly, Komatsu's knife fell out. So, Toriko remembered Komatsu, helped him regain his spirits, and continued to jump down below. At this point, Toriko had descended very deep. He realized his body weighed nearly a ton, causing immense pressure on his body. Suddenly, Toriko realized, instead of resisting gravity, he would relax and roll like a ball. This significantly reduced the pressure on Toriko. Suddenly, he accidentally dropped Komatsu's knife. So, Toriko tried to catch it. At this moment, he saw a group of level 46 ruby crabs, and the meat of this crab species was very delicious. He realized it was thanks to Komatsu's knife that he had arrived here. Thus, Toriko decided to eat them. On Komatsu's side, Milk still hadn't gone to sleep. Komatsu saw Milk was bathing, so, he decided to cook some soup for Milk. While Milk was moved by Komatsu's words, making Milk very happy. Suddenly, Komatsu brought the soup to Milk. He immediately noticed. Turns out Milk was a girl. Despite feeling embarrassed, Milk tried to remain calm. While Komatsu felt helpless, on Toriko's side, he had eaten a lot of ruby crab meat to regain strength. Suddenly, he realized, another monster was approaching. But, Toriko was excited, because he knew this was the bottom of the heavy hole. Turns out it was a level 53 scorpion demon cattle, the most powerful creature in this place. When Toriko was about to unleash his gourmet cells to fight it, surprisingly, the monster showed fear. Toriko realized it wasn't him the creature was afraid of. A man appeared behind him, and he immediately chased the monster away. Toriko recognized him as Milk the First, but his voice was too faint for Toriko to hear. At that moment, the monster returned and gave him a stone. Thanks to the stone, he could speak normally again. The next morning, Komatsu prepared breakfast for Milk. So, Milk told Komatsu that she had been abandoned in the forest when she was young. Thus, Milk the First took her in for nurturing. Although she was Milk's disciple, Milk didn't allow her into his workplace. So, she sneaked in herself, accidentally dropping 2 knives on the ground, leaving 2 scars on her face. But, she still loved knives. So, Milk decided to let her watch him work. Komatsu thought Milk the First was amazing. But, Milk never spoke to her. Thus, Milk the Second always tried to earn recognition from their master. Yet, Komatsu thought Milk was already amazing. On Toriko's side, he followed Milk the First, who led him to his workplace, much to Toriko's surprise, as it turned out to be his knife warehouse. He explained that this stone is an amplifier stone, from a bird species called rock condor, which can amplify sounds, and this scorpion demon cattle is just a small one. But, fighting it would still be very difficult for Toriko. It turns out Milk is friends with Ichiryu, who has spoken a lot about Toriko to Milk. Although Milk is friendly, people avoid him because of his terrifying appearance. He only recently found the amplifier stone. Toriko realized that because Milk speaks so softly, no one understands what he's saying. When Milk learned Toriko had met his daughter, it surprised him. Meanwhile, Komatsu continued to cheer for Milk, saying she's amazing, and has her own talents, not needing to be compared to Milk the First. This touched Milk, but, she's still worried about him. as he had been gone for so long without returning, while orders kept coming in. So, Milk had to take over his work, while Pachiko outside waited faithfully for Milk. At this moment, Komatsu wanted Milk to feel better. Thus, he immediately gathered some ingredients to prepare a meal for Milk. Komatsu finished cooking a table full of food for Milk. Meanwhile, Milk the First told Toriko that his daughter is a genius. Her knife skills are just as good as his. It turns out Milk came here to work for Ichiryu to create a knife with Acacia's ingredient. This surprised Toriko, so he handed over all tasks to Milk to let her become Milk the Second. But Toriko said she didn't know Milk had acknowledged her, which shocked Milk. Knowing she was still handling his work well, Milk felt relieved. Meanwhile, Milk the Second was still enjoying Komatsu's food, making her very happy, because Komatsu's dishes were delicious. Komatsu said all these dishes were made using knives she crafted, which deeply moved Milk, because Komatsu had acknowledged her. At this point, Milk led Toriko to the Milk Stardust, making him very happy. So, Toriko used the 15-hit nail punch to collect it. The next day, Milk was teaching Komatsu how to sharpen knives. Suddenly, Toriko returned. This made Komatsu very happy. At this moment, Toriko recounted everything to Milk, learning that his foster father was still alive. So, she felt relieved. Toriko showed both of them the Milk Stardust, which surprised them greatly. Thus, Milk decided to make a really good knife for Komatsu, and she took out a secret ingredient of hers. It turns out to be a tooth from a Dragon King. This is a legendary ingredient that Milk the First had found. When Komatsu learned that Milk wanted to use this ingredient to make a knife for him, it surprised him. Milk said she wanted to create a really good knife for Komatsu, and she would also use his broken knife, because she knew Komatsu valued this knife greatly, which moved Komatsu deeply. It turns out Milk the First had also praised Komatsu's knife for recognizing his love for his knife. When Toriko handed him his training list, Milk said it was the perfect time to get the mellow cola, but it was located in the gourmet pyramid, which surprised Milk the Second, because that place was extremely dangerous, known as the graveyard of Bishakuya. Toriko realized it was time to bring in Zebra's strength. In the following days, Milk began crafting a knife for Komatsu, but the Dragon King's tooth was very hard. Using regular grinding stones wouldn't work, so Milk used Milk Stardust instead. Meanwhile, Toriko was intrigued, because Milk Stardust dust, making him very hungry. Now, the Dragon King's tooth began to glow. Milk said Komatsu's knife would soon be complete. In the following days, she continued to work on Komatsu's knife. Next, she heated the knife in the fire, and began to forge it. Meanwhile, Toriko and Komatsu were bathing in hot water. Komatsu asked Toriko, "Did you already know Milk was a girl?" It turns out that during the battle, Toriko had realized, and understood that Milk lacked confidence in herself. So, he asked Komatsu to stay with Milk, to help her regain confidence. Now, Toriko noticed that Komatsu had a crush on Milk, making him embarrassed. Suddenly, they were attacked again. A sharp blade split their bathtub in half. Toriko realized Komatsu's knife was completed, while Milk was very surprised, because this knife was too sharp. Suddenly, both of them ran in naked, making Milk embarrassed. Now, Komatsu saw his name on the knife, which made him very happy. So, they decided to have a celebration feast. While Komatsu was looking for ingredients, he saw a very large hazelnut. Thus, he tried to use the new knife to cut it, because last time his knife broke when cutting hazelnuts. Unexpectedly, Komatsu only needed to make a light cut, and the hazelnut split into two, which made Komatsu very excited. So, he started using this knife to cook for both of them. Thanks to its sharpness, Komatsu could finally cut the ingredients. Finally, Komatsu finished making a pizza. Thus, Toriko and Milk tried it, which Toriko really enjoyed, because it tasted delicious. Now, Komatsu added Milk Stardust to the pizza, making it glow. At the gourmet prison, Chairman Ichiryu and Yosaku have arrived. Surprising the warden, it turned out they came to find Zebra. So, the warden went to inform the chief guard. Meanwhile, Zebra realized he was about to be released. At this moment, Toriko returned, and went to eat with Coco and Sunny. Toriko said he would go get the mellow cola this time. Coco realized that this training mission for Toriko would be very difficult. Now, Komatsu arrived late, because he was excited to explore this restaurant. It turned out to be a very large horse-drawn carriage, pulled by 2 Giga Horse level 64 beasts. So, the carriage started moving, exciting everyone, because they could travel on this horse-drawn carriage. This carriage was equipped with all luxurious amenities. At this moment, Toriko said they would go to another place tomorrow, before reaching the gourmet pyramid, surprising Komatsu. By evening, the whole group was dining together, and Tina came to film them, as it was rare to see the four heavenly kings gathering. Unexpectedly, Zanj was also here, so they all had a feast together. Toriko and Komatsu enjoyed many delicious dishes here, making them very happy. In the evening, they enjoyed a very luxurious wine party. Now, Komatsu thanked Sunny for providing him with the contact information for knocking Master Jiro last time. So, Sunny asked Komatsu to dance with him, while Toriko danced with Coco, and Tina danced with Zanj. Unexpectedly, they were chased by security guards, because they had sneaked onto the carriage. Now, Komatsu showed his milk knife to Sunny and Coco. Unexpectedly, Sunny's hair strands touched it and got cut. Sunny then asked Toriko and Komatsu if milk stardust tasted good. But, Toriko said it was there in milk's secret, making Sunny angry, while Coco wondered why Toriko didn't go directly to the gourmet pyramid. Instead of taking this horse-drawn carriage, suddenly, the carriage announced they had arrived at the gourmet prison. Toriko realized they had reached their destination. So, Toriko and Komatsu immediately prepared to depart. It turned out Toriko's purpose in coming here was to pick up Zebra. But, because this place was too dangerous, the horse-drawn carriage couldn't stop for too long. Toriko informed Komatsu that Zebra was very strong, so they needed his strength to enter the gourmet pyramid. Toriko then asked Sunny and Coco to help him meet Zebra, but they immediately refused, making Toriko very angry. Komatsu realized that even Sunny and Coco didn't want to meet Zebra. As Toriko and Komatsu were entering the prison, Toriko heard Zebra's voice behind him, surprising Toriko, because he realized Zebra was much stronger than he thought. While Zebra was still in prison waiting for them, at this point, Komatsu felt puzzled, because Toriko kept talking to himself, making Komatsu worried, thinking he might be going crazy. As they approached the prison, Assistant Warden Oben welcomed them, and he took Toriko and Komatsu into the prison. He explained that this was a place for imprisoning criminals, who violated the laws set by Igo, and they were all dangerous criminals. There are 3 prisons in the world. The first prison is floating in the sky at an altitude of 32,000 feet. The second prison is located at the bottom of the ocean at a depth of 7,000 feet. And the third prison is here, capable of holding about 100 million prisoners. And this is the largest prison in the world. Around the prison are dangerous beasts guarding it. At this point, Komatsu realized that the people working here were all very frightening. Now, Oben led them to see penalty gate number 5. It turned out that this place was for food thieves. There is a criminal who has lost his sense of taste. This made him unable to taste the sweetness of food. Another criminal had his sense of enjoyment taken away, so he didn't enjoy anything anymore. It turns out this place takes away what the prisoners love. The next floor is for poisonous ingredients. Then the next is where the prisoners can only drink water but not eat. Next is the floor where prisoners are deprived of water. This prison is like a beehive. Each floor has different punishments, making Komatsu surprised, because this place is too terrifying. At this point, Toriko and Komatsu were taken to the warden's office. Surprisingly, she was just a little girl. She introduced herself as Love, the warden of this prison. Surprisingly, Toriko found Love very beautiful. Suddenly, Love transformed into a beautiful woman, making Toriko and Komatsu infatuated. It turns out that's her mesmerizing ability. Luckily, Love dispelled this ability. Toriko realized this is the effect of pheromones, a substance used to attract others, making every creature unable to resist her charm. But only Zebra is immune to her allure. So, Love has a strong affection for Zebra, surprising Toriko and Komatsu. At this point, she led both of them to Zebra's middle confinement, while Komatsu didn't understand why Zebra was imprisoned in this terrifying place. It turns out it's because he ate too much, which made Komatsu even more puzzled, because eating a lot shouldn't result in a death sentence. Since entering the prison, Zebra has been constantly tortured, but he's still alive until now. Toriko and Komatsu then saw Zebra, and Komatsu wondered, is this the last of the 4 heavenly kings? Oben said Zebra is about to be tortured, his limbs tied to 4 giant beasts, so they began to pull Zebra, but he reversed the pull, and immediately shouted, causing the prison to tremble, and the 4 beasts all fainted, making everyone cover their ears. At this moment, Zebra broke free from the chains and said, "Long time no see, Toriko." The next day, when the world heard that Zebra had been released, it caused chaos everywhere. Fearing he would cause serious economic damage, while Komatsu was preparing a delicious meal to celebrate Zebra's freedom. But when Zebra appeared, it immediately frightened Komatsu. He even threatened to eat Komatsu. So, Toriko intervened to stop Zebra, which angered both of them, and they prepared to fight. Then, Love used her charm to restrain them, causing Toriko to lose control. But this trick was completely ineffective against Zebra. At this point, both of them calmed down and started eating. Toriko informed Zebra that their current journey is to find mellow cola, making Zebra's mouth water. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they finished all the food, surprising Komatsu. Suddenly, Oben announced to them that the forest demon had appeared. Love explained that it's currently monster season, called the Death Season Forest. The season is divided into 4 types: magma, mist, freeze, and beast. The magma season is the eruption of magma from below. The mist season is toxic fog and thorn-covered grass covering the area. The freeze season consists of blizzards, and currently, it's the beast season, with the appearance of ferocious level 60 monsters. The strongest monster is the forest demon. Unexpectedly, this made Zebra very excited. At this moment, Komatsu saw many monsters outside. It turns out the forest demon is the magma tortoise level 70. Komatsu worried, not sure if Zebra going out alone is okay. So, Toriko informed him that Zebra's strength lies in using sound to create destructive shockwaves. At this moment, Zebra took a deep breath, and he shouted, creating a huge sound sphere. It turns out Zebra's crime was eating and killing many animals, causing over 26 species to become extinct. So, he is considered the most dangerous creature. Then, Zebra released his sound sphere, sending lightning bolts at the monsters. Now, only the magma tortoise remained. Thus, Zebra used his voice missile technique to attack the tortoise, and created a massive sound explosion that shook the entire prison. Toriko realized all the monsters had been defeated, but he was completely exhausted too. So, Zebra agreed to go get mellow cola with Toriko. The next day, they began their search for mellow cola. At this point, they were riding a cable car into the city, which surprised Komatsu, because the cable car turned out to be a building. Toriko said it would take them a month to reach their destination. Suddenly, Zebra felt hungry again. So, Komatsu went to cook for him. At this point, Zebra kept challenging Toriko, but he was consistently rejected. Thus, he attacked Toriko, and they started fighting, causing damage to the house. Komatsu then understood why Coco and Sunny didn't want to meet Zebra. So, he continued to ask Komatsu to cook for him. At this moment, Komatsu noticed that the food in the fridge was almost gone after only 3 days, while Toriko and Zebra were fighting over a piece of meat. Luckily, they still had some reserve food, making Komatsu worried that they would destroy the house. Fortunately, Toriko realized they had reached the sand garden. Now, Komatsu felt relieved, because they had arrived at their destination. Unexpectedly, the house was immediately destroyed. So, Komatsu realized they were still lucky. They started going into the town to prepare food for the journey. Then, Toriko threw some sand ice. Surprisingly, it was very cool and melted in their mouths, just like they were eating ice cream. At this point, Toriko bought some necessary tools, but there were no camels in the town. So, Toriko had to go outside the town to find camels. Meanwhile, Komatsu was worried about whether Zebra could catch up with them. But, Toriko said Zebra would catch up with them soon. Thus, Toriko found a place to rent camels, and an old lady came to talk to them. Komatsu realized the place was very desolate. So, the old lady told both of them that this place had been destroyed by war before. But, thanks to someone who helped them end the war. Suddenly, Zebra caught up, and blamed Toriko for leaving him behind. Unexpectedly, when the old lady realized he was Zebra, all the people in the village surrounded him, making Komatsu surprised. Toriko said that Zebra inadvertently saved this village, because when they heard he was released, all the nations in the world ended their wars, and they began to cooperate to fight against Zebra. So, the villagers were very grateful to him, because they had a peaceful life thanks to him. Suddenly, Zebra heard something approaching. It turned out to be an 8-tailed scorpion level 23, a biological weapon left over from the war. When it was about to attack a little girl, Zebra immediately used the voice cutter technique, and cut the scorpion into pieces, making all the villagers happy. At this point, Toriko told Komatsu about the 26 species of creatures that Zebra made extinct, which were all dangerous creatures that disrupted the ecological balance. At this moment, Komatsu realized that although Zebra was very hot-tempered, he wasn't a bad person. So, Toriko managed to rent 2 camels. They continued on to the gourmet pyramid. It turns out this giant camel's body contains a lot of water. Thus, they can drink water directly from the camel's body. At this time, the temperature of the sand garden is 60 degrees Celsius, making Komatsu feel very exhausted. So, Toriko told him to drink water. Suddenly, a pack of desert sharks level 8 appeared, and they attacked Toriko's group. So, Zebra used sound waves to drive the sharks away. Toriko explained that this technique is called weak point voice. Zebra creates a sound that the sharks hate the most. By evening, they encountered a sandstorm. After that, the whole group rested, and the next morning, they resumed their journey. At this point, Toriko noticed that they had arrived at the desert labyrinth, making Komatsu surprised, because the sand here is red. As soon as they stepped inside, they felt the intense heat. At this moment, Toriko remembered the heat in the gourmet world. So, he worried about Komatsu. Unexpectedly, he disappeared. Suddenly, many sandpits appeared, and just before they were about to be swallowed, Toriko and Zebra escaped. Zebra realized Komatsu had been led away by the desert's illusions. So, he decided to use sound waves to find Komatsu, while Toriko dealt with the monsters. At this point, Zebra used the echo map technique, creating a map made of sound, to locate Komatsu. Suddenly, he discovered Komatsu falling down below. While Toriko fought and subdued the monsters, Zebra realized Komatsu was being sucked down by the sinking sand. Meanwhile, Komatsu was still falling. Unexpectedly, there were many monsters below, while Toriko was deeply worried about Komatsu. So, Zebra led Toriko to find Komatsu. Thanks to the echo map skill, Zebra could see through the illusions, and guide Toriko in the right direction. Suddenly, a sand flower fish level 9 attacked them. So, Toriko used his fork to defeat it. They then cut the fish to eat, to replenish their energy. Finally, they saw the gourmet pyramid, which surprised Toriko, because the pyramid was very tall. But, Zebra said, this is only the top part of the pyramid. So, he continued to use the echo map, and discovered there was a palace beneath this pyramid. Thus, Zebra tried to call Komatsu. At this point, Komatsu had been taken inside the pyramid, making him surprised, because he didn't know where he was. It turns out earlier Komatsu had been blown down by a sandstorm into a sandpit. Suddenly, Komatsu saw a terrifying monster. When the monster attacked Komatsu, Zebra immediately protected him, immediately threatening the monster to run away. Zebra then informed Komatsu that he had entered the gourmet pyramid. So, his priority now was to try to survive until they found him, which made Komatsu happy. Thus, he decided to gather some information about mellow cola. While Toriko and Zebra had found the entrance to the pyramid, upon entering inside, they saw many passages. Thanks to the echo map, Zebra found the way. But, he was getting exhausted, because he had been trying to maintain this echo map since Komatsu went missing. As they descended, they were blocked by a monster. It turned out to be a Gorgips level 42, and it immediately attacked them. So, Zebra and Toriko released their gourmet cells, and they quickly defeated the monster together. After eating its meat, they continued descending. Meanwhile, Komatsu was searching for mellow cola. But, he discovered that there are many paths here. Suddenly, a frog appeared. So, Komatsu quickly hid. Luckily, it didn't notice him. While Toriko was still following Zebra, he noticed Zebra was getting tired, because of maintaining the echo map for too long. It turns out the zebra's echo map spans up to 43 miles, thus, he needs about 60,000 kilocalories in 5 minutes, and he maintained it for 5 hours. So, Zebra consumed over 3,600,000 kilocalories. Suddenly, another monster appeared. Toriko recognized it as the unicorn Cerberus level 63. Because Zebra was exhausted, Toriko took care of it, and he used 15 hit nail punches to defeat one of its heads. Toriko continued to defeat the second head. Suddenly, he was attacked sneakily. So, Zebra intervened to help Toriko. It turned out he wanted to eat this monster. Thus, Zebra released his gourmet cells, and immediately used all his strength to defeat the monster. But, Zebra also lost his voice. Toriko realized he no longer had the energy to use the echo map. On Komatsu's side, he saw a very peculiar footprint. He immediately recognized it as the footprint of the monster in Vegetable Sky. Suddenly, something appeared behind him, while Zebra and Toriko were eating the unicorn Cerberus, and helping them regain their energy. But, Zebra still couldn't speak. It turns out Toriko's energy was 3 million kilocalories, while Zebra's was 5 million kilocalories. Although he couldn't use the echo map, Zebra still remembered the way. So, Toriko smashed a pile of rocks, and they found the way down below. On Komatsu's side, he encountered a level 38 snail. When it attacked him, unexpectedly, Komatsu was protected. Turns out this technique is called sound armor. At this point, Zebra instructed Komatsu to hold up the knife and process the ingredients. Thus, Komatsu took out Milk's knife, which frightened the snail. So, Komatsu chopped it. Unexpectedly, the blow was too strong, causing Komatsu to fall down below. On Toriko's team's side, they were being attacked by Dangle level 40. So, Toriko immediately subdued them. At this point, Komatsu had fallen to the floor below. Thus, he continued to search for mellow cola. Suddenly, Komatsu encountered monoclops level 45. So, Komatsu ran away. Accidentally, he ran into a room, seeing many coffins inside, which made him worried. Now, Komatsu saw a painting on the wall. Suddenly, a monster appeared inside the coffin. While Komatsu didn't understand what the paintings on the wall depicted, he saw a glowing book. So, Komatsu tried to read it. Suddenly, Komatsu was attacked again. On Toriko's side, they were still eating, but the snail meat was too tough. Unexpectedly, Zebra could easily eat it. At this point, his energy level had recovered by 60%, while Zebra's was only 7%. Now, they saw a tiger fang level 35 again. On the monster's side, it was attacking Komatsu. But no matter how it attacked, it also couldn't break Zebra's sound armor. Komatsu realized that the sound armor was weakening. Suddenly, the monoclops appeared. So, the monster immediately attacked it. When Komatsu was about to run away, he decided to take the book with him. On Toriko and Zebra's side, they were still eating. Toriko had recovered 73% and Zebra 20%. On the way, they continued to encounter many monsters. So, both of them subdued the creatures. Unexpectedly, Toriko found it easier to eat than Zebra this time. So, his energy had recovered to 80%, while Zebra's was at 40%. Both of them encountered another monster again. So, they immediately defeated and ate it. This time Toriko's energy was at 85% and Zebra's at 80%. After a while of searching for food, finally, Zebra regained his voice, and both of their energy levels were close to max. So, Zebra used Echo Map to find Komatsu. While Komatsu was running away, suddenly, he encountered a giant sphinx, which frightened him. Thus, Zebra used sound to threaten the sphinx. But, he was pushed back by it. Zebra continued to use Echo Map, and realized that Komatsu was below them. So, Zebra immediately used the sound bazooka technique to destroy the place, creating a large hole leading down below. This caused the place where Komatsu was standing to collapse. When he was about to be crushed by a rock, Toriko managed to cut it in half to save Komatsu, making Komatsu very happy, because he met Toriko and Zebra again. At this point, the Sphinx is very angry. Zebra realizes that this Sphinx has destroyed his sound armor, so, he decides to eat it. Zebra immediately uses the voice missile technique to shoot at the Sphinx. Then, he continues to use thunder noise, creating a sound sphere above the Sphinx's head, releasing a huge lightning bolt to strike it. Surprisingly, the Sphinx remains unharmed. So, it attacks Zebra. At this point, Toriko smells cola on the Sphinx. It turns out that earlier Milk had told Toriko, mellow cola is inside the body of the salamander Sphinx, and it is the ruler of the gourmet pyramid. It turns out the level of the salamander Sphinx is 92, making Toriko and Zebra excited to defeat it. So, both release their gourmet cells, to prepare for the battle with the salamander Sphinx. While Komatsu was reading an ancient book, and he discovers a cooking formula. Thus, Toriko and Zebra immediately attack the Sphinx. But, it's too strong. Their normal attacks have no effect, making the Sphinx angry. So, both have to cooperate to block its attacks. At this point, both realize how powerful the Sphinx is. Suddenly, Komatsu told them, mellow cola is actually the tears of the Sphinx. It turns out all the ingredients inside this gourmet pyramid are recorded in ancient books, making Zebra suspicious. How did you read it? But, Toriko said, because Komatsu is favored by the ingredients. So, the ingredients have sought out Komatsu, and led him here. Now, Komatsu will guide them in preparing the Sphinx, making both very excited, continuing to prepare for the battle with the Sphinx, while Toriko's energy is at 73%, and Zebra's is at 66%. So, Toriko and Zebra attacked the Sphinx together, while Komatsu read the book, and instructed them, first, they must hit all over the Sphinx's body evenly, to tenderize its meat. So, Zebra will take care of this. He immediately used the massive sound bazooka technique, attacking the entire body of the Sphinx. But after that move, Zebra's energy was halved. Next, they have to attack beneath the Sphinx's belly. So, Toriko quickly ran towards it. Zebra supported by creating a protective shield for Toriko, helping Toriko to reach beneath the Sphinx's belly, and unleash the 10-hit nail punch technique, causing the Sphinx great pain. So, it became angry and pushed them both back, making Komatsu worried. But, seeing Toriko and Zebra still having confidence in him, so, Komatsu continued to focus on cooking. Next, they had to cut the scales off the Sphinx's back. Thus, Toriko instructed Zebra to distract its attention, and he jumped up to cut the scales off the Sphinx's back. Next, they targeted its legs. So, Zebra shot sound waves at its legs. Toriko noticed Zebra was losing a lot of kilocalories. Next, they had to pluck the feathers of the Sphinx. Thus, Toriko and Zebra jumped onto its wings, and pulled out the feathers. Komatsu noticed the Sphinx's eyes had changed, as if it was about to cry. So, Komatsu instructed them to massage its shoulder meat. Zebra and Toriko attacked the Sphinx's shoulders. At this point, they continuously coordinated their attacks on the Sphinx, making the energy of Toriko and Zebra almost reaching their limits. Finally, with Komatsu's guidance, they made the Sphinx collapse. But, the final step was to attack its tail. Unexpectedly, its tail was a snake. So, both unleashed their ultimate techniques to defeat it, causing the Sphinx great pain. And finally, it cried, seeing the mellow cola pouring out, making them very happy. Suddenly, Komatsu was attacked again, surprising Toriko and Zebra. So, this monster immediately knocked both Toriko and Zebra away. Seeing the mellow cola above, it jumped up and drank all the mellow cola, causing the strength of this monster to increase. At this point, both Toriko and Zebra were completely exhausted. But, seeing Komatsu being defeated, Zebra remembered his promise with Komatsu. He would help them get the mellow cola. But, Komatsu had to cook whatever he wanted. However, Komatsu also had a condition, that Zebra wouldn't harm creatures anymore. Recognizing Komatsu's determination, he proposed that after getting the mellow cola, Komatsu would accompany him, because he would be more compatible with him than Toriko. Seeing Komatsu being defeated in front of him, made Zebra very angry, and he used autophagy, to restore 100% of his energy. Toriko also saw the demon inside his body, and he also used autophagy. But, they only had 5 minutes, to defeat this monster. On IGO's side, they were informing Love, about the GT Robo-like creature discovered by Acacia. So, Acacia studied it, and found that this creature is the key to finding God. Inside the gourmet prison, they are also holding one monster. On Toriko's side, he used the 17-hit nail punch, although Toriko was knocked away. But, the arms of this monster were also injured. So, Zebra continuously shot sound waves at it, making the monster collapse. He thought they had defeated it, but, it immediately attacked Zebra. Toriko realized it was his nail punch technique. Turns out it had learned his technique. Toriko knew they didn't have much time left, so, he said, "It's time to use coordinated skills." When the monster continued to attack them, Zebra immediately intervened. Toriko used leg fork and leg knife. But, its skin was too tough. So, Toriko used the 17-hit nail punch. Unexpectedly, he missed. It turns out Toriko was attracting its attention, for Zebra to deliver a strong blow to the monster, thinking they had defeated it. But, it dodged, and appeared behind Zebra. However, Toriko was also ready. Zebra turned back and shot sound at Toriko, propelling him towards the monster, and Toriko used the 17-hit nail punch, combined with Zebra's sound propulsion, creating a powerful blow that knocked away the monster. Unexpectedly, it could still stand up, surprising both of them, because its vitality was too strong. He realized it was about to die. So, Zebra immediately released his gourmet cells and stepped forward, and he used the death sound technique, to give this monster a gentle death. At this point, both didn't understand why this monster appeared here. They realized it was very hungry, like it hadn't eaten anything for thousands of years. Suddenly, Zebra heard Komatsu's heartbeat, making Toriko very happy, because Komatsu was still alive. Turns out Zebra had previously added sound armor to Komatsu. Thanks to that, Komatsu was still safe. At this point, they thought they had lost the mellow cola. But, Komatsu saw the Sphinx still crying. He said, "It's still here." Turns out the amount of mellow cola pouring out initially was just a small part. The mellow cola pouring out later was the real mellow cola. So, the Sphinx cried, causing mellow cola to continuously pour out from its eyes, making Toriko and Zebra very happy. Thus, Toriko decided to try drinking it. Unexpectedly, it tasted very delicious, immediately helping his body recover. Toriko even felt his cells were evolving, and Zebra was also very excited, because his cells had also evolved. So, Zebra decided he would include mellow cola in his full-course menu. At this point, he asked Komatsu, "Do you want to accompany me?" Surprising Toriko, turns out Komatsu had an additional condition earlier, that he wanted to know Zebra's full-course menu, but Zebra said he didn't have one, which surprised Komatsu, because all Bishakuya have their own full-course menu. So, Komatsu told Zebra, he believed Toriko's full-course menu was amazing, thus, he wanted to cook dishes from Toriko's full-course menu. So, Zebra decided, he would also have a truly classy full-course menu, to recruit Komatsu as his teammate. At this point, both argued. Toriko blamed Komatsu for not discussing this with him, but Komatsu said, "Because I trust you." It turns out Komatsu believed that Toriko's full-course menu would not lose to anyone. So, Zebra decided to collect enough full-course menu items, to recruit Komatsu as his teammate. Realizing it was time to return, Komatsu took out a vacuum machine, to collect all the mellow cola here, so, they obtained a large bottle of mellow cola. When the Sphinx knew Toriko would come back for the cola, it angrily attacked them. Finally, they returned to the village. So, Toriko decided to share the mellow cola with everyone, making them very happy. The next day, they were on the lift house returning. While Toriko and Zebra continued to argue, Komatsu realized, the sand garden had returned to peace, and their journey in the gourmet pyramid came to an end. After a month, they finally returned to the gourmet restaurant. So, Komatsu cooked a delicious meal for Toriko and Zebra, making them very delighted, because the taste of mellow cola was too good. While the restaurant had to continuously cook for both of them, they ate very quickly. In just a few moments, they finished all the restaurant's food. Zebra asked Komatsu, "Why didn't you cook that monster?" Suddenly, Mansam appeared. They immediately chased everyone out. Turns out they came to take that monster, making Zebra angry, because it was his prey, but Mansam said he couldn't defeat him, because he was a member of Biotope Zero, located in the world of gourmet. Turns out they were residents of the gourmet world, like Melk and Yosaku. They were all members of Biotope Zero, and Mansam told them, these creatures are called Nitro, and they are ancient creatures, that lived on Earth hundreds of millions of years ago. Turns out Nitro have a mechanism called hibernation, so, they can sleep for thousands of years, and there is another one inside the gourmet pyramid, making both of them surprised. Mansam said that the Bishakukai organization had taken action, because Nitro can access God. So, the boss of the Bishakukai created GT Robo to find God, and the war is about to begin. But Toriko said, as long as we get God, and share it with everyone, then the war will end. At this moment, Toriko and Komatsu are on a seaside trip, while Komatsu kept thinking that this time, if he went along with Toriko, it will also be a dangerous journey. Unexpectedly, this time he was taken to Gourmet Beach, making Komatsu excited, because there are many delicious dishes here. Suddenly, they meet Setsuno and Jiro. Turns out they're also here for a vacation. So, Komatsu thanks Jiro, because last time he saved Toriko from the gourmet world. Suddenly, everyone notices Toriko here, thus, they run back to admire him. Unexpectedly, Rin also arrives. She immediately chases them away, because Rin is jealous and doesn't want any female fans to get close to Toriko. So, Toriko takes Komatsu and Rin to eat the dishes here, making them very happy, because the food here is very cool and refreshing. At this point, Toriko takes both of them to his favorite curry shop, but today the shop is closed. Suddenly, Tina also sees Toriko, so she rushes to interview him. When the shop owner hears Toriko is here, he also rushes out to ask Toriko for help. Turns out his name is Cumin. At this point, he tells Toriko, his father just passed away, thus, he and his sister named Safla, both have been managing this shop together. Cumin is in charge of cooking. Safla is responsible for going to the sea to search for ingredients. But, Safla has been gone for 2 days and still hasn't returned, making Cumin very worried. At this point, he showed them his curry sauce. It turns out this sauce comes from a comet outside the universe, and his father found it. So, he turned that comet into a jar for the sauce. But, the recipe to make the sauce, his father still refused to pass it on to him, making him wonder why. But, Komatsu believes that Cumin's father is a great person, because he preserves cooking utensils very well. Cumin asks Toriko to help find his sister, so, Toriko agreed, and promised to help Cumin find curry ingredients, making Cumin very happy. Thus, Toriko and everyone set off. At this point, Toriko told Komatsu, the hardest ingredient to find for curry is watiger. It is a very powerful beast. Suddenly, they see a school of Harasenka level 5 fish. Toriko says its taste is like French fries. So, Komatsu and Rin happily catch them. Suddenly, Komatsu gets pulled away. Toriko then realizes she is Safla. Turns out she is being chased by a level 20 hammerhead shark. So, Toriko uses flying knife and flying fork to attack it. Thanks to that, Safla is safe. She says her mount's name is Babu level 15. Komatsu realized that she was a very strong-willed person. At this moment, Safla showed them the ingredients she had collected. But, she still lacks one ingredient, that is Watiger. She said it's here. Suddenly, they saw an island drifting towards them. A giant horse head appeared, which surprised them. Toriko recognized it as Island Horse. So, Safla ran up to the island. Toriko chased after her. At this point, they saw many monsters here. Safla said that all the monsters on this island are ingredients for her father's curry. Unexpectedly, the Zanj group is also here. They said there's a very dangerous monster behind them. So, it chased them. Toriko realized it was Watiger level 70. Thus, Toriko immediately used flying fork to attack it. But, his attack went through the tiger. Terry also immediately attacked. But, the tiger shot water bullets to stop Terry. Toriko continued to use leg knife and 15-hit nail punch. Unexpectedly, his attacks had no effect. So, the tiger counterattacked Toriko, while Safla and Komatsu were chasing the dinosaur, and Safla managed to get its skin. Thus, she continued to look for more curry ingredients. Meanwhile, Cumin was still waiting for everyone to return. As for Toriko, he was battling the tiger. Suddenly, it stopped attacking him. Toriko realized this tiger feared light. So, Toriko lured the tiger to follow him, and he led it to a large pit. Toriko used leg knife to cut into the rock wall, causing the tiger to fall into the pit. Unexpectedly, the tiger immediately vaporized due to the light. It turns out its body was water, so, it couldn't withstand the sun's heat. At this point, Toriko decided to deliver the finishing blow, and he used 15-hit nail punch to defeat the tiger. Finally, they all returned, making Cumin very happy, because seeing his sister safe. So, they had enough ingredients to cook curry. Komatsu helped him, seeing them cooking, making everyone eagerly await. When Cumin tasted the flavor of the sauce, he realized its taste was different from his father's, so, he tried again, but still failed, leaving Cumin disappointed. So, Komatsu comforted him and said, "It's not necessary to make curry exactly like your father's, because what matters is making delicious food for the customers," helping Cumin regain his spirits. Suddenly, he discovered a strange knife. Safla said it was her father's fruit-picking knife. So, Safla ran out to the garden. Cumin remembered both of them had once picked fruit with his father. Turns out this was the final ingredient. Thus, the curry dish was completed, making Toriko very happy. When he tasted it, he felt the rich flavor of the curry, and all the ingredients they had gathered spread in his mouth. Seeing everyone enjoying the food, made Cumin and Safla remember their father. So, Komatsu comforted them. "Your father must be watching both of you." Thus, they both decided to continue developing their father's curry dish. Suddenly, Zebra also arrived, which frightened everyone. Turns out he smelled the curry. So, he came to taste it. Suddenly, everyone saw fireworks. Toriko said it was firework at cookies, making everyone happy because tonight was beautiful. The next day, Toriko and Komatsu entered a strange forest, making Komatsu worried. Suddenly, Toriko found footprints of some creature. Turns out it was ox chicken level 49. So, it attacked Toriko. Toriko used fork shield to block it, and he continued to use 17-hit nail punch. Toriko immediately struck the ox chicken into the sky and defeated it. At this point, Toriko realized, after he drank mellow cola, his strength increased significantly. On Sunny's side, she has come to the Sanzu path connecting to the gourmet world, to meet a member of Biotope Zero guarding here, preventing gourmet monsters from advancing into the human world. His name is Gaimon. On the Bishakukai organization's side, they have greatly increased the production of new GT Robos, to prepare for the battle for obtaining God. At this point, Toriko and Komatsu have arrived. Turns out it's a house located in the middle of a lake in the forest. Toriko said this lake is heated by volcano ash, making Komatsu worried. But, Toriko immediately grabbed Komatsu, and jumped onto the leaves on the lake. Unexpected, it's a creature. Fortunately, they reached the house. Turns out this place is a bar. At this point, Komatsu noticed the bar owner was very strange. She is Maria, a GT Robo. So, she brought out food for Toriko, making him very happy, because the hamburgers here are delicious. She continued to bring out black rice and dried meat for them. So, Komatsu put the dried meat in the seasoning machine, and put seasoning on the black rice. Thus, the rice tasted much better. After they finished eating, Toriko noticed there was another person in the bar, which shocked Toriko, and he recognized he had fought this person before. Komatsu also recognized his threat similar to last time. This person is none other than Starjan. Toriko wonders why Starjan is here. Turns out he's here to find some ingredients. At this point, Starjan teased Toriko, making him angry, wanting to fight him, but Starjan said Toriko is too slow. It takes him 0.5 seconds to enter a fighting stance. By then Starjan could have killed him 10 times. But Starjan said he's here just to eat, not to fight, and he challenged Toriko to see who will obtain God first. At this point, Starjan left, although not fighting, but he realized Toriko's gourmet cells are still developing. If he continues to eat even better ingredients, while Komatsu remains fearful, Toriko is very excited. He wants to immediately continue training to Gourmet Temple. The next day Toriko and Komatsu arrived at Gourmet Temple. Unexpectedly, there are many people here, making Komatsu wonder what's special about Gourmet Temple. That so many people come here, seeing the huge gate, making Komatsu surprised. Turns out every year there are 9 billion people come to Gourmet Temple to pay respects. Toriko explained. Many people come here to increase their food luck. Upon entering, Komatsu saw many food stalls. So, Toriko and Komatsu tried the food here, making them very delighted, because every dish here is very delicious. Toriko said the popular shops here, they all have very good food luck. However, not every shop has food luck. Suddenly, they saw a sad and empty shop. Seeing this unusual dish, so, Toriko bought it for him. At this point, Toriko hired a sheep taxi to take them around this place. Turns out Gourmet Temple is vast, up to 80,000 square miles, thus, they will take 3 months. If walking to explore this entire place, unexpectedly, the sheep taxi runs very fast. So, they visited many different places in Gourmet Temple. Suddenly, Komatsu spotted a fortune-telling shop. Thus, he went to check his luck, but Komatsu wasn't as lucky as Toriko. At this point, they arrived at a very large cedar tree forest. After passing through this forest, they reached the center of Gourmet Temple. Unexpectedly, the temple is very large. As soon as they stepped inside, they felt very excited, because this place is the origin of food luck, and inside is the golden statue of the legendary Bishakuya acacia. So, Toriko and Komatsu clasped their hands and prayed. When they went out, Komatsu pondered. He doesn't know if his luck has improved or not. So, they came to a knife-pulling competition. While no one could pull this knife up, Komatsu also tried to pull up the knife. He worried about whether he could pull it up. Unexpectedly, Komatsu could easily pull it up, surprising everyone. The next competition is to find one ripe fruit among 10,000 cedar trees. Unexpectedly, Toriko accidentally found it, making everyone very surprised. So, Toriko and Komatsu became the luckiest people of the Gourmet Temple this year. The next day, Komatsu went to Toriko's cake house. Unexpectedly, Toriko appeared and threatened him. It turns out he was training to intimidate an ingredient. At this point, Toriko told Komatsu. That ingredient is called the surprise apple. It's a strange kind of apple. The more frightened it is, the better the taste will be. At this point, they arrived at Surprise Island. Unexpectedly, this place is very noisy. It turns out the people here are using fireworks to scare the surprise apple, to make its taste better. Toriko said it's currently the festival of intimidation. So, there are 10,000 people from all over the world here. Unexpectedly, Zanj is also here. Just seeing Terry made him scared. Suddenly, a taste masters of Igo recognized. Terry is the legendary battle wolf. Komatsu realized his name is Apollon. Unexpectedly, both Teppei and Rin are also here. It turns out his master had requested him to come here, to research the surprise apple. Seeing everyone here, made Komatsu very happy. But, he wondered why the taste masters were also here. Tina explained that there would be a competition here, to see who can make the surprise apple most frightened with the best taste. Seeing the strange-faced apples, made Komatsu surprised. So, everyone started intimidating the surprise apple, making them frightened. Toriko also took out his tool. Turns out he had borrowed Melk's amplifier stone before. Then he shouted, creating a very loud scream, making the whole island tremble. That surprised everyone. So, the taste masters checked Toriko's apple. He said its surprise level is 27. Turns out the surprise apple's level is ranked from 1 to 100. Toriko's surprise apple is level 27. So, the market price would be $86,000. But, Taste Master said someone had reached level 90 before, making Toriko excited. He was determined to reach level 100. At this point, everyone is still trying to frighten the surprise apple, while Teppei talks a lot, making the surprise apple fall asleep. As for Zanj, no matter what he does, he can't make the surprise apple frightened. Unexpectedly, Komatsu is cooking. Turns out he's cooking for Toriko, to help him feel emotional and shout out, immediately making the surprise apple scared. Reaching level 28. Suddenly, a woman appeared. Turns out she's Surara, a world-famous chef ranked 50th. Unexpectedly, just by threatening the apple, it became scared. Reaching level 20. Toriko explained there are many ways to scare the surprise apple. Seeing Toriko praise Surara, Rin also tried to intimidate the surprise apple. But, her level only reached level 19, making Rin angry for losing to Surara. Unexpectedly, she scared the surprise apple again, and it increased to level 20, making Rin very delighted, while Teppei is still talking to the surprise apple, which made it scared to level 30, because he talks too much, while no matter how Komatsu threatens, the surprise apple doesn't get scared. But, Terry just made a sound, making the surprise apple scared to level 40. At this point, Toriko decided to use his fighting skills, using the 17-hit nail punch technique, creating an extremely powerful shockwave, making the surprise apple faint in fear, before its level could continue to rise. So, Toriko only reached level 50. At this point, Toriko wondered, who reached level 90. Turns out there were 3 people. They are Ichiryu, Jiro, and the boss of Bishakukai, making Toriko surprised. So, Toriko decided to keep trying. Suddenly, the Taste Master saw someone scared the surprise apple to level 80. Turns out it was Zanj, because he couldn't scare the surprise apple. So, he farted on it, immediately making it scared to level 80. Finally, Zanj emerged victorious. The next day, Toriko and Komatsu arranged to meet Sunny at a treetop restaurant. Unexpectedly, this restaurant also has its own DJ, who can help customers enjoy music while eating, matching the flavor of the food. At this point, Komatsu told Sunny about their journey in the gourmet pyramid. Realizing that Zebra enthusiastically helped Toriko and Komatsu, making Sunny very surprised, because Zebra has always been a rough guy, preferring to do things his own way. At this moment, Komatsu realized Toriko was too late today. Sunny said, "Toriko won't suit you, so you should become my teammate." Unexpectedly, Toriko arrived, and he even brought a cow for them. So, Toriko immediately asked the restaurant to prepare. At this point, Sunny asked, "Why did you invite me here?" Turns out Toriko wants Sunny to help him get an ingredient on Ichiryu's training list. Knowing that ingredient is called the Shining Gourami, making Sunny surprised, because it's a very beautiful and sparkling fish like crystal, making Sunny angry. Not understanding why his foster father didn't assign him this ingredient. Turns out the ingredient is located in a place called Death Falls, a gigantic waterfall, pouring billions of liters of water every second, making Komatsu surprised. Sunny mentioned that even the cannon couldn't shoot through the waterfall, so anything entering the waterfall would be crushed, making Sunny excited, because that place is suitable for him to check his training achievements. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared, making Komatsu and Toriko surprised. Turns out its name is Quinn, Sunny's pet. Toriko recognized it as Mother Snake, a legendary snake in the gourmet world. But, Quinn is just a small, because the mother snake as an adult is as long as the equator. So, they started riding Quinn, to start heading towards Death Falls. Unexpectedly, Quinn's speed is very fast, making Komatsu frightened. At this point, Sunny informed them. Mother snake is also a rare creature in the gourmet world. Only powerful creatures can see Mother Snake, because most creatures that see it end up being eaten by Mother Snake. At this point, Quinn ran into the forest, even eating anything it saw. Turns out Quinn's speed reached 248 miles per hour. Sunny said because Quinn is just a small, if adult Quinn could reach the speed of a comet, shocking Komatsu. Suddenly, he saw a mirror lychee fruit. So, Sunny told Quinn to pick it, making Sunny curious and prompting him to taste it. Toriko noticed a baby beef tree, thus, he used his flying knife to pick it. While both enjoyed eating and drinking, Komatsu, on the other hand, was frightened. At this point, Quinn raised its body very high, helping them see the entire forest. Toriko realized they were nearing Death Falls. So, they arrived at a large river, making Sunny excited to jump into the water for a bath, while Komatsu was exhausted, because he had to constantly cling to Quinn. At this point, Komatsu saw many fish underwater. So, Sunny used his hair to create a net, and caught all the fish. Then, they grilled the fish to eat, making everyone delighted, because the fish here is very fresh. Turns out Komatsu added salt to add more flavor. At this point, Komatsu asked, why the water here is so clear. So, Sunny explained, because this water region contains a lot of limestone, along with the ecosystem in this lake, to create a natural water filtration system. But, all the nutrients here, have been drawn into the waterfall. So, it provided a lot of nutrients for the shining gourami fish, making Sunny delighted. Thus, they immediately set off. At this point, Sunny told Toriko. Last time he was trained with Gaemon, the guardian who prevented any creatures from the gourmet world entering the human world. Thanks to that, he learned instinct, making Toriko not understand what instinct is. At this point, they arrived at the foot of the waterfall, making Komatsu surprised, because this waterfall is very large. So, Sunny told Quinn to go straight in. Suddenly, they encountered a level 48 mountainsaurus. Unexpectedly, above there's an elephant Kong level 49. Turns out the two beasts were fighting, but they were hit by a falling rock, causing the two beasts to fall into the waterfall. Toriko realized these two beasts couldn't escape, and they were crushed, making Komatsu frightened. Because this is the power of death falls, Toriko and Sunny saw whirlpools below. It's like a giant washing machine. But, it made Sunny delighted. So, he jumped down. Unexpectedly, Sunny could stand on the water. Turns out he used his hair as a boat. At this point, Sunny noticed Toriko had gained weight, and Toriko also saw Sunny's hair had grown. He actually has nearly 300,000 strands of hair, and his attack range had extended to 164 feet. Suddenly, a level 9 hipposhark appeared. So, Sunny used 2 strands of hair to catch it, and he let Quinn swallow it whole, making Toriko and Komatsu surprised. Now, they continued to move inside the waterfall. So, Komatsu wore protective gear, and Toriko carried Komatsu. As they approached the waterfall, they felt the pressure here was very strong. Water jets hit their bodies. Toriko realized it's like a water blade used to cut diamonds. So, Sunny created a shield to protect them. At this point, Toriko realized Sunny was very calm, and he was more skillful in controlling his hair. This time, it was Toriko's turn. He immediately used the leg knife to split the waterfall in half. But, Toriko's leg knife was quickly pushed back. So, Toriko continued to use the 18-hit nail punch. But, his move was also pushed back, making Toriko worried. But, Sunny remained very calm, and he told Toriko about his training process. It turns out when he met Gaemon, Gaemon didn't pay attention to Sunny at all. Just seeing Sunny behind him surprised him. Sunny quickly realized he always had a dumb look on his face, making Sunny think he was crazy. Unexpectedly, an undefined level Hercules dragon appeared. Sunny realized it was a creature from the gourmet world. But, Gaemon still seemed indifferent. So, Sunny had to block it. Unexpectedly, it was very strong, easily cutting off his hair. When Sunny was in danger, Gaemon began to act. With just one sword strike, he cut the creature in half. But, he still seemed dazed. At this point, Sunny decided to show them both the results of his training. So, he used the multiplied super spatula move, and pushed all the water upward. Turns out this move could create a space inside for them, making Toriko surprised. Because Sunny remained very calm. Sunny told Toriko that was instinct, because during training with Gaemon, he realized each strand of Sunny's hair was like an arm. So, he had to concentrate very hard to control it. But, that was also Sunny's weakness, because he had to think too much, making Sunny angry. He immediately attacked Gaemon. But, when he was in a dazed state, Sunny couldn't hit Gaemon. Sunny realized he wasn't thinking at all. So, Gaemon quickly defeated Sunny. Gaemon explained that this was instinct, or also called intuition. This is the result of training and long experience, of professionals, helping their bodies act on their own instincts. Suddenly, a school of fly sharks appeared. So, he used instinct to attack their weak points, making Sunny surprised, and he tried to imitate him, but, he still couldn't clear his mind. When Sunny tried again, unexpectedly, he succeeded, but, he still needed more combat experience. While Gaemon easily defeated the shark pack, at this point, Sunny decided to stay here, to learn how to use instinct. Now, he told Toriko, after training, Sunny could freely control his hair, without having to think too much. Suddenly, Toriko also wanted to try using instinct. So, he used 18-hit nail punch on both hands, and unleashed the 36-hit twin nail punch. Surprisingly, Toriko's attack was very powerful, piercing a very large hole. But, Toriko spent 1 million kilocalories on this attack, making Sunny surprised. because he had to spend a lot of time learning instinct, while Toriko only tried it once. Now, they continued to move forward. Sunny felt Quinn calling him. He realized it was warning him about something. Suddenly, a large mountain appeared above the waterfall, shocking Toriko and Sunny. They realized this mountain was 16,000 feet tall. Toriko then used leg knife, but only made a small cut. Now, Sunny told Toriko, each strand of his hair could withstand nearly 700 pounds. So, 300,000 strands of hair could withstand nearly 200 million pounds. But, Sunny guessed this mountain could weigh several billion pounds. Thus, he wasn't strong enough to push back against this mountain. Toriko realized Sunny could counterattack multiple times stronger. So, he decided to let Sunny counter his attack, and redirect it towards the mountain. Though not sure if it would succeed, but he still decided to try. Thus, Toriko immediately used 36-hit twin nail punch, and directly struck Sunny. So, Sunny used multiplied super spatula multiplied by 30, counterattacking Toriko's attack towards the mountain. Surprisingly, they succeeded, causing the mountain to break into many pieces. Now, they saw the entrance inside the waterfall. But, Toriko was exhausted. So, Sunny immediately carried Toriko and Komatsu inside. Luckily, they were safe. But, Sunny was also exhausted, because Toriko's counterattack was too strong. It drained all his energy. Komatsu realized this time it was his turn to help them. So, he decided to go find the shining Gourami. When Sunny tried to stop him, Toriko said, "Trust Komatsu." Because his intuition sensed no danger here, while Komatsu was worried. Don't even know any monster here. But inside the cave was too dark. So, Komatsu took out milk stardust powder, to mark his way back. At this moment, Sunny caught a fish. But, Toriko didn't want to eat it, because he wanted to wait for Komatsu. Sunny asked, "Why do you trust him like that?" "Because he's the owner of food luck. So, ingredients will guide him." On Komatsu's side, he was still looking for the shining Gourami. Suddenly, he saw a glowing pond, and Komatsu saw the shining Gourami. Ichiryu realized that Toriko and Sunny were looking for the level 80 shining Gourami. Turns out level 80 was the Death Falls, while the shining Gourami was only level 1. Even though it was level 1, it was very difficult to catch, because it would die if scared. Even Setsuno couldn't catch this fish, because it was very sensitive to strong creatures. Now, Komatsu took out his net to catch the fish. When he thought he caught it, unexpectedly, the fish died, making Komatsu worried. Because he knew Toriko and Sunny were still waiting for him. Komatsu recognized this fish as resembling the puffer whale. If startled, it would die. So, Komatsu became more careful. And he managed to catch the fish. Surprisingly, when he touched it, it died instantly. Outside, Quinn found another way into the waterfall. While Komatsu kept failing repeatedly, at this point, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he saw a drop of oil fall. Komatsu realized that this pond was filled with oil. Surprisingly, when inside the oil, the fish were no longer afraid of Komatsu. So, the shining Gourami fish started glowing. While Toriko and Sunny were still waiting for Komatsu, they didn't know how to escape, because both were exhausted. Suddenly, Komatsu returned, and brought back 2 boxes of shining fish, making Toriko and Sunny very happy. So, the next thing to do is to find a way out, to prepare the shining fish. Suddenly, Quinn appeared, surprising them. Sunny realized Quinn had passed through a crack in the rock to get here. So, they jumped into Quinn's mouth, to let it take them all out of here. Finally, Toriko's group escaped outside. Now, Komatsu showed them both the shining fish, surprising Toriko and Sunny, because it glowed beautifully. Toriko thought Komatsu had knocked out these fish, making them numb. But, it turned out Komatsu just stroked them. Toriko also noticed inside the box was a premium oil. And this oil was extracted from plants on the mountain range. Now, Komatsu decided to fry the fish combined with this oil, making Toriko and Sunny excited. So, Komatsu began cooking. First, he would heat the oil, then, roll the fish in flour. He said there would be a special ingredient, making Sunny curious. So, Komatsu started frying the fish, seeing the fish sizzling in the oil and glowing, making Sunny excited. Toriko smelled its fragrance. Finally, Komatsu finished frying the fish. So, Sunny decided to find a suitable place to eat. He told Quinn to stretch out straight, taking them up into the sky, making Komatsu surprised, because Quinn could stretch up to nearly 3,000 feet high. So, they started eating the fish. When they tried a bite, Toriko immediately felt the crispy texture of the fish. Unexpectedly, it was delicious, making them all excited. Sunny realized his energy had immediately recovered. But he still felt something was missing. Komatsu said he still had a special ingredient. It turns out it's milk stardust powder, surprising Sunny. Toriko said milk stardust would enhance the flavor of the dish. So, Komatsu took out the milk stardust powder. When Sunny sprinkled milk stardust on the fried fish, unexpectedly, the fish glowed even more. Thus, Sunny decided to try it. He felt a wonderful taste spreading in his mouth, which helped Sunny's gourmet cells evolve, while Toriko shed tears, because it was too delicious. Finally, they completed their training at Death Falls. Now, Komatsu hopes that the 4 heavenly kings will travel together. But, Sunny really dislikes Zebra, because he's too rough, while Koko's body is toxic. But, Toriko realizes, if the 4 heavenly kings regroup, Komatsu is the one they need the most. Now, Toriko and Komatsu have returned home. So, Komatsu cooked a new dish for Toriko, making him very happy. Suddenly, Melk's pet, Pachiko, came to find them. It turns out Melk had sent them both a letter. She said that she was forging a set of kitchen knives for a famous chef named Lulabu. But she lacked one last ingredient. So, she wants Toriko and Komatsu's help to find that ingredient. It turns out the ingredient she needs is diamond fig crystal, a fruit that only bears fruit once every 10 years. But it's a very rare and precious ingredient. Suddenly, the TV reported that there's a competition organized by Igo, and the prize will be the rare diamond fig crystal fruit, surprising Toriko and Komatsu, because it appeared just in time. So, they went to the competition. Now, Melk also came here to participate in this competition. Komatsu couldn't see Pachiko anywhere. It turns out it was still standing high. Observing as a habit, by evening, the gourmet art competition was about to begin. Tina introduced the prize as a giant diamond fig crystal fruit, surprising everyone. While the judges would score the most beautiful performance they see, unexpectedly, the first contestant was Sunny. So, he used his hair to sculpt the rocks, surprising everyone, because his performance was very beautiful. But, Toriko realized he still loved himself as usual. So, the 3 judges gave Sunny 275 points. Now, the next contestant was Komatsu. Thus, he prepared to cook. Turns out he was making a cake from diamond fig crystal. Finally, Komatsu finished cooking. Seeing Komatsu's cake so beautiful, and with diamond fig crystal filling inside, surprising everyone. But the 3 judges only gave Komatsu 195 points. It turns out this judge had already eaten dinner, while Sunny still confidently believed that no one could surpass him. Now, it was Melk's turn. She immediately used her knife to cut the diamond fig crystal fruit. Then, she added alcohol to make diamond fig crystal jelly. So, her dish glowed beautifully, making everyone delighted. Thus, the judges gave Melk 285 points, thinking Melk would win. Unexpectedly, Jiro also participated in this competition. So, he immediately prepared the diamond fig crystal fruit combined with alcohol, and created fire lion dancing, making everyone delighted. So, the judges gave Jiro 295 points. Now, it was Toriko's turn. While everyone didn't know what he was going to do with these rocks, Toriko punched the rock, causing it to explode and soar into the sky, creating a beautiful fireworks display, thinking Toriko would win. But, everyone realized he didn't use diamond fig crystal. So, Toriko was eliminated. Suddenly, Pachiko climbed onto the giant diamond fig crystal fruit, surprising everyone, not knowing what it was planning to do. Thus, it climbed to the top of the diamond fig crystal fruit, and turned its body red. Unexpectedly, Pachiko's energy made the diamond fig crystal fruit glow, making all 3 judges delighted. So, they gave Pachiko 300 points, and Pachiko won this competition, making Toriko's team very happy. Suddenly, Pachiko gave this diamond fig crystal fruit to Melk, making her very happy. The next day, Toriko and Komatsu were climbing a mountain. It turns out they were heading to the Autumn Mountain. Komatsu realized this mountain was very large. Toriko informed Komatsu that this mountain is 65,000 feet tall. Since this mountain range only has one autumn season, the ingredients here are all ripe and delicious. And here is a fruit called supir, containing a lot of carbonated water inside, which made Toriko want to taste it. Suddenly, Terry and Yun also arrived. It turns out Terry has a very keen sense of smell that could help them find the supir fruit. Komatsu noticed Terry was getting bigger. Now, Komatsu spotted some grapes, so he intended to pick them. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be dancing grapes level 30. When they were about to attack Komatsu, Terry threatened them to run away. Only then did Komatsu realize this forest is very dangerous. Suddenly, they saw a swarm of level 25 bees. Toriko realized they were very poisonous, so they had to run away. Unexpectedly, Komatsu fell down when the swarm of bees attacked him. Then, Coco appeared to save Komatsu, making them very happy. Komatsu noticed that Kiss had also grown much larger. It turns out Coco came here also to find the superior fruit. Suddenly, Sunny and Quinn also arrived. Their purpose was also to find the superior fruit. So, Sunny suggested they would compete to see who could find the superior fruit first. But they would split into teams, Toriko with Terry, Coco with Kiss, Sunny with Quinn, and finally Komatsu with Yun, which made everyone excited. So, they immediately ran off to find the superior fruit, but they didn't know they were being followed by a monster. Now, Coco flew up into the sky to observe, while Sunny and Quinn crossed the forest. It turns out Quinn could use his tongue to sense, so he could help find the superior fruit, while Terry used his nose to sniff. Suddenly, Komatsu saw a chestnut rice ball, making him delighted. So, he accidentally got separated from Toriko. Unexpectedly, Terry urinated, causing the frightened trees to flee. Thanks to that, Komatsu found them. Suddenly, Terry spotted 2 level 33 mutton boars. So, they immediately attacked Toriko. He realized their speed was very fast, and one of them hit Toriko. Unexpectedly, Komatsu got caught. So, Toriko and Terry chased after them. Toriko realized Terry wanted him to ride on him. Thus, he jumped onto Terry's back. Unexpectedly, Terry was very fast. So, they caught up with the mutton boars. Suddenly, they created a dust cloud, and Toriko lost track of Komatsu. Now, Coco and Sunny also arrived. They realized Komatsu was on top of the mountain. Although they knew climbing the mountain was very dangerous, because of the wind blowing down. But, Terry was determined to climb up. Suddenly, they were hit by a gust of wind. Luckily, Kiss helped push Terry up. Sunny and Quinn also immediately helped Toriko. So, Terry caught up with the mutton boars and defeated them. Suddenly, Komatsu stopped Toriko, because he noticed a herd of baby mutton boars. Coco realized their bodies were very weak, because they lacked food. It turns out they were competing with other monsters for food. Thus, they didn't have enough food to feed their babies. Suddenly, Terry noticed something on the mountain top. So, Terry immediately ran up. It turns out the superior tree they were looking for was up here. Now, everyone also climbed up. They realized because of the clouds, the herd of mutton boars couldn't see this place. So, Toriko picked the superior fruits to share with everyone. Unexpectedly, when he took a bite, carbonated water sprayed out all over his mouth. Toriko felt many different autumn fruit flavors, making everyone delighted, because its taste was too delicious. The next day, Toriko was riding Terry, which he enjoyed very much, because Terry's speed was very fast. On the Bishikukai's side, they were processing a lot of rare ingredients. Now, the sous chef assistant named Nicely appeared. Turns out he was searching for 10,000 chefs worldwide, to bring them into the gourmet world as slaves, and they were collecting a lot of rare ingredients, to help members of the Bishikukai evolve their cells. Now, he met Tommy. Seeing Tommy recover very quickly, which surprised him, and he was getting much stronger, to prepare for revenge against Toriko. Nicely said the important task now was to find skilled chefs, but Starjan said that kidnapping chefs from the top 100 was very difficult, because besides cooking skills, they also have combat abilities. However, they still need to plan to kidnap them, to help their boss control all the ingredients in this world. They might even have to release some nitros, so they will focus on attacking the 7-star restaurants. But Starjan said there are still very skilled chefs outside the top 100. On Komatsu's side, he is still cooking in a 6-star restaurant. Komatsu's dishes look very beautiful, making everyone very delighted, and its taste is also very delicious. Now, Komatsu took out the list of the top 100 chefs in the world to see. So, his dream is to get on this list. Suddenly, Komatsu saw Otake's name, which surprised Komatsu. Thus, that night Komatsu went to find Otake. It turns out they are close friends. Seeing Otake's 7-star restaurant looks very beautiful, Komatsu was very delighted. Otake also heard that Komatsu successfully made the century soup. But, Otake didn't understand why Komatsu didn't commercialize the century soup. If so, he could be highly valued by Igo. Unexpectedly, Otake also knew that Komatsu was traveling with Toriko. So, he told Komatsu, learn to make money from your dishes, because in this world, without money, you can't achieve anything big. Now, Komatsu realized that Otake had changed a lot. It turns out both of them also have a close friend named Ume. But, Otake said he had forgotten about Ume. making Komatsu surprised. Suddenly, outside, a GT Robo paid attention to Otake's restaurant. On Toriko's side, he is with Terry heading to Biotope 8, making the guards worried, for fear that he will again damage their wall. But Terry jumped very high, and brought Toriko inside, making the guards surprised, because the jumping power of Battle Wolf is terrifying. Now, Toriko has entered inside. Suddenly, Coco also arrived here. He said that Sunny is also on his way here, and Zebra doesn't know where he is. It turns out the 4 heavenly kings are gathering here, to find Ichiryu's full course menu. Now, both of them have entered the cave. Toriko remembered when he was young, Ichiryu once said, he hid his secret ingredient in Biotope 8, making Toriko's group very excited, and he told them, when they have enough strength, they should go find it. So, the whole group immediately went to search. Now, Toriko and Coco have seen a gigantic treasure chest. It turns out when they were young, they tried to find a way to open this chest, but all failed. Coco realized it's not a chest in the human world. Suddenly, a monster appeared. Toriko recognized it as Bahar Cock level 74. So, Coco decided to fight it, to let Toriko open the treasure chest. Now, Toriko put all his strength into the 36-hit twin nail punch attack, and he hit the treasure chest. At Komatsu's side, he were preparing to taste Otake's dishes. Suddenly, the journalist recognized him as Komatsu, the one who successfully cooked the century soup. Now, Komatsu saw Otake's cake, and it surprised him, because this cake is made from expensive ingredients. Suddenly, he saw Otake giving money to the journalist, so they could write a good article for his restaurant. On Toriko's side, he still couldn't open the chest, while Coco was trying to hold the monster back, so he used poison armor. Coco jumped up and knocked out the monster with just one hit, making Toriko surprised. Turns out he just made it sleep for a moment. Although Toriko's attacks were very strong, he still couldn't open the chest. Suddenly, Coco noticed the electrical waves of the treasure chest weakening. So, if he attacked one more time, he might be able to open the chest. Now, Toriko remembered Ichiryu saying his full course menu was very delicious. Thus, Toriko decided he had to eat it. Toriko put all his strength into the 36-hit twin nail punch attack once again. At Komatsu's side, they saw, Otake's dishes are all very luxurious. But, Komatsu didn't like it. While Otake was proud of his dishes, the Bishikukai's GT Robo took action. At this moment, Komatsu realized Otake was only doing it for money, without considering whether the customers enjoyed the food or not, making Komatsu very angry, and he remembered the happy faces of people when they ate his food. So, Komatsu realized that making people enjoy their food was very important, while Otake was only doing it for fame. Now, Coco told Toriko to try one more time. Thus, Toriko remembered his rigorous training process, and he tried to unleash the 36-hit twin nail punch once again. Unexpectedly, this time the chest opened, making Toriko and Coco very happy. Coco saw powerful electrical waves emanating from outside, and all the famous chefs around the world felt there's a certain ingredient calling out to them. Now, Toriko and Coco opened the chest, and they saw inside a seed, shocking both of them, not knowing what it was. Toriko thought he had been fooled by the old man, while Komatsu realized that Otake was also hearing the voice of ingredients. Suddenly, Otake thought that Komatsu was jealous of him for making it into the top 100, making Komatsu disappointed in Otake. But Komatsu said he would team up with Toriko and climb to the top in their own way. When Komatsu left, Otake pondered over what he said. Suddenly, he was abducted by the GT Robo. At this moment, Ichiryu realized Toriko had obtained his secret ingredient, making him very happy, while Toriko was searching for Ichiryu, but he was nowhere to be found. Coco thought that Ichiryu's appetizer surely had some hidden meaning. The next day, Toriko took Komatsu to get a haircut. So, the barber gave them a dessert. It turned out the barber here was both a skilled hairdresser, and also a chef. When Toriko was about to eat, he was stopped by him. It turned out they have to both cut hair and eat at the same time. Now, he noticed Toriko's hair was in great condition, because he had eaten a lot of nutritious food. So, Toriko's hair was very healthy. Then, he shampooed Toriko's hair, making Komatsu surprised, because his movements are like kneading rice. After finishing Toriko's hair, it was Komatsu's turn, making him very comfortable, because he was very good at massaging the scalp. Unexpectedly, he noticed that Komatsu had been under pressure lately. So, he made a beefsteak for both of them, making them very happy. because the meat was very tender and delicious. Unexpectedly, he only cut their hair now, making Komatsu surprised, because he didn't let hair fall into the food, but he created a new hairstyle for Toriko, which shocked him. Unexpectedly, Komatsu also got a haircut like Setsuno, while Toriko ended up looking like Jiro, because he was so happy. He gave them both many strange hairstyles, making Toriko angry. Luckily, he had seaweed to help their hair grow fast, so their hair returned to normal. Suddenly, Coco also arrived. While waiting for Coco to get a haircut, Toriko tried another dish, making him very happy, because the desserts here were all delicious. Finally, they finished getting their haircuts. Now, Komatsu was curious about what they were looking for last time. So, Coco told Komatsu, inside Biotope 8 lies an ingredient, in Ichiryu's full course menu. But, only Biotope 1 still hasn't found the location of the ingredient, because the area is too vast, making Komatsu wonder, what are the 7 ingredients of Ichiryu? But, Toriko didn't know this either, so, last time, they asked Setsuno to help them. She recognized this seed as Million, a type of plant that grows in the gourmet world. But, Setsuno noticed, this seed is calling someone. Suddenly, Komatsu informed Toriko that he had heard the voice of that seed. Turns out he heard up to 7 voices, which surprised Toriko and Coco. So, Komatsu advised Toriko to let him see those ingredients, while Ichiryu was very happy, because he had approached the Bishikukai's base. Unexpectedly, there were many guards outside. Inside, they had kidnapped many chefs. Head chef Kurumoto heard that Ichiryu came here alone, so he immediately ordered to gather all the members and powerful creatures of the organization. On Toriko's side, suddenly, Rin found them. She announced that Director Mansam had an urgent request, so Toriko's group immediately returned. It turns out the place they went to was the gourmet prison. When they met Love, Toriko and Komatsu were immediately fascinated. Unexpectedly, Coco couldn't resist her either. When she found out Zebra didn't come, Love disappointedly cancelled her charm. At this moment, Komatsu wondered, what important task required gathering the 4 heavenly kings? Love then said Patch had disappeared. Komatsu realized he was a taste master, so, she wanted them to go find Patch. Where he got lost was the Death Season forest. But every few years, the forest would freeze, and he went into the forest to find a tree called the Sweet Dew Tree. Toriko recognized it as a legendary tree. So, Toriko's group immediately entered the forest. At this point, they were caught by Love disguising as Old Man Noel. Komatsu wondered, didn't know what the Sweet Dew Tree was. So, Toriko told him, the sap of the Sweet Dew Tree is very sweet, and it melts in the mouth when eaten. Rin found a phone from Igo. Suddenly, a monster appeared. Toriko recognized it as a level 35 bison frog. So, they attacked Toriko's group. Fortunately, Sunny appeared to help them. Turns out Love also caught him wearing Noel's clothes. Unexpectedly, there were still many bison frogs. Suddenly, they left. Toriko smelled a very sweet scent. He recognized this scent as coming from the Sweet Dew Tree. On Zebra's side, he was fighting a giant bat. With just one punch, he knocked it out. While Love was angry for not meeting Zebra. Turns out the condition for Zebra to leave prison, he must find 100 new ingredients, and capture 500 dangerous criminals. On Toriko's side, they were following the scent, so, they found the Sweet Dew Tree, making them very happy. Suddenly, Komatsu saw Johan, an employee of Igo. So, they fed him, helping him regain his strength. Coco asked him where Patch was. Unexpectedly, Patch was still safe, and very happy to see Komatsu. So, he asked Komatsu to help him cook the Sweet Dew Tree, which surprised everyone, and he told them to try eating the Sweet Dew Tree. So, Toriko cut a piece and tasted it. Unexpectedly, its taste was delicious, like a pudding cake. Even the leaves tasted like sugar egg cakes. Everyone felt it was delicious, but Patch didn't know how to balance the flavor of the Sweet Dew Tree. So, he wanted Komatsu to cook a dish, to stimulate his taste buds. But, Sunny said a snowstorm and wild beasts were coming. They didn't have time to stay here. But, Patch still refused to leave. Suddenly, Komatsu came up with an idea. They could cook the Sweet Dew Tree, while Sunny went to get Candy Icicle. Coco collected Chocolate Boulder. Komatsu made a giant oven to bake cookies. So, they decorated the Sweet Dew Tree together. It turns out Komatsu wanted to turn this tree into a Christmas tree. At this point, Toriko and Coco brought back other ingredients. Suddenly, they discovered a monster appeared. It turned out to be a level 70 sword horn. Now, they understood why the bison frog ran away. So, it attacked Toriko. Toriko used Fork Shield to block it. Rin discovered a herd of swordhorns behind them. Thus, Toriko told Komatsu to focus on cooking the sweet dew tree, to distract these monsters. So Toriko, Sunny, and Coco together tried to stop the swordhorns, while Komatsu is attempting to decorate the sweet dew tree. At this point, all three released their gourmet cells, to intimidate the monsters. Unexpectedly, Komatsu has completed it, causing the sweet dew tree to glow, emitting very warm rays of sunlight, which helped calm the swordhorns down. When Toriko was about to try it, Patch said they had to return this sweet dew tree to Mansom, surprising them. Now, the whole group returned to meet Mansom. He said because today is Christmas, so they will distribute food to the children together. It turns out they cut the sweet dew tree into various cakes, to distribute to the children on Christmas Eve. Mansom realized that Zebra still hadn't arrived. Turns out he was collecting his full-course menu, so Mansom immediately called out his pet. He said Ricky was currently very strong, its level was 70, thus, Toriko called Terry, but he didn't know Terry's level, and the whole group called out their pets, to help them bring gifts to the poor children. At this point, Coco told Toriko, after this mission ends, they would have to go to the gourmet casino, to find an ingredient that Ichiryu requested. Now, they had finished queuing up and were ready to depart, and they divided themselves to different poor countries. Mansom told Komatsu, most of the ingredients and funds that Igo collected, they all distributed to the poor countries. Mansom said Toriko and the others in the four heavenly kings all came from poor countries, which surprised Komatsu. Mansom also mentioned the morse oil that Komatsu found, used to fry shining gourami fish. It's a premium oil, so he might soon be in the top 100 chefs, making Komatsu surprised. On Rin's side, she was excited, because she got to travel with Toriko. At this point, Terry's speed was over 200 miles per hour, so they would arrive soon. Rin showed Toriko the new Igo level gauge, which can measure the level of monsters below level 100. So, Rin immediately measured Terry's level. They arrived at the destination very quickly. Unexpectedly, this place was very desolate, because it was destroyed by war. Suddenly, they saw a child being captured by a giant spider. Toriko immediately rescued him, and he defeated the spider. At this point, the boy said his little brother was very hungry. So, Toriko took the boy to find his little brother. On Mansam's side, they had arrived, and started distributing gifts to everyone, making the children very happy. Seeing the children eating happily, Komatsu then used morse oil to fry chicken for the children. Suddenly, they saw something in the sky. On Sunny's side, he was also distributing toys and food to the children. So, Sunny turned his hair into a Christmas tree, making the children very happy. Sunny also saw a bright light across the sky. On Coco's side, he was also distributing gifts. Suddenly, he saw a hungry girl. So, Coco gave her a loaf of bread, making her very happy. Coco also saw something shining. At this time, Zebra was going to an island. Suddenly, he was attacked by a fish. So, Zebra used his lightning to defeat it, and turned it into grilled fish, making the children here delighted. Thinking Zebra came to give them food, suddenly, he also saw a bright light in the sky. On Toriko's side, he had brought food to these two children. Suddenly, many other children appeared. So, Toriko and Rin immediately distributed food to them, making the children very happy. At this moment, he saw snow. It turned out to be flavor snow, an extremely rare type of snow, and it would bring many different kinds of sweets, making the children very happy. The next day, Toriko, Komatsu, and Coco were taking the subway to the gourmet casino. But, Komatsu noticed this subway was very strange. Coco explained they were heading to an outlaw city, where all dangerous criminals gathered. That place is the largest casino in the world, not affiliated with Igo, and many illegal ingredients are sold in the black market. Toriko said, their trip this time is to find meteor garlic, a mysterious garlic that grows where meteorites fall. If anyone eats meteor garlic, they will have enough energy for a month without resting, and meteor garlic is used as a prize for the gourmet casino. So this time, they will go to the largest casino in the world, to gamble for meteor garlic. At this point, Toriko's group had arrived. Suddenly, a group of thugs came to pick a fight with Toriko, and he pulled out a gun to shoot him. Unexpectedly, Toriko caught the bullet with his finger, and Toriko immediately threatened them, making the thugs scared and run away. At this point, they entered the black market. Coco said this place sells many illegal ingredients. Unexpectedly, they even sell poisoned puffer whales. An old lady sells strange stars. So, Toriko immediately told Komatsu to go here.
Toriko said that's the poison star. It's a highly addictive drug.
Next is the electric banana. When eaten, it sends an electric current through the body, and it's also an addictive ingredient. At this point, they had entered the city. Komatsu realized this place was very luxurious. Turns out this place is for the wealthy. So, Toriko saw the gourmet casino, making him very excited. So Coco decided to take both of them inside to gamble, making Komatsu very surprised, because inside the gourmet casino was very large. Toriko told Komatsu, "This place consumes $7 trillion every day," which shocked Komatsu, and there are many 10-star hotels here. So, Komatsu was very excited, because he had never been to such a luxurious place before. Suddenly, there was a thief, making Komatsu surprised, because this place also has thieves. While the rich are betting to see, did the thief manage to escape? Unexpectedly, he ran towards Komatsu. Before the casino security team shot him, Toriko intercepted him. Thanks to that, he wasn't shot dead. Suddenly, there was someone trying to steal Komatsu's wallet. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Match, making Komatsu and Toriko happy, because it's been a long time since they met Match after the battle in Ice Hell. Match recognized that Toriko came here to find meteor garlic, but only VIP guests could participate. Turns out Match is the boss of the gourmet mafia, because the previous boss entered the gourmet world, and Match told them, the high-level ingredients at the gourmet casino are managed by the underground cooking world. They are an organization specializing in selling illegal ingredients, and their boss is Livebearer. So, Match is determined to stop them, preventing them from selling illegal ingredients. But, Coco said that Match's current strength is not enough. If they want to win this battle, the only way is to gamble. So, Toriko and Komatsu said, "Leave the casino matters to us." Thus, Match decided to trust Toriko. At this point, they entered the center of the gourmet casino, making Komatsu surprised, because this casino is too large. So, Komatsu immediately went to explore this place. The players not only bet money, they also bet ingredients. Inside the surveillance room, they discovered Toriko's group. At this point, Coco saw many high-quality ingredients here, while Match was planning to sneak into the VIP area. So, Coco and Toriko decided to gamble. At this point, Toriko took out Igo's special credit card, containing nearly $1 million. Thus, he exchanged it all for gourmet coins. Toriko said these coins are edible, making Komatsu surprised. So, he also tried one. He found its taste similar to premium chocolate. Unexpectedly, Coco only exchanged one coin. At this point, Toriko played the first game, like number tree. When he punched the tree, Toriko has rolled 3 sixes. So, Toriko won. Unexpectedly, Coco with just one coin could win a large bag of coins. Turns out Coco realized they were being watched. Thus, Match ordered his underlings to gamble. Unexpectedly, he was also very lucky, winning a lot of coins, while Komatsu was playing dice game, making him worried. But, Komatsu also won, making him very happy. At this time, Coco was playing the 100 face slot game. That's a giant slot machine, with 100 vertical faces and 100 horizontal faces, and there are a total of 40 types of images. Komatsu realized this game was very difficult, because it's impossible to align 100 identical faces. But, Coco still decided to give it a try. So, he put in a $1 million coin. Unexpectedly, the speed of the spinning machine was very fast, making Komatsu surprised. But in Coco's eyes, its speed was very slow. So, he quickly pressed on a set of identical faces, making everyone amazed. Toriko said, "For Coco, these images seem to be standing still." So, Coco won. At this point, the surveillance room reviewed Coco's footage, but they didn't detect any signs of cheating. Thus, they immediately reported to their boss, making Livebearer very excited, because the 4 heavenly kings Coco and Toriko were here again. At this point, Coco had won a lot of high-quality ingredients. So, the casino decided to invite them to the VIP area, and they led Toriko's group into a secret passage. They explained that in this VIP area, they wouldn't bet with coins anymore, but they would have to bet with ingredients. At this point, Match realized, turns out all of this plan was Coco's. He deliberately won a lot, to get them all into the VIP area. Surprisingly, as soon as they entered the VIP area, Komatsu spotted someone who had been poisoned. They realized how ruthless this VIP area was, as the wealthy here gambled with human lives. It turned out those coerced into playing the games were all debtors of the casino. At this point, they arrived at the gamble berry game. Among these berries, one was fatally poisonous. The casino staff explained, they could gamble or choose to eat it themselves. But the poison had no effect on Coco, so Match decided to play this game, ready to stake his life for Coco. Suddenly, Livebearer appeared and said, "Why not play a more interesting game?" This surprised everyone, and Toriko and Coco realized he was the boss here. He then invited the whole group to the Gourmet Casino underground VIP area, stunning them all. Livebearer explained that only special clients were allowed here. Unexpectedly, they saw a man being robbed of his memories. Coco recognized that everyone here used their food memory to gamble. Turns out, before coming here, Coco had researched this casino. Now, Coco said he was searching for an ingredient called Atom. It's a drink in Acacia's full-course menu. But Livebearer said he currently had no information about this ingredient. However, Coco could still find information from the memories here. It turns out Livebearer collects information from the VIP guests here, so he can know about many rare ingredients. When Toriko decided to rescue this guest, Livebearer warned that it was very dangerous, as it would shock and kill them. After the food memory extraction process is complete, he transfers all those memories into his own brain, angering Toriko and Match. When they intended to fight him, Livebearer's subordinates surrounded them. He then challenged the whole group. "Do you want to gamble with me?" So, Toriko agreed, and said the ingredient he wanted to find was meteor garlic, making Komatsu worried, because if they lost, he would lose both of their wonderful memories. Unexpectedly, Livebearer took them downstairs, and it turned out this place was their arena. Livebearer said they would play the food concentration game. They would match identical cards, each card having a score. If two cards didn't match, the player would lose a turn. But if they matched, the player would eat, and if the player finished the food, they would score points, which Toriko excited. But if the player didn't finish the food, the points would go to the opponent. If they don't finish eating twice or fail to flip the cards 10 times, they will also lose. Toriko wonders how many ingredients are in this game. Livebearer says there are 28 types of ingredients, but among them, there are 2 joker ingredients that are very difficult to eat. However, if the player manages to eat them, they can exchange one of the opponent's cards. Komatsu is very worried now, because if Toriko loses, he will lose all his memories along with everyone else's. But Toriko says, "I definitely won't lose," which reassures everyone. But it turns out he trusts Coco. Livebearer says the whole team can participate together. So, Match suggests he deals the cards, to prevent Livebearer from cheating, while Komatsu will prepare the ingredients to make the food taste better. Toriko's job is to eat, while Coco will play the cards, which excites Livebearer, and immediately starts the game. At this point, Livebearer is very confident, because he has never lost a match. First, they will flip a coin, to see who goes first, while Livebearer chooses heads. Coco doesn't choose either side. Unexpectedly, when Match flips the coin, Livebearer assumes it will be heads. But unexpectedly, the coin stays still, neither heads nor tails. So, Coco wins and gets to go first. Coco immediately chooses number 8. Everyone thought he would choose wrong the first time. But, Coco chose correctly, surprising everyone. When the ingredient was presented, Toriko immediately ate it, earning them 10 points. Meanwhile, Livebearer realized Coco wasn't relying on luck, which he was excited about. Coco continued to choose the right cards. So, more ingredients were presented. This time, Komatsu started preparing the ingredients, making a delicious mushroom ice cream, which delighted Toriko, who finished the plate, earning them another 20 points. Thus, Toriko's team had 40 points. After 3 rounds of card selection, it was Livebearer's turn. He realized Coco's accurate card choices weren't random, as the odds of choosing correctly were only 1 in 150,000. So, Livebearer chose numbers 32 and 16, unexpectedly getting 50 points. Now, he began preparing his own ingredients, surprising Komatsu with his excellent cooking skills. After finishing eating, Livebearer had 50 points. Next, he chose a card worth 70 points, surprising everyone, because all the cards he chose had very high scores. Even though the higher the ingredient score, the harder it is to eat. With Livebearer's cooking skills, he easily consumed them. Next, he chose a card worth 100 points, and seeing Livebearer effortlessly consume it and gain 220 points, angered everyone, knowing he was cheating. So, Livebearer now had 220 points. It was Coco's turn now. Match realized Coco wasn't cheating like Livebearer, but relying on his skills. It turns out Coco can see the electromagnetic waves from the cards, using that to guess the numbers and colors of matching cards. However, he couldn't tell which cards had high scores. Nevertheless, he also discovered the rules of the cards. So, Coco told Toriko and Komatsu to be ready. Unexpectedly, this time Coco chose a card worth 150 points, surprising match. Suddenly, a giant pudding cake fell down, making everyone worried, because Toriko had to eat this giant cake within 150 minutes. If he gave up, the points would go to Livebearer, but Toriko remained confident, because this was his favorite dish, so he began eating, thoroughly enjoying it, because the taste of the cake was delicious. Suddenly, Komatsu had an idea. If Toriko ate too quickly, his blood sugar would spike. So, Komatsu prepared additional ingredients to reduce the sugar content and help Toriko eat more easily. Quickly, Toriko finished the giant pudding cake. So, he felt very full. At this point, Toriko's team had 190 points. Coco continued to choose cards, this time selecting one worth 50 points. Toriko recognized it as a very delicious wine. While Livebearer thought Toriko wouldn't be able to handle it if he didn't rest. But Coco said, "You've underestimated Toriko." Unexpectedly, he drank the entire bottle of wine. So, Komatsu gave Toriko the antidote ingredient for alcohol. Livebearer recognized it as Napa cheese cabbage. Next, Coco chose a card worth 70 points, and they pushed out a tree of bullet acorns, which shot bullets at Toriko. But he caught the bullet acorns with his hand. Then it was Komatsu's turn to cook for him, and quickly, Toriko finished eating. So, their current score was 310 points. Now, Livebearer realized Komatsu was also a formidable opponent he needed to pay attention to, making him eager to take Komatsu's food memory. Coco also noticed he was paying attention to Komatsu, and the battle was now truly beginning. This time, Livebearer chose an ingredient, a level 60 monster beast. He had to catch it by himself. Unexpectedly, Livebearer is very strong, easily defeated the beast. Then, he ate the entire beast and gained an additional 70 points. Next, he chose another beast worth 150 points, and he easily defeated it as well. After eating, his points increased to 440. Next is the garlic crab, worth 200 points. But, he didn't need to fight for this ingredient. Everyone realized he was cheating, so, he continued to increase to 640 points. At this point, Komatsu realized his cooking skills are extraordinary. This time it's Coco's turn. He noticed dangerous cards will be their advantage. But first, Coco needs to remember the position of the cards. So, he chose the wrong card, making everyone worried. But, Livebearer realized Coco deliberately missed his turn. It turns out there are some dangerous ingredients in this game. So, he knew Coco was avoiding those cards, not letting Toriko eat those ingredients. Turns out he has contact lenses that can help him see the ingredients in the cards. Now, Livebearer has chosen an ingredient worth 60 points. Next is 30 points and 200 points. Thus, Livebearer's score has increased to 930 points. While the Toriko group still has 310 points, it's Coco's turn and he flipped the Dynami Dragonfly card. So, he continued to flip the cards wrong, making everyone worried. But, Livebearer was very pleased. Thus, he kept flipping the cards correctly, and his score increased to 1190 points, a gap of 880 points with Toriko's group, causing Toriko and Komatsu to worry. But, Coco remained very calm. He realized his speculation was correct, and it was time for them to counterattack. So, Coco told Toriko and Komatsu to get ready. Coco chose the Atlas crab, worth 30 points. Then, it was Toriko's turn to battle it. Although its shell was very tough, Toriko defeated the Atlas crab. Next was Komatsu's turn to cook, and he made a delicious dish for Toriko, making him very pleased. So, they earned 340 points. At this point, Coco was still calculating, and he chose the poison potato, making Komatsu worried, because removing its poison is very difficult. Coco said the poison of the poison potato is 20 times that of the puffer whale. So, Coco chose wrong to avoid the poison potato. But, Komatsu realized it was actually the nitro cherry, which explodes with just a light touch. Now, it was Livebearer's turn. He chose a joker ingredient. Everyone realized it's the Hanya Panda level 80, a ferocious beast. So, Livebearer chose to skip it. Now the dangerous cards were being revealed one after another. Coco realized there are 9 types of dangerous ingredients. But, Livebearer deliberately kept choosing wrong, to taunt Coco. Because Livebearer thought he had already secured the victory, at this point, Coco told Toriko, "It's time for you to fight." So, he chose the Hanya Panda. Toriko immediately jumped into the arena to face the Hanya Panda, making Livebearer very pleased. He said that no one who fought the Hanya Panda could survive. But, if Toriko defeats the panda, Then they will be able to exchange one of Livebearer's high point cards, which will help increase their score. At this moment, Toriko realized how strong the Hanya panda was. So, it attacked him. Toriko used the fork shield to block, and he continued to attack the panda with his knife. Unexpectedly, it could contort to avoid Toriko's attacks. So, the panda immediately counterattacked, sending Toriko flying into the wall. But, Toriko disappeared, making the panda furious, continuously pounding the ground in search of him, making everyone worried. Coco said that the Hanya panda is a very ferocious creature, ready to devour all other creatures. So, it has patterns on its belly like a demon. Unexpectedly, Toriko appeared behind the panda, and he immediately used the 36-hit nail punch on the bear, causing it to continuously fly into the wall, making Komatsu delighted. But, Coco said Toriko still hadn't won. Unexpectedly, the Hanya panda stood back up, and it was even fiercer than before. So, Toriko realized it was time to fight with all his might, and he used instinct. Thus, the panda continuously attacked him, although its attacks were very fast and strong. But, Toriko could dodge them all, making match surprised. Coco said it was instinct, based on Toriko's previous fighting experience. So, he cleared his mind. Toriko released his gourmet cells, and used the 36-hit twin nail punch technique, creating an extremely powerful 72-hit blow. Thus, he defeated the Hanya panda, making everyone happy. Now, it was Komatsu's turn. So, Coco asked Komatsu to help with something, while Toriko was completely exhausted. Thus, Komatsu started cooking the Hanya panda, and he decided to make a delicious dish, to help Toriko recover. So, Komatsu made the Hanya panda spring rolls. Unexpectedly, Toriko immediately ate them all. This helped his team gain an additional 250 points. Now, Coco was allowed to choose one of Livebearer's cards. So, he chose the garlic crab worth 200 points. In exchange, Coco gave him the summer whiskey. Thus, Toriko now had the garlic crab to eat, making him very happy, because his energy had been restored, while Livebearer thought Coco wanted to increase his own score, by exchanging ingredients with him, making him happy that he saw through Coco's plan. So, he drank all the summer whiskey. Unexpectedly, he used Komatsu's alcohol-solving method, making everyone angry, because he cheated. At this point, Coco missed his turn, giving Toriko more time to rest and think. Unexpectedly, Livebearer chose to skip his turn, to taunt them. Coco realized it was time to counterattack, so, he chose Dynami Dragonfly. Thanks to Komatsu's preparation, the Dynami Dragonfly was cooked. Thus, it didn't explode, and Toriko immediately ate it all. Their score increased to 820. Next, Coco chose troll cheese, a difficult ingredient to eat, but Komatsu prepared it, and helped Toriko easily eat the troll cheese. Finally, Coco chose the nitro cherry, a type of ingredient that explodes with just a light touch, making everyone worried for Toriko. But, he still wants to eat it. So, Komatsu started preparing the nitro cherry. At this point, Komatsu needed to be very careful. A slight mistake could cause the nitro cherry to explode. But, he didn't have much time left to cook. Komatsu thought he had lost this time. Unexpectedly, he went straight into the kitchen, and he immediately put the nitro cherry into Toriko's mouth, causing it to explode in Toriko's stomach, making him very hurt, while Livebearer thought he was foolish for eating such a dangerous ingredient. But, Toriko still believed that, no matter what ingredient he gets to eat, they are all great ingredients. Livebearer thought he would win this battle, and take Komatsu's food memory. At this point, Coco was allowed to exchange ingredients. So, he chose the electric banana, exchanging it for Livebearer's Hanya panda ingredient. Match realized that, if the Hanya panda is abandoned, all its points will go to Coco, making him angry, because he underestimated him, thinking he couldn't defeat the Hanya panda. But, Livebearer chose to skip, because he saw it as unnecessary. So, Coco's score increased to 1090 points. At this point, Komatsu finished preparing the electric banana dish. Thus, Toriko immediately ate it all, and helped their score increase to 1290 points, making everyone happy. They had surpassed Livebearer's score. Now, there were only extremely toxic ingredients left on the table. It was Livebearer's turn, and he chose the electric banana. Unexpectedly, he could easily prepare and eat the electric banana. Toriko realized he had removed all the toxins from the electric banana. So, Livebearer's score increased to 1420 points. Now, only low-point ingredients remained, making him happy, because even if Coco took all the remaining points on the table, he still couldn't surpass him, making him excited, because he was about to take Komatsu's food memory. but Coco said, "Your turn to choose cards is still there." He realized Coco was still not giving up, so he decided to skip his turn, to taunt Coco. Unexpectedly, Coco was very confident, and he told Toriko and Komatsu, "Let's try to eat them all." So, he chose the last 3 ingredients, helping their score increase to 1360 points. But, they were still lower than Livebearer's score. Now, there was only 1 ingredient left. This time it was Livebearer's turn. He realized this ingredient is the poisoned potato, making Livebearer happy and saying, "There's no ingredient in this casino that I can't eat, because all the cooking methods are in his head." While he was very happy, Coco immediately said, "I knew you could eat any ingredient from the start. But, the sequence of ingredients you ate today was all part of my plan," making Livebearer surprised, and he immediately realized, he can't eat this poisoned potato, because he has entered the food chain arranged by Coco. For example, when watermelon is combined with beer, it will speed up digestion. But, poisoned potato when combined with summer whiskey, gold shrimp, and electric banana, it will create an extremely powerful toxin, making Livebearer furious for falling into Coco's food chain. It turns out Coco has also arranged a food chain for Toriko, helping his body recover faster. But, Livebearer didn't understand why Toriko could eat the nitro cherry, even though Komatsu couldn't remove its explosive nature. But, he made the nitro cherry taste better. Then, Coco chose recovery ingredients for Toriko, making Match surprised, because they realized they are a great team, while Livebearer is worried. Suddenly, he confidently decides to eat the poisoned potato. It turns out he deliberately stalled for time, so that his body secretes a layer of gastric mucus for protection. He was excited, thinking he would definitely win this time, but Coco said, "Don't forget you drank summer whiskey," and combined with Komatsu's Napa cheese cabbage to neutralize the alcohol, making him surprised, because that combination would create a biological decomposition substance, and it would remove his gastric mucus protection layer, making Livebearer shocked, because Coco realized his plan. At this point, Livebearer started feeling fearful, so he decided to skip his turn. Then, it was Coco's turn, and he also skipped, because according to the rules, if a player skips twice, they lose, making Livebearer furious, because he lost to them. So, Livebearer decided not to play the game anymore, and ordered his subordinates to capture them. It turns out this was also predicted by Coco. Thus, they also decided to fight. When Toriko was about to fight Livebearer, Coco immediately said, "Let me take care of him." So, they began to fight. While Match and Toriko easily defeated Livebearer's subordinates, Livebearer started attacking Coco. Thus, he used poison armor, and immediately defeated Livebearer with just 1 blow. So, Toriko's team won. At this point, Komatsu finished preparing the poisoned potato dish. It turns out Coco arranged the last 3 ingredients for Toriko. So, now he could comfortably eat the poisoned potato, making Toriko very happy, and he immediately tasted it. Unexpectedly, it tasted very delicious, and immediately helped Toriko's gourmet cells evolve, making everyone very surprised. At this point, Livebearer took Toriko's team to get the meteor garlic. Unexpectedly, inside this room, he stored a lot of information. Livebearer didn't understand why Toriko didn't want to take the food memory, so he said, "Food is not felt through memories, it's felt through the mouth." Although he was knocked by Coco, but he still wanted to get Komatsu's food memory. Finally, they found the meteor garlic, making them very surprised, because the meteor garlic was very large. At this point, Livebearer told them, meteor garlic is an ingredient that needs special preparation, but Komatsu believed that he would definitely be able to cook it. At this time, Toriko's team went up to the rooftop of the 10-star restaurant. While waiting for Komatsu to prepare the meteor garlic, Match asked Coco, "Is it okay to leave Komatsu with Livebearer?" But, Coco had knocked Livebearer, so he wouldn't be able to move freely. At this time, Komatsu was trying to open the shell of the meteor garlic. When Livebearer thought Komatsu wouldn't find a way to cook it, unexpectedly, he managed to open the shell. It turns out it needed to be both roasted and cut. Livebearer realized Komatsu was extraordinary. Suddenly, he found the inside very hard. So, Komatsu used leaves from the Napa cheese cabbage, and pressed onto the meteor garlic, to let the bacteria in the Napa cheese cabbage soften the meteor garlic, making Livebearer surprised, because he didn't expect him to come up with this method, and he remembered his youth. While Komatsu didn't know what to do next, Coco's knocking effect wore off. So, Livebearer approached Komatsu and grabbed him, making Komatsu frightened. But unexpectedly, he just showed Komatsu how to cook the meteor garlic, because Komatsu helped him regain the feeling of being a chef. Finally, they completed it, making Toriko surprised. Match realized this was also Koko's arrangement. So, Komatsu showed them the meteor garlic dish. Unexpectedly, it was shot up into the sky, and exploded, creating a beautiful fireworks display. At this point, the meteor garlic fell down like a shooting star, making Toriko surprised. Because this was indeed the meteor garlic. At this point, they thanked Livebearer, and invited him to eat with them. Toriko said, "Food tastes better when eaten together." So, they began to enjoy the meteor garlic. Unexpectedly, as soon as Komatsu ate it, he started flexing, surprising Toriko. Livebearer also grew larger. Even Koko's body expanded significantly. It turns out the meteor garlic suited his gourmet cells. So, Toriko decided to try it too, feeling like a shooting star exploding, which made Toriko's muscles grow. At this point, Livebearer decided he would hand over this casino to Match to manage, and he would return to being a proper chef. He then told Koko, the person who knows about the atom ingredient he wants to find is the chef of the king of the Jidar kingdom. His name is Joa, a shadowy chef. On Joa and the king's side of the Jidar kingdom, they have realized that Toriko's group is coming here. Turns out their plan has reached its final stage, to get Acacia's secret notebook. While Toriko's group is entering the palace of the king, Joa realizes Igo and the Bishakukai are preparing to fight. So, their plan will go more smoothly. Unexpectedly, when Toriko's group arrives here, they have disappeared, leaving Toriko puzzled. Why would a king abandon his kingdom? On the other hand, President Igo has entered the Bishakukai's headquarters, to meet with the boss. At this moment, Ichiryu is entering the base of the Bushokukai. So, the Bushokukai is gathering all their strongest members, to prepare for battle against Ichiryu. But, Ichiryu is not worried at all and says to them, "I want to meet your boss." So, they immediately underestimate Ichiryu, thinking he can't defeat the chefs here. Thus, they start attacking, and capture Ichiryu. When this monkey guy tries to attack him, he is immobilized in midair. Ichiryu can even easily escape their traps, surprising them. So, they decide to collectively restrain Ichiryu. Unexpectedly, Ichiryu releases his gourmet cells, immediately created a tremendous suction force, pulling everything towards him. Kuromoto realizes his ability is gravitational attraction, like the gravitational attraction of an entire planet. Suddenly, another force pulls them back. Turns out the boss of the Bishakukai has appeared. Ichiryu says, "Long time no see, Midora." While Midora doesn't understand why Ichiryu is here, Ichiryu asks, "Do you want to have a meal with me like before, Midora?" Turns out, in the past, Ichiryu, Jiro, and Midora were all disciples of Acacia and Froze, and he wants to eat God with Midora. But Midora refused, saying, "I will obtain God, and I will not share God with anyone." Ichiryu realizes he can't reason with Midora anymore. So, he decides to leave. But, Ichiryu warns them, if war breaks out, I won't back down either, and he immediately released his gravitational attraction. It made them terrified. So, Ichiryu departs. Midora realizes Ichiryu is still the same as before, and he also leaves. Now, Ichiryu has returned to Igo. When Setsuno learns that even Ichiryu couldn't advise Midora, she realizes they can't sit down and eat together anymore. But, Ichiryu realizes he can place his hope in the four heavenly kings. Setsuno sees Ichiryu eating a lot. Turns out he's trying to awaken his gourmet cells, to prepare for the battle to obtain God. On Komatsu's side, after returning from Gourmet Casino, his cooking skills have improved a lot. While Toriko continues to search for ingredients on Ichiryu's training list, suddenly, he encounters a level 35 devil plant horse. It's chasing a chef. So, it attacks Toriko. Toriko uses fork shield to block its attacks. He continues with flying knife, but it dodges all his attacks. Thus, it attacks Toriko again. Suddenly, he sees a tree. Toriko strikes the tree, causing the tree's resin to shoot out. Unexpectedly, this resin froze the horse solid, and he continues with 18-hit nail punch, destroying the horse's armor, making it flee. Turns out there are many chefs here, because they are trying to protect the ingredients here. Suddenly, a chef named Monkney appears. Toriko realizes he's the one he's looking for. So, Toriko goes to his sushi shop. Turns out besides being a chef, he's also a fortune teller. Thus, Toriko asks Monkney to help him find the sixth ingredient. When he learns it's in the Lost Forest, he's shocked, because it's very difficult, and requires Toriko to gather many ingredients. On Komatsu's side, he arrives where Toriko is. Now, Tom tells him to jump out of the plane, making Komatsu frightened. Luckily, the parachute deployed. So, Komatsu lands safely, and he meets Toriko. Turns out they're at IGO's biotope too. Thus, Toriko takes Komatsu on a tour of the place, seeing many researched creatures here, making Komatsu amazed. Toriko explains that this is a place for researching marine creatures, seeing the beauty beneath the ocean, making Komatsu thrilled. At this moment, Toriko takes Komatsu to the underwater restaurant, and they begin to enjoy the dishes here, making both of them very happy. After finishing eating, Toriko tells Komatsu he's looking for an ingredient in the lost forest, but that forest is very vast, so he had to rely on fortune teller Monkni to help him pinpoint the ingredient's location, but Monkni's condition is to help him find enough ingredients to make the Iho Umaki sushi. Suddenly, they receive a message from Ichiryu, saying the lake has frozen over, which surprises Toriko, because that lake is considered a treasure of the gourmet world, and inside, it's like a natural soup pot. So, Ichiryu gathered the 4 heavenly kings together again. At this moment, Toriko's group has arrived at the frozen lake, making Yun very happy to go ice skating. Then, Coco arrives too. Their task this time is to catch Madam Fish, so, Sunny and Zebra immediately join, because they know Madam Fish is very delicious. Suddenly, Zebra wants them to compete against each other, to see who can catch Madam Fish first. At this point, Toriko trusts Komatsu's food luck. Surely, they'll find Madam Fish first. Madam Fish turns out to be an ingredient for making Iho Umaki sushi. On Sunny's side, he knows Madam Fish is very beautiful, like a mermaid under the lake, so, he's determined to catch Madam Fish. Coco realizes that Madam Fish is level 83, even though it cannot fight. But, this fish species is very difficult to catch. At this point, Komatsu realized that the 4 heavenly kings had split up in 4 directions. Toriko knew that Zebra could hear sound waves, Sunny is the connecting ability, Coco is the ability to see electromagnetic waves, Komatsu has food luck, but Toriko has a sense of smell. On Coco's side, he have located the position of Madam Fish. He immediately used poison to inject a hole into the ice, and started fishing, while Sunny also used his hair to drill a hole in the ice, and used his hair to search for Madam Fish. Zebra used the echo map to locate the position of Madam Fish, while Komatsu is still slowly searching. But, Yun is just playing around. Toriko has also drilled a large hole in the ice, so, he and Rin also started fishing. At this point, Zebra has located the position of Madam Fish. However, he sees there are too many fish below, thus, he immediately attacks them. But, Madam Fish managed to escape. On Sunny's side, they caught a shrimp elephant level 35, which shocked him because it was too ugly. Coco realized that Zebra had intimidated Madam Fish. It caused it to flee, while Komatsu managed to catch 2 small fish. But, he remained determined to find Madam Fish. On Toriko's side, a fish has bitten the hook, but, it's not Madam Fish. At this point, Coco and Zebra keep changing their fishing spots, while Sunny continues to catch ugly fish. So, the 4 heavenly kings keep changing their positions. At this moment, they realize, this place is indeed where Madam Fish is. Turns out it's Komatsu's spot, which surprises them, because Komatsu's food luck is terrifying. Suddenly, a fish bites the hook. So, Komatsu tries to reel it in. They all rush to help Komatsu. But Komatsu says, after everyone, why not try cooperating once? Unexpectedly, Komatsu manages to reel in Madam Fish. Suddenly, a jackal kite tries to snatch Madam Fish. So, Zebra attacks it, Coco also attacks. But, it manages to dodge. Toriko and Sunny intervene as well. So, they manage to scare away the jackal kite, making the whole group very happy, and ready to eat Madam Fish. The next day, Toriko and Komatsu are searching for another ingredient, to make sushi Iho Umaki. So, they head to Liquor Sea, which excites Toriko, because this sea is made of extremely strong beer and liquor. Now, they have arrived at Drunken Frenzy Island. Turns out, besides Madam Fish's meat, Monkni tells Toriko they also need to find King Vinegar. Thus, they have to come to this island. Komatsu realizes it's a very rare type of vinegar. Suddenly, they encounter a Drunken Frenzy cattle level 30. So, Toriko attacks it, to have meat with alcohol. Toriko then discovers a liquor waterfall. It made him excited. But, ahead of them is a brandy tiger level 53. It's here just to drink alcohol. So, Toriko also tries it. Unexpectedly, its taste is very good. While Komatsu doesn't dare to drink for fear of getting drunk, Toriko says, here's Yukon Unko, a type of ginger that prevents drunkenness. So, Komatsu can comfortably drink alcohol without getting drunk. They continue to explore this island, making them very happy, because there are many excellent ingredients here. Suddenly, they encounter a giant level 78 emerald dragon, making both of them worried, because it's a very powerful monster. Toriko isn't sure if he can defeat it. Suddenly, they see Jiro on the back of the emerald dragon. Turns out, he's bathing in alcohol here, making both of them excited to bathe together. It turns out he comes here every day to bathe in alcohol. Jiro realizes both of them have become much stronger. At this moment, Toriko thanks Jiro, because he had saved Toriko once in the gourmet world. So, he invited both of them to drink with him. They realized it was a very rare type of alcohol in his full course menu. But, Jiro has already finished the wine. At this point, both of them went back to find Monkney, to give him the king vinegar. Turns out, they had been searching for king vinegar for a week on that island. But, Monkney said they were still missing ingredients. So, both of them went to find Teppei, because he had some ingredients ready to make sushi iho umaki. At this point, Teppei told them, he had just revived an ingredient with a terrible smell, which was the Dodorian bomb. So, both of them immediately went to find the Dodorian bomb. When the train brought them to the Dodorian bomb area, then, the train immediately departed. Komatsu realized the smell here was terrible. Toriko told Komatsu, they were still about 350,000 feet away from the Dodorian bomb, making Komatsu surprised, because they were already very far away but could still smell its foul odor. But Toriko said, the most terrible smell is when the Dodorian bomb falls. However, its taste is very delicious. So, both of them started to search for the Dodorian bomb. At this point, both of them went inside, making them very uncomfortable, because the smell here was too foul. But, they still didn't give up and continued moving forward. By evening, all their food had been decomposed by the foul smell. After several days of trying to find the Dodorian bomb, finally, they saw it, which surprised them greatly, because the foul smell here was too terrible, causing the clothes of both to melt away. Unexpectedly, the Dodorian bomb was about to fall, making Toriko think they were about to die, and it fell like a bomb, making everyone smell a terrible foul odor, while Toriko and Komatsu fainted. Finally, after a month, they were able to return home, making both very happy. But, when they entered the restaurant, everyone ran away, because the smell on their bodies was so foul. At this point, Toriko and Komatsu were very happy, because in the end, they managed to get rid of the foul smell of the durian bomb. Turns out, the only way to neutralize the foul odor was to eat it. At this point, they only lacked one ingredient, nori seaweed, to be able to prepare the sushi iho umaki. So, they went to the land of the gourmet knights. Suddenly, Toriko was attacked. Turns out, they were the gourmet knights. Unexpectedly, they met Takimaru again, since the end of the battle in Ice Hell, making Toriko and Komatsu very happy. At this point, the leader of the gourmet knights, I, appeared. He was Toriko's close friend. So, I led both of them to their village. While the gourmet knights had their own eating habits and principles, Toriko, on the other hand, was eating without any rules. So, I and Toriko continuously argued. At this point, Komatsu told Takimaru that they were here to find nori. He recognized it as Iko nori growing on the back of a turtle. By evening, Toriko and I were conversing. Toriko asked, "Are you ready to find God?" Turns out, I had also prepared to include it in his full course menu. Toriko noticed all the dishes in I's full course menu were made from pure ingredients. Suddenly, they continued arguing about who would find God first. The next morning, Takimaru led both of them to find Iko nori. Suddenly, they encountered Nanshi. Turns out, he was Manchni's twin brother. At this point, he told both of them that the energy they used here was all natural, and electricity was generated from solar turtles. When he connected electricity to the solar turtle, it immediately produced electricity. Turns out, its energy could power an entire town. At this point, he provided Iko nori for both of them. But, if Iko nori is taken away, it won't be able to absorb solar energy. So, he asked Toriko to use his hands to generate electricity for the solar turtle. Unexpectedly, it made it glow. While Toriko was exhausted, unexpectedly, the entire village came here to ask Toriko to charge the solar turtle. So that night, Toriko helped all the villagers in the village. The next morning, he obtained a lot of Iko nori. So, they decided to return to find Monkney. See both of them collect Ango ingredient. Thanks to that, Monkney could start making sushi. Unexpectedly, he cooked by wrestling, which surprised Komatsu. While other chefs enjoyed watching him cook, Komatsu realized he was tenderizing the ingredients. Finally, after many days of cooking, he completed the sushi iho umaki, surprising Toriko and Komatsu. because it was too tall and big. Suddenly, the sushi started to move erratically. Monkney said it would show them the way. So, the giant sushi collapsed, surprising everyone. Monkney told Toriko to eat this sushi and follow it, as it would lead them to the ingredient they needed. So, Toriko and Komatsu started eating the sushi, making both of them very happy, because the taste of the sushi was too delicious. Containing all the ingredients they had found, Toriko and Komatsu continued eating non-stop, even traversing through cities, seas, and mountains. Finally, they saw the Lost Forest, the largest forest in the world, spanning 11 million square miles. So, both continued eating sushi. At this point, Komatsu asked Toriko what ingredient President Ichiryu tasked him with finding. Toriko said it was the bubble fruit, a fruit-flavored soap bubble. Naturally, they saw a large hole ahead. Toriko saw someone stealing his sushi, so he immediately chased after him. Surprisingly, they found a restaurant. They realized this restaurant was the disappearing Cuisine. That's a legendary 10-star restaurant, one of the hardest to find. Toriko and Komatsu happily rushed inside. Suddenly, the restaurant vanished, leaving them puzzled. But they saw an old man eating here. He quickly disappeared too. Then, someone told them to clap their hands and bow. The restaurant reappeared. So, Toriko and Komatsu bowed. Thanks to that, they managed to get inside the restaurant. Suddenly, they encountered a female ninja. She introduced herself as Chiru, the head chef here. Komatsu recognized her. She's the 15th ranked chef in the world. So, she led both of them into the restaurant. At this point, she informed them, this restaurant has certain rules called food etiquette. If they don't follow it before eating, they won't be able to eat the dishes here. So, Toriko understood why the restaurant disappeared. Turns out, this restaurant is made from the wood of the invisibility tree in the gourmet world. Suddenly, they encountered the thief again. It turns out he's an employee here. When Chiru learned Toriko came here to find the bubble fruit, she told them, bubble fruit is the treasure of the Shokoran temple deep inside the forest. Suddenly, they saw the old man from earlier. Toriko recognized he was the one who instructed them to bow. So, Toriko and Komatsu began tasting the dishes here. The first dish was a wine made from kelp stone. Toriko realized it's a type of wine that must be very difficult to make. So, Toriko decided to taste it. Unexpectedly, the wine immediately evaporated. Chiru explained that eating any dish here also requires food etiquette. Turns out, when drinking this wine, you must not let the surface of the water shake. They thought Komatsu could manage it. Unexpectedly, the wine also evaporated. Next was eating sunshine cheese. They needed to stand under sunlight to eat it. Unexpectedly, the taste of sunshine cheese was delicious. Next was the million tomato, but it was very fragile. Next was star rice, which surprised both of them, because it was too bright. They weren't allowed to blink while eating it, but both couldn't resist and blinked, immediately causing star rice to be charred black. At this point, both of them were very disappointed, because eating here was too difficult. So, they still hadn't eaten anything, but they saw this old man had been eating for a long time, and he had eaten all the dishes in the restaurant. He told them, if they don't learn food honor, they won't be able to eat anything. Turns out, he is none other than Master Chinchin, the owner of the Shokoran temple. Both recognize him as one of the 4 legendary gourmet hunters. Chinchin knows that Toriko and Komatsu were sent here by Ichiryu. So, he tells them both to follow him. When they bid farewell to Chiru, Chinchin asks her, has Chio returned yet? Because he really wants to eat the dish made by Chio. So, both follow Chinchin deep into the forest. Komatsu realizes Chio is a genius chef ranked 5th, possessing a $700 million knife. She's even considered equal to Setsuno. But Chinchin says, she disappeared without a known reason, like many other chefs in the world. Komatsu realizes Otake is similar. Turns out, Chio used to be Chinchin's companion. So, he leads both of them to the Shokoran temple, to learn food honor and search for the bubble fruit. This place is one of the 4 most important locations in the gourmet world. But as they step in, the shrine keeps attacking them relentlessly. Even though Toriko tries to fight back, the shrine doesn't cease its assault. Master Chinchin advises to trust and respect. Suddenly, the whole shrine bursts into flames. Toriko's nail punch technique couldn't extinguish the flames. So, Chinchin intervenes, turning his hand into a giant spoon. With just a gentle action, he takes the flames of the entire shrine into his hand. Even though they've entered the shrine, Toriko and Komatsu continue to be attacked. Master Chinchin said, you must respect the temple with all your heart. When they close their eyes to try, the shrine truly stops. Toriko thinks they've succeeded. He was immediately struck on the head by a pillar. As they stepped inside, both of them were surprised, because there were so many people here learning food honor. Master Chinchin proudly says that every year 100,000 people come here to study. Even prisoners of gourmet are brought here. He introduces them to his disciple named Shu. Upon learning he'll be training both of them, Toriko immediately doubts, as he seems very weak. So, Shu takes Toriko and Komatsu for a tour of the shrine. He explains there are 3 levels of training here: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. If you want to obtain the bubble fruit, the shrine's treasure, both must surpass the advanced level. But, Toriko just wants to quickly get the bubble fruit. Shu points it out on the other side, surprising them both. Why would the shrine's treasure be outside? Seeing the sparkling bubbles, Toriko's mouth waters, but when he reaches out, they all burst. He recalls Master Chinchin's words, without learning food honor, don't even dream of touching the bubble fruit. Yet, Shu recognizes Toriko's potential, like a hunting beast. So, he challenges Toriko to a fight. Toriko is also afraid that if he is too heavy-handed, Shu will faint. But, seeing Shu's confidence, Toriko attacks. Surprisingly, no matter how hard he punches, he can't hit Shu. So, he resorts to fork and knife. But, Shu effortlessly dodges. As Toriko tires out from burning too many calories, he blames him, "You only know how to run." Then it's my turn. In a blink, Shu cuts Toriko's clothes and shaves his face. Toriko realizes Shu not only evades but also attacks simultaneously. This is food honor. At this point, Toriko decides to unleash his nail punch technique. But Shu can easily block and dodge his punches, surprising Toriko. Shu remarks Toriko has too many unnecessary movements. So, Toriko concedes defeat, saying, "Next time, I'll beat you." Now, it's Komatsu's turn. Both will compete in a cabbage cutting contest. Komatsu thinks he can win easily, since he just needs less than a minute to finish. But to his surprise, within 10 seconds, Shu finishes, leaving Komatsu astonished. Because Toriko is too hungry, Shu takes him to eat. Unexpectedly, they need 16-foot-long chopsticks to eat beans. The next morning, at 5 a.m., they are awakened. Shu gives Toriko and Komatsu their first task. They must meditate and maintain gratitude towards food. If any desire arises, the candle will extinguish. Just heard Shu say that after practice, they'll get breakfast. Toriko's candle goes out. Next is learning to honor the food posture. But, if the posture is incorrect, they'll be attacked by a cactus. Both are hit by the cactus. Now, Shu gives Toriko and Komatsu a rose ham flower seed, instructing them to plant and care for it, and constantly express gratitude towards it. By evening, the seed still hasn't sprouted. Toriko thought the seed was spoiled. But, they still tried to show gratitude. Finally, the next morning, the seed sprouted, making them both very happy. Suddenly, Shu said, "A seed taking a night to sprout is too slow. At this rate, you won't get to eat rice." So, they both tried harder. By noon, the seed finally bloomed. In the following days, Shu noticed both had started progressing, as they maintained the candle burning for 30 minutes. So, Shu increased the difficulty of the exercises. Unexpectedly, by evening, they could make seeds sprout very quickly, even flowering, surprising Shu. Suddenly, a few sandwicherflies came and ate Toriko's flowers, causing him to get angry and lightly swing his hand, accidentally breaking the tower. Shu explained this was the result of his training, helping Toriko focus and eliminate unnecessary movements. This made Toriko very happy. Next was Komatsu's test. He had to extract poison from a puffer whale. Last time, Komatsu struggled to get its poison, but this time, he easily extracted it. At this point, they believed in food honor. Meanwhile, Master Chinchin sensed something has advanced towards Shokoran Temple. Toriko and Komatsu had managed to keep many candles lit, making Shu surprised. Next, even the cactus stopped attacking both. The seeds sprouted faster, so Toriko and Komatsu could eat comfortably. Toriko then tried to cut a giant rock in half. Surprisingly, he didn't exert any effort this time, and Komatsu could cut vegetables faster too. Shu said they had mastered food honor. Suddenly, Master Chinchin jumped down from the sky, creating a hole in the ground. Unexpectedly, he forgot Toriko and Komatsu's names this time. Chinchin realized they had mastered food honor. So, he decided to train them personally. He led both to a path filled with bubbles, and told them this path would lead to the real bubble fruit. But, only one could follow him. So, Toriko decided to go first, to leave Komatsu at Shokoran Temple. At this point, Toriko only followed Master Chinchin. But, he realized the end of the path was nowhere to be seen. making Toriko exhausted. Meanwhile, at the shrine, Shu and the elders sensed something very dangerous approaching. Toriko was very hungry and thirsty, because he wasn't allowed to eat or drink, but, despite walking for a long time, they still didn't reach the destination, causing him to collapse. Toriko noticed Master Chinchin was fat despite not eating anything. "Don't underestimate me. My body already weighs 1 ton. This shocked Toriko, and he remembered the hole Master Chinchin created when he fell. On Komatsu's side, he noticed the shrine was invisible. Unexpectedly, when the old lady shouted, she forced the shrine to reveal itself. Shu recognized her as Chiyo, Master Chinchin's former companion. Suddenly, a monster jumped down, and she said, "This time, I'll kill all of you." Komatsu has just arrived at the place. He met his best friend again. On Toriko's side, he was exhausted. Master Chinchin realized the shrine was in grave danger, but he still had to help Toriko complete the challenge. Inside Toriko, he used autophagy to consume his gourmet cells. So, Toriko regained strength. But no matter how far Toriko went, he still couldn't see the endpoint, leaving him exhausted and completely collapsed. He thought he would die this time. At this moment, Toriko remembered all the ingredients he had eaten, and thanked them for creating his flesh and blood. Suddenly, the bubble fruits began to appear. Master Chinchin said, "You've truly grasped the meaning of food honor. Now, go ahead and eat." Unexpectedly, as Toriko took a bite, he found it so delicious that he cried. Finally, Toriko was revived. Master Chinchin helped Toriko gather the bubble fruits and said, "It's time for me to return to Shokoran Temple." Then, he flew away at great speed. While the monsters continued to attack the shrine, Chiyo said that this monster was the product of the Bishakukai, created by combining various types of monsters together. It turned out she returned here to obtain Master Chinchin's culinary secrets. Unexpectedly, she was too powerful. With just one move, she pierced through the bones of this guy. One by one, everyone was defeated. Meanwhile, Komatsu met his close friend Otake again. But, Otake advanced and pierced Komatsu's body. On Chiyo's side, she had defeated everyone. Shu was attacked by this monster, so, Shu retaliated, but couldn't cut through its skin, despite being stabbed. Komatsu realized he wasn't injured. Otake explained his knife was the revitalizing kitchen knife, which restores ingredients to their original state. Fortunately, Master Chinchin returned in time. Seeing she had defeated everyone here, he became enraged, and unleashed his full power form. Master Chinchin used his spoon to scoop the ground where she stood, intending to take her elsewhere to fight him. Unexpectedly, she attacked Master Chinchin by surprise. Komatsu saw everyone had been defeated, leaving him feeling helpless. So, he called Toriko. Suddenly, Toriko appeared, and even transformed into Super Saiyan 3, which made Komatsu very happy. Master Chinchin realized Toriko had eaten all the bubble fruits, and mastered food honor. So, he created 2 spoons. To detain Chiyo with him, he decided to fight her seriously. Suddenly, the monster ran towards them. Shu warned Toriko that it was very strong, as it was a combination of hundreds of vicious monsters. But, Toriko remained calm, and he cut off all his hair. When it attacked, with just a wave of his hand, Toriko cut his arm into pieces. But, he immediately grew another arm. Toriko then used nail punch, sending him flying far away and crashing into a mountain. Finally, he disintegrated. Even Toriko didn't know how many punches he had thrown. At this moment, Master Chinchin also stepped forward. Unexpectedly, he had failed. Chiyo continued to torture Master Chinchin. So, she began to target Toriko. "I'll show you the power of the $700 million knife." As Chiyo swung her knife, Toriko felt her killing intent. Thus, he used a spoon as a shield. Toriko immediately jumped up and used leg knife. Shu and Komatsu also felt the terrifying power of this move. Seeing she could still block, Toriko continued to use leg knife. When she flew up to attack Toriko, he wrapped a spoon around his hand and directly struck her, sending both of them flying. They thought Chiyo had won. Unexpectedly, her 2 $700 million knives were broken. It turns out it's just a fake knife. These were her real knives. Suddenly, Otake announced, "He's here." It turns out they're just holding everyone back, waiting for Starjin to arrive. Although he was only controlling a GT Robo, Toriko could sense his formidable aura. He said he had completed his mission, so, it's time for them to return now. Before leaving, Otake challenged Komatsu. "The greatest god cook will definitely be me, and I will win against you." But Komatsu replied, "I won't lose to you." Then, they disappeared. Toriko also realized that the one controlling the GT Robo was Starjin. It turned out they were preparing to enter the gourmet world. As for Komatsu, he didn't understand why Otake had changed like that. Toriko realized he had been injected with gourmet cells into his body. So, he comforted Komatsu, "We will definitely help him return. Because we are friends." But, Master Chinchin's wound was too severe. Fortunately, Chiru arrived. So, she used the revitalizing kitchen knife to heal Master Chinchin's wounds. Toriko gathered the bubble fruits again, to help him regain strength. At this point, Chiru explained that the revitalizing kitchen knife was made from creatures with regenerative cells that could restore ingredients, but it couldn't revive the dead. Master Chinchin had also regained consciousness, and informed the whole group that Chio joined the Bishakukai organization to find a way to revive her son, because she knows that Acacia's menu can revive the dead. He said they needed to inform Ichiryu. Meanwhile, Ichiryu had gathered 20 high-ranking members of the Igo. After they had eaten and were satisfied, he informed everyone that the Bishakukai had taken action, so they would prepare for a battle with them. After the meeting ended, he received news that the 4 beasts would appear. But, Ichiryu remained unconcerned, and said the 4 beasts were the final training for those kids. Toriko and Komatsu are preparing to return, so they bid farewell to everyone. On the Starjin side, they have also eaten the bubble fruit. Bishakukai's boss Midora is eating a lot in preparation for the battle with Ichiryu. At this moment, Midora's personal assistant, Alfaro, notices that the boss's appetite is very high. Even the bubble fruit can't satisfy his hunger. So, now only the Infini Bee can help him. It's a legendary ingredient found by Acacia. Thus, Alfaro orders you to find it. On Toriko's side, he have returned to the gourmet restaurant to enjoy Komatsu's dishes, which Toriko greatly enjoys, because Komatsu's cooking skills are getting better. Suddenly, Setsuno comes to find them. She notices that Toriko has learned food honor. So, she asks Toriko and Komatsu to help her with something. It turns out she needs both of them to help her find the golden wheat, a special ingredient for making Zenman noodles, which excites Toriko as he wants to immediately taste Setsuno's Zenman noodles. Toriko notices Komatsu's concern, so Komatsu tells him that he hasn't caught the bubble fruit yet for processing. Komatsu thinks he still hasn't learned food honor and admires Chiru's cooking skills. But, Toriko says they should first complete this mission. Then, he tried asking Setsuno. At this point, they had seen a glowing island. So, they realized the golden wheat was there, making Toriko's group very surprised, because the field was emitting a very bright golden color. As they prepared to harvest the golden wheat, suddenly, Toriko sensed danger again. Thus, he immediately told Komatsu and Tom to run away. Suddenly, a GT Robo appeared. It turns out the one controlling this GT Robo was Yu. Toriko realized he was also here looking for ingredients. So, he attacked Toriko, making Komatsu worried about Toriko. He saw golden wheat being destroyed by him. Thus, Komatsu quickly harvested the golden wheat, while Toriko was getting angry, because he dared to destroy the ingredient. So, he continued to attack Toriko. Unexpectedly, he had the ability to disguise himself, making Toriko unaware of his whereabouts. Suddenly, he sneak attacked him from behind. It turns out this was the new generation GT Robo of Bishakukai. So, his speed and strength increased many times. Toriko immediately countered. He realized Toriko had learned food honor, but this GT Robo was made from the hardest ingredients in the gourmet world. Thus, he firmly believed Toriko couldn't destroy his Robo. Unexpectedly, Toriko hit his control unit, causing the GT Robo unable to move. So, he immediately disguised himself and escaped. But, Toriko could easily detect his location, making him very surprised. Because Toriko was much stronger than before, it turns out he was the one who controlled the small GT Robo in Ice Hell. Now, Yu has revealed his subordinate, activating the full power of the GT Robo. He explained to Toriko, this GT Robo can receive power from the controller. These new generation GT Robos can triple their speed. So, Toriko also decided to show him his true strength. He attacked Toriko, but Toriko easily blocked and counterattacked him, making him surprised at Toriko's strength. Now he realized, from the beginning, Toriko was just stalling to let Komatsu harvest the golden wheat. Now, Toriko is really serious. Unexpectedly, the GT Robo malfunctioned. Turns out they were still in the testing phase. Suddenly, Yu saw Infini Bee. So, he immediately attacked Toriko. To distract him, he even abandoned the Robo's arm to escape, thinking he was going to ambush Komatsu. Unexpectedly, his target was actually Infini-B, making Toriko surprised. Yu realized it was Komatsu's food luck that attracted the Infini-B here, so he immediately fled. Finally, Toriko and Komatsu completed their mission, thus, they decided to return. Now, Setsuno wanted Komatsu to help her cook Zenman noodles, making Komatsu worried. But, she said she would guide Komatsu on how to prepare it. So, Komatsu started cooking, seeing him cutting the golden wheat very quickly, making Setsuno surprised. Now, Komatsu started kneading the dough. Unexpectedly, the golden wheat dough emitted sounds similar to human voices. Setsuno explained because this is a special ingredient, so, she instructed Komatsu to knead the dough like a massage, making the golden wheat dough very comfortable. After massaging the dough for a day, Komatsu succeeded, making Toriko very delighted, because this is Zenman noodles. Now, she continued to tell both of them to go sell the noodles. So, Komatsu started cooking noodles for everyone to try, making them very delighted, because Komatsu's noodles were very delicious. Turns out he cooked the noodles with century soup. At this moment, Komatsu started preparing various other types of noodles, making everyone very delighted, and attracting more and more customers to Komatsu's shop. By evening, Toriko was very full. Now, Setsuno told Komatsu. Actually, he has already learned food honor, but, he didn't realize, it's all thanks to Komatsu's cooking experience, along with meeting many people. Setsuno also said, the level of cooking Zenman noodles is equivalent to cooking bubble fruit. Now, Komatsu can cook bubble fruit. At this moment, Setsuno realized, not only Toriko and Komatsu learned food honor, turns out the 4 Heavenly Kings group all learned food honor. So, it helped them become much stronger. At this moment, Yu has returned, and told Alfaro that Toriko has become much stronger. But, he also completed the mission of catching the Infini-B, to find Acacia's special ingredient for his boss. As for the other 4 Heavenly Kings, Coco, Sunny, and even Zebra, they have each completed Ichiryu's training. But, the 4 Beast is also beginning to awaken. Now, everyone has gathered back together, to eat and be full before challenging the 4 Beast. Outside the city, Igo has evacuated all the citizens, so, there's no one left now. While Toriko and Zebra are competing with each other for food, Coco and Sunny are eating very elegantly. On Komatsu and Rin's side, they have returned to Shokoran Temple with Terry, to learn how to cook bubble fruit for Toriko's group. Now, over 30 billion people have gathered in the city center. The Igo Development Bureau Director Mansam is worried. Last time, the 4 Beast Awakening destroyed the entire city, while Toriko is still competing with Zebra for food, because they have eaten all the food in the restaurant. Luckily, Komatsu and Rin have returned, so, he immediately took out the bubble fruit for everyone. This time the bubble fruit is completely different from before, because it has been prepared by Komatsu. As soon as they tasted the bubble fruit, both Coco and Sunny immediately felt its amazing taste, like pudding melting in their mouths. Suddenly, they started glowing, like they were turning into Super Saiyans. Now, Rin took out a video clip of Ichiryu for the whole group to watch. He explained about the 4 Beast, divided into 4 directions: east, west, south, north, and advancing into the human world. So, the 4 Heavenly Kings have to split into 4 directions to stop them. If any one of them fails, the billions of people will be swallowed by them. While the chairman was speaking very emotionally, "You are my pride," Zebra immediately turned off the computer because he thought he was talking too much. Now, Toriko's 3 pets, Sunny and Coco, also gathered. Rin asked Zebra, "Where's your pet?" "It's here." Suddenly, a Daruma horse appeared. But, it turns out this horse is borrowed by Zebra from someone else. While all the people are worried, because they are about to become food for the 4 Beasts. Then, the 4 Beasts have also appeared. The first one is Mount Turtle level 100. The second one is Invite Death level 100. The third one is King Octopus Kong level 100. The last one is Fang King level 100. So, Toriko's group also began to split up. On the military side, they didn't want to rely on the 4 Heavenly Kings. Thus, they gathered soldiers to fight against the 4 Beast. They mobilized all the most modern weapons to fight them. When the commander was confident with his weapons, he realized his weapons were just toys compared to them, so, they couldn't stop them. Luckily, the 4 Heavenly Kings group appeared. Zebra would fight Mount Turtle. Sunny would fight King Octopus Kong. Coco would fight Invite Death. And Toriko would fight Fang King. Rin and Komatsu were hiding and observing Toriko. Then, Fang King started attacking Toriko. But, Terry moved too fast, so, it couldn't bite him. Toriko immediately used 36 hit nail punches on its abdomen. causing it to be repeatedly knocked back. But it still wasn't hurt. Seeing it seemed very strong, Toriko approached and measured its level. Unexpectedly, its level was 127, making Toriko excited to fight Fang King seriously. On Sunny's side, they also measured King Octopus Kong's level as 132. But he found this monster too ugly. Coco measured Invite Death as level 140. Zebra found measuring Mount Turtle's level too bothersome, because he just wanted to immediately defeat it. Toriko continued to use 72-hit Twin Nail Punch. Invite Death shot acid at Coco. So, he immediately used poison armor to fight it. Sunny transformed his hair into demon-like and punched King Octopus Kong. Zebra also shot voice missiles at Mount Turtle. Seeing the four heavenly kings gaining the upper hand, made everyone happy. But, Fang King still wasn't weak, immediately counter-attacking Toriko. Sunny was knocked away by King Octopus Kong. Zebra was hit by Mount Turtle's fireball. Coco was hit by Invite Death's acid, making everyone start to worry. If the four heavenly kings lose, they will all die. But, now Toriko's group still stood up. Coco's side wasn't afraid of Invite Death's acid. Sunny also mastered Food Honor. So, he could easily control a million hairs, and Zebra used Voice Burst technique. Don't mess with me. Komatsu and Rin took out the video clip of Ichiryu to watch, and discovered the last part where he said, "There really are no four beasts. But, there's only one beast, and it's controlling these four beasts," which surprised Komatsu and Rin. At this point, Toriko decided to fight Fang King alone, seeing it dodging his leg knife. So, he continued to use his fork to attack it, and knocked it away. Coco used poisoned arrows to shoot at Invite Death, causing its body to be infected with poison virus, and he finished it off with his mold spear. Meanwhile, Sunny used his hair to entangle the monster, and he also immediately defeated it with just one punch. On Zebra's side, he used the beat punch technique on its arm, and he also defeated Mount Turtle. Thinking they had won, suddenly, Rin called to inform the group, the four beast isn't four separate creatures but only one. Unexpectedly, the four beasts immediately burrowed underground. So, Toriko's group chased after them. Turns out their true forms were underground. Toriko realized it was located in the city center, where everyone was gathering, while the whole city was celebrating the victory of the four heavenly kings group. Toriko's group was still chasing after the four beasts. Suddenly, roots started sprouting all over the city, and a gigantic monster appeared, which made everyone fearful, causing the whole city to fall into chaos. As it prepared to absorb humans, it immediately sensed four demons behind it, even though Toriko's group hadn't arrived yet. Luckily, Teppei stepped forward to hold it back. At this moment, Zebra arrived and realized, "So you're here." He sensed it absorbing the four beasts. Thus, everyone also arrived. Suddenly, they saw this monster transforming, and it had turned into the real four beast. This monster then released green rain into the sky, creating a heavy rain. Coco realized this rain was poisonous. If humans were hit by this toxin, they would die in an hour. He immediately told Komatsu to go back and find Yuta, and together with him, make an antidote. So, the four heavenly kings group was ready to fight. But, the monster still smiled confidently at them. Suddenly, Zebra rushed forward on his own. He immediately used meteor noise to attack the four beast, and continued to use the beat punch technique. But, the four beast wasn't harmed at all, and punched Zebra into the wall. Now, Coco also shot poisoned arrows at the four beast. But, he was also knocked away by it. Quinn immediately grabbed the four beast tightly, and Sunny used his hair to punch it. Unexpectedly, the four beast could transmit that shock to Quinn. So, he was also defeated by the four beast. Then, it was Toriko's turn, continuously using nail punch, and attacking the four beast with his knife and fork. But, he was still defeated by it. At this moment, Rin and Terry have rushed over to measure the level of this monster. Unexpectedly, this four beast was level 320, on Komatsu's side. He had returned to meet Yuta. He said making 100 million doses of antidote in 1 hour was impossible, making Komatsu worried. "Do you need my help?" Turns out Setsuno also arrived, although with Setsuno, a second-class chef's help. But, Yuta said they still needed more people. At this point, Chiru, a 15th-ranked chef, also arrived, together with Livebearer, a 17th-ranked chef in the underground gourmet world. And there were many other famous chefs coming to help Komatsu, making him very happy. Yuta then said, "It was time for us to cook the antidote." On the side of the four heavenly kings, they were still trying to fight against the four beast. Rin realized the four beasts' level was still increasing steadily. Currently, it was level 350. Suddenly, a wooden canopy appeared to shelter the Toriko group from the rain. Turns out Teppei also came to help them, and Toriko told Rin to go help everyone. If not, they would melt from the poison of the four beasts. So, Rin and Terry immediately left. Suddenly, Teppei also left and said, "The task of dealing with the four beasts belongs to the four heavenly kings." It turned out to be Ichiryu's words through Teppei to the whole group, making them angry. How dare that old man underestimate us. On Komatsu's side, Yuta was instructing everyone how to make the antidote, made from a type of mushroom called medicinal mochi. But this was a special ingredient, so they didn't have enough ingredients to make enough medicine for 100 million people, making Komatsu worried. At this point, Toriko's group, they had released their gourmet cells and captured the four beasts. They immediately launched a combined attack with Toriko's fork, but still couldn't harm the four beasts. So, they were defeated by him once again. However, Toriko's group didn't give up, continuing to stand up and fight the four beasts. As for Komatsu, when he knew he could only save 50 million people, then he said, "Give me 10 minutes, in 10 minutes, I will find the simplest way to make the antidote." At this point, the poison cooking specialist ranked 19 also appeared. He said he could help control people's poison for 3 hours, helping everyone have more time. So, Komatsu immediately went into a room to think about how to make the antidote. He used a method of mixing mochi mushrooms with rice, but he found that he couldn't mix them evenly. On the people's side, Tylan was instructing everyone how to control the poison, to prolong the time without the poison acting. When everyone was worried because 8 minutes had passed, Setsuno and Chiru both trusted Komatsu, because last time he came up with a way to cook bubble fruit, and Komatsu is indeed a culinary genius. While Setsuno's disciple didn't believe Komatsu could succeed, unexpectedly, he managed to mix rice and mushrooms. As for Toriko's group, they were still being overwhelmed by the four beasts. No matter how many nail punches Toriko used, they still couldn't harm the four beasts. At this point, the whole group began to tire out. But the four beasts kept getting stronger. Outside the room, people realized they were out of time. Suddenly, Komatsu ran out and announced, "I've finished it. The simplest way to make the antidote," making everyone surprised. So, they immediately started making the antidote together. Unexpectedly, all the chefs in the world helped Komatsu make the antidote, making him happy. So, Komatsu immediately live-streamed to guide everyone on how to make the antidote. Unexpectedly, Komatsu's cooking method made the antidote in less than 3 minutes. So, over 5 million chefs started making it together. Now, they could only rely on Toriko's group to defeat the four beasts. On Toriko's side, they were still being overwhelmed by the four beasts. Sunny asked, "Are we going to die this time for real?" Zebra and Coco realized it was because of the poison from the four beasts that weakened their cells. Even Coco couldn't resist this poison. Suddenly, Toriko's stomach growled with hunger. Turns out, he remembered Ichiryu once said that the meat of the four beasts is very delicious, making them all start to look at the four beasts hungrily, and imagine the moment of eating it, causing their stomachs to growl incessantly. So, they stood up determined to eat the four beasts. The four beasts continued to attack the group, and shot lasers at them, causing an explosion. Fortunately, Zebra used sound teleportation to move the group backward. At this moment, Toriko remembered a technique that Ichiryu had taught them since childhood. But, it required all four of them to combine their hunger together. When the four beast was about to attack them again, Terry appeared to block it. Both Quinn and Kiss also came to help restrain the four beast. So, the four heavenly kings had time to use the technique, and remember what Ichiryu had taught them. But, to use this technique, all four of them had to feel intense hunger together. At this moment, their three pets are attempting to attack the four beast, and cut off its limbs. Mansam recalled how in the gourmet world in the past, their ancestors had fought the four beasts thousands of times. Suddenly, the four beasts sprouted many arms. So, it grabbed Terry and began attacking wildly. When Terry was completely defeated, Toriko's group still combined their hunger together. But, they failed. So, they tried again. "Four beast, we want to eat you." Then, all four of their gourmet cells appeared, and combined their hunger together. While their three pets were already defeated, finally, the ultimate skill, Dinner of Kings, was completed. As the four beast was about to advance to eat them all, suddenly, it sensed, it was like a piece of meat on the plate of the four heavenly kings. Now, in front of the four beast was a golden sphere. When it opened its mouth as if it could swallow everything. So, the Toriko team controlled it to rush and eat the four beast, continuously helping the sphere to enlarge. Although the four beast had infinite regeneration ability, But with this intense hunger, the four beasts couldn't do anything. Seeing the four beasts being eaten away made everyone happy, because their faith in the four heavenly kings was proven right. Finally, the four beast was completely eaten up, so Toriko's group could rest. While Teppei was now chasing a suspicious person, Toriko's side saw their three pets were safe, making them very happy, and Zebra's Daruma horse escorted Komatsu here to distribute the antidote to everyone. At this point, inside the stomach of the four beast cracked open. Release everyone that it ate from its stomach. Sunny immediately used his hair to create a giant net to catch them. Finally, the meat of the four beast fell down, creating a giant meat chunk, making the Toriko team drool with hunger. The chefs rejoiced, preparing to cook the meat of the four beast. While others were bringing the four beast meat back, Zebra is sitting down and eating hastily. Now, all the chefs began to cook, and created many dishes from the meat of the four beast. The meat of the four beast was divided among everyone in the city. Finally, it was Toriko's team's turn to eat, making Toriko very happy because the meat of the four beast was delicious. At this moment, the whole city is celebrating, because they are still alive after the battle with the four beast. So, the people have organized a celebration, to thank the four heavenly kings for saving them, while Toriko's group is still celebrating, because they have defeated the four beast. At this moment, Komatsu doesn't see Teppei anywhere, making Zebra angry, because last time Teppei put Zebra in jail, but Toriko says he'll be fine. It turns out that after the battle with the four beast, Teppei chased after a man in a black cloak, but he immediately realized he was very scary. When Teppei woke up, he found himself in the hospital. The nurse said he had been unconscious for 3 days, but Teppei doesn't remember what happened to him. He only remembers, when Teppei was about to attack the man in the black cloak, he felt like he was on a cutting board, to be processed by him. At this moment, Teppei doesn't know who he is, making Teppei worried, because he is plotting to harm everyone. On Toriko's side, they are very confident in their strength, because they have defeated the four beast, and they have used the ultimate technique Dinner of Kings. But Zebra believes that he can also use that technique alone, while Setsuno is still amazed, because Komatsu can find the simplest way to detoxify. So, they realize Komatsu is a genius. When Setsuno was about to recommend Komatsu to the Gourmet 7, Yuta said it's unnecessary, because he is already in the IGO's top 100 chef ranking. At this moment, Toriko tells everyone, he has collected enough training ingredients from Ichiryu, ozone herb, milk stardust, mellow cola, shining gourami, meteor garlic, bubble fruit, and finally the four beast. So, it's time for him to enter the gourmet world, because Toriko realizes he has become much stronger. Not only Toriko, but also Coco, Sunny, Zebra, all have the qualifications to enter the gourmet world. Everyone realizes they have achieved this, thanks to Komatsu's efforts. On Ichiryu's side, he is in Slow Rain Hills in the gourmet world. He realizes that Toriko's group defeating the four beast was not easy, but he is still relieved to entrust the human world to Toriko's group, so that he can prepare to face the real enemy. Milk gave Ichiryu a giant sword. The next morning, Toriko found a very large iron ore. Thus, he decided to test his strength. Unexpectedly, a monster appeared. Toriko realizes it's the steel horseshoe crab. Especially its meat is very delicious. So, Toriko decides to eat it. He then uses the 18-hit nail punch, and immediately punches this monster into the iron ore. But Toriko is still not satisfied with this strength. So, Toriko grilled the steel horseshoe crab to eat. At this moment, he looked at Terry, and remembered that Rin had once measured Terry's level, but she couldn't measure Terry's level, because the limit of this level measuring device is 999, meaning Terry's level is over 1000. At this moment, Toriko realizes that level measuring device has measured Terry's latent strength. Suddenly, Toriko received a notification from Igo. They want the four heavenly kings to gather ingredients for the cooking festival. It turns out this cooking festival is held every 4 years, and there will be billions of people attending this festival, because due to the appearance of the four beast destroying Biotope 8, they couldn't find enough ingredients for the festival. And the ingredients they want Toriko to find are from the gourmet world, because when the four beast entered the human world, they brought seeds with them. So, now those seeds have grown. On Komatsu's restaurant side, it's very bustling, because Komatsu is becoming more and more famous. Suddenly, Toriko came to find Komatsu. So, the restaurant manager stopped Toriko, not allowing him to take Komatsu away. Suddenly, 2 members of the Gourmet 7 came to the restaurant, which surprised everyone. It turns out they came here to inform Komatsu. He has officially entered the IGO's top 100 chef ranking, and ranked 88th. So, he had enough qualifications to participate in the cooking festival. On Mansam's side, he received the news. The members of the 4 Heavenly Kings agreed to find ingredients, but only Zebra refused them. So, Rin asked Mansam to allow her to go with Toriko. But, Toriko and Komatsu had already set off. At this point, they had arrived at a very dangerous forest, making Komatsu worried. Toriko told Komatsu, "Last time the 4 beasts invaded the human world. They brought seeds from the gourmet world, and now it has grown."
Suddenly, Toriko saw Komatsu worrying. Turns out he's afraid of losing in the cooking festival, because his opponents are all top chefs, like Setsuno and Yuta. But, Toriko told Komatsu to calm down. Turns out he also had a date with Starjin before, that they would meet in the cooking festival. He's not sure if he can defeat Starjin. Suddenly, Toriko was attacked. Luckily he managed to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the attacker was Ai, making them very happy to meet Ai and Takimaru again. Ai told them, he is also looking for the seeds of the 4 beasts. Suddenly, they heard a roar in the forest. So, they decided to go find that monster together. But, Toriko and Ai kept arguing. Komatsu didn't know what kind of monster it was. Thus, I told him, it's a type of seed from rough cocklebur. This type of seed has many sharp thorns, and they cling to the fur of animals. To find a place to sprout, Takimaru told Komatsu. Although the gourmet knights always cherish and appreciate nature, but if dangerous creatures appear, they will intervene to stop it. On Sunny's side, he had arrived at Death Falls to get more soil. Last time he had to join forces with Toriko to cross the waterfall, but this time, he was confident he could do it alone. Suddenly, Sunny sensed someone behind him. Turns out he was a famous chef named Wabutora, known as the oil user. He said he also came here to find more soil. So, Sunny suggested they both share ways to find more soil. On Koka's side, he had arrived at Gourmet Casino. Now, he met Match, and asked Match to help him find some ingredients for the cooking festival. But, Gourmet Casino doesn't cooperate with Igo. So, the only way for Coco to get ingredients here is to gamble. On Toriko's side, he had arrived at the location of the monster, but he didn't see it here. Suddenly, Toriko discovered it underground. So, it appeared, making Komatsu frightened, because this is a monster from the gourmet world. When the monster plant attacked, Toriko immediately used the fork shield to block it, but it turned into a drill and pierced through his fork shield. Unexpectedly, it attacked Komatsu. Luckily, Toriko managed to save him in time. Toriko continued to use the flying fork and managed to cut off one of its heads, but very quickly, it grew other heads. I realized its speed was very fast, so Toriko used the leg knife to cut its roots, but it still continued to grow from underground. I realized they needed to find its exact location. Thus, Toriko told everyone to move aside, to let him fight the monster alone. Toriko used the 50-hit nail punch, striking a powerful blow to the ground, causing the ground to crack. I realized Toriko had become much stronger after the battle with the 4 beasts. So, he forced the monster to reveal itself. On Sunny's side, seeing Wabutora could walk on water, made him surprised. He explained, his body is covered in oil, so, it can help him float on the water. But, Sunny still doubted Wabutora, because he didn't believe he could pass Death Falls. Thus, Wabutora decided to prove his strength to Sunny. At this moment, Match told Coco, he is investigating about King Jidar and his own chef, Joie. So, Coco suspects they may have some conspiracy, and they need to find out who revived the 4 beasts. On Zebra's side, he had arrived at Gourmet Pyramid, to find Mellow Cola, while Toriko had seen the true form of the monster. They realized this monster was an indeterminate level monster plant. It shot sharp spikes at Toriko. Even Toriko's fork couldn't block them, but it made Toriko excited. So, the monster plant continued to attack Toriko. Unexpectedly, it caught him. Toriko immediately used the leg knife, but it dodged. Suddenly, Toriko's leg knife turned back and turned into a boomerang attacking it. Toriko thought he had won, but the monster plant was still alive. Toriko realized outside it was just a thorny shell to protect the core inside. So, Toriko immediately used the 50-hit nail punch on the monster plant, but it immediately countered. I realized its recovery speed was very fast. On Sunny's side, he didn't believe Wabutora could pass the waterfall. Thus, he drank a bottle of super spicy chili oil, helping his body produce a lot of oil. Unexpectedly, he could directly advance into the waterfall, making Sunny surprised. On Koka's side, he was gambling with Match.
But Coco told Match, his purpose is to investigate the real mastermind, while the man in the black cloak is heading to Gourmet Pyramid. Zebra has found the salamander Sphinx, making the Sphinx frightened, but he didn't come here to get mellow cola. He came to bid farewell to the Sphinx and said, "You're not allowed to die." On Toriko's side, he's being overwhelmed by the monster plant, making Komatsu worried. But I realizes Toriko is very calm. So, Toriko begins to counterattack it. Komatsu recalls their journey with Toriko. Toriko tells Komatsu, "Our journey is just beginning," and he believes Komatsu will definitely win in the cooking festival, making Komatsu very happy. At this moment, Toriko decides to use all his strength, and he manages to block the monster plant's attack. Toriko realizes he needs a really strong blow to immediately defeat this monster. So, he uses his new ultimate technique, and Toriko unleashes the 50-hit nail gun. He immediately defeats the monster, surprising everyone, because Toriko's speed in this attack was very fast. On Sunny's side, he thought he could pass the waterfall. Unexpectedly, Wabutora gets hit by a falling rock, so he couldn't pass the waterfall. But Sunny just needs to use one move, and he could split the waterfall in two, making Wabutora surprised, and Sunny promises to share Morse oil with him. On Koka's side, he decides to place a big bet with Match. He bets that Komatsu will surely win in the cooking festival. When Match knows Coco wants to help Komatsu, he immediately agrees to give all the ingredients to him, because Komatsu has helped him many times. On Zebra's side, he has sealed off the Gourmet Pyramid, so no one can enter this place. Turns out he wants to keep the mellow cola for Komatsu. On Komatsu's side, he has cooked the monster plant for Toriko to eat, making him very happy. By evening, I realizes Toriko has become much stronger. Turns out he's preparing to face Starjan at the cooking festival. The man in the black cloak has arrived at Gourmet Pyramid. Unexpectedly, he easily bypasses Zebra's seal. Turns out his purpose is to take a book, but the book has disappeared. The next day, Toriko brings the shell of the monster plant to Igo. Suddenly, a chef appears. Komatsu realizes he is Zaus, ranked first in the top 100 chef ranking, and known as the king of cooking, making Komatsu very happy to meet him. Unexpectedly, just by looking at this thorny shell, Zaus has guessed it's the monster plant from the gourmet world, and he showed Komatsu how to cook it. When he leaves, Toriko says, Komatsu will definitely defeat him. Unexpectedly, the shell touched by Zaus immediately turned into powder. Komatsu realizes he's very formidable. He doesn't know how to defeat him, but Toriko still believes Komatsu will win. On Starjan's side, he's also prepared for action. At this time, all the chefs from around the world are starting to head to the cooking festival. While Toriko is very excited, Komatsu is very worried, because he's about to compete with chefs in the rankings. Toriko tells him not to worry, because his rank is 88. So, Komatsu regains his confidence. Now, they have arrived at Cooking Island, which they both find fascinating. Inside the island, 1 billion people have gathered to prepare for the largest cooking festival in the world held every 4 years. As soon as Toriko arrives, he plans to run off to eat. But Toriko is surrounded by everyone, because he's very famous. When Sunny appears, he also gets surrounded, so he uses his power to make them stand still. At this moment, Coco arrives. He's very popular with female fans, because he's so handsome, but when they find out Coco's body is poisonous, no one dares to approach him, except Zebra, who no one dares to approach either. But everyone is very grateful to them, because the 4 heavenly kings saved the world. Suddenly, everyone sees Komatsu, and they're very happy, surrounding him, because Komatsu prepared the antidote from the 4 beasts to save them. Unexpectedly, Livebearer also arrives, which makes Komatsu very happy, but Komatsu realizes that this time he'll be his opponent, which worries him. However, he won't give up. Seeing Komatsu's determination, Setsuno is very pleased. Suddenly, a member of the Gourmet 7 appears. He recognizes Komatsu's talent, which will threaten the top chefs. At this moment, outside the arena, many people have gathered. Even Melk II and the Gourmet Knights are here. Inside the arena, there are over 100 million people. 3 billion people are watching live television, and the total budget for this cooking festival is nearly $40 million. The winner of this competition will receive the title of Super Cook. So far, only 5 people have achieved this title. Now, the cooking festival has officially begun. All the chefs in the top 100 chef ranking step into the arena. The first to come out is the king of cooking, rank 1 Zaus. The next to appear are respectively rank 4, rank 5, and rank 6. Next is the underground world chef, Livebearer, rank 17. Then Setsuno, rank 2, enters the arena. But, the one everyone is most looking forward to is Komatsu, rank 88, because he successfully prepared the dish of the century and saved everyone. But on the other side, the sinister chefs of the Bishokukai are preparing to attack the competition. At this moment, the taste masters in the Gourmet 7 will be the judges of the competition. But, all the 4 heavenly kings realize Komatsu is very anxious, because around him are all world-class chefs. So Toriko cheers, "Come on, Komatsu." Helping him regain his composure, suddenly, Wabutora arrives to talk to Komatsu. When they shake hands, Komatsu notices his hands are covered in cooking oil. It turns out he wants to thank Komatsu for finding the morse oil. All the other chefs also start to gather around him. Even Zaus and Setsuno pay attention to Komatsu. When they find out the first round is a test of physical strength, Komatsu is shocked. Koko explains that the chefs have to transport ingredients from the sea to the mountaintop. While Komatsu is worried, Toriko is casually eating and drinking. So, the competition begins. In a nearby building, a chef is sound asleep. Meanwhile, Komatsu is struggling to swim across the sea. But, the other chefs easily swim across the sea. When he's exhausted, Komatsu realizes Zebra is using the voice life jacket to help him. Suddenly, Setsuno arrives to talk to Komatsu. He realizes she has the skill to stand on water. Setsuno says, "Let's compete fairly," helping Komatsu realize he has to rely on himself. So, he tells Zebra to take off the voice life jacket, because he wants to use his own strength. Thus, Komatsu continues to move forward, while Setsuno has surpassed Wabutora. Others are still chasing from behind. But, Komatsu remains still. Setsuno is the first to arrive. She immediately selects her ingredients. Others arrive one by one. Meanwhile, this oversleeping young man is just setting off now. The MC recognizes him as Tengu, the third-ranked chef in the world. While everyone is cheering for him, Tengu curses, "You all shut up." Making everyone shut up, Zebra, angry, shows his strength. "Do you dare to mess with me?" He realized he was one of the 4 heavenly kings. So, Tengu jumps onto their table. "So, you're Zebra." Zebra says, "I don't play with you, because in this competition, you'll be defeated by Komatsu." Making Tengu angry, he immediately runs off to find and challenge Komatsu. Finally, Komatsu swims to the beach to choose ingredients. Unexpectedly, Tengu immediately appears, surprising Komatsu, and he realizes that he is the third-ranked chef. When Tengu learns that this short guy is Komatsu, he shocks the young man, because Komatsu seems too ordinary. Both of them arrived late, so, all the good ingredients had been chosen. But, Komatsu remains unconcerned. Tengu realizes that Komatsu has the ability to hear the voice of ingredients. Now, he understands why Toriko chose Komatsu. So, Tengu decides to help Komatsu carry all the ingredients, and they continue running back to the arena. While other chefs easily overcome the monsters along the way, some even defeat these monsters. Komatsu is struggling to ride his bicycle. Suddenly, other chefs sense a monster behind them. It turns out Tengu is dragging Komatsu at a very fast speed. Suddenly, as they pass over a bridge, Tengu pretends to slip and breaks the bridge, causing many chefs to fall into the gorge. While top chefs like Setsuno, Zaus, and Yuta are heading for the finish line, unexpectedly, Tengu and Komatsu appear, snatching the top position from them, surprising the entire arena. Now, it's time for the cooking competition. Since Komatsu arrived first, he gets to compete first. Zebra hears that his heartbeat is chaotic. Everyone expects him to use Milk II's knife for the competition. But, Komatsu only uses a regular knife, leaving everyone puzzled about Komatsu's intentions. It turns out Komatsu never wanted to use Milk's knife, because he wants to win with his own strength. "You're foolish to think you can win the competition like that." But, Komatsu is determined. So, Tengu leaves, and finding him quite interesting. When he saw the judges, he became anxious again. But, when he heard the voice of ingredients, Komatsu regained his composure, and began to showcase his skills with just a regular knife. The judges saw this was just a regular hard crab dish. But, when opened inside, it revealed fried rice. Everyone realized from the preparation to Komatsu's technique, everything was perfect. When the taste masters tasted it, they were surprised, because he only used ordinary ingredients to make this dish. But, it was delicious, making Komatsu very happy. Then one by one, other chefs showcased their cooking skills. Finally, the results were announced. Komatsu thought he would be eliminated in the first round. Unexpectedly, he made it to round 2. In the second round, Komatsu had to compete on a giant scale. Below them was fire. His opponent this time was Wabutora. As soon as the match began, he mixed all the oils together and started grilling the meat. Due to his speed being too fast, Komatsu's side of the scale dropped. Realizing he was about to be cooked, so Komatsu started cooking too, cutting ingredients and starting to mix the meat. But Komatsu's pan was still dropping. Suddenly, he started grilling the meat too, making everyone surprised. Thinking Komatsu was making a hamburger, Wabutora realized he was taking advantage of the fire below to grill large chunks of meat. Thanks to his journey with Toriko in the desert, Komatsu wasn't afraid of the heat. He could run down and turn the giant meat chunks. Then adding cheese, the meat was ready. At this point, the audience would judge both dishes. Unexpectedly, many people chose Komatsu's hamburger dish. So, he won. Komatsu said thanks to journeying with Toriko, he gained experience in using oil to defeat him. Finally, Wabutora accepted defeat and shook hands with Komatsu. After the other chefs competed, the next round of the competition arrived. The rule for this round is to cook an entire island. They have to hunt the monsters on the island for ingredients, and each chef will choose someone to accompany them. So, Komatsu chose Toriko. Thus, the next round of the competition began. Komatsu and Toriko went together to find ingredients. Coco helped the poison cooking specialist, ranked 19, on another island. Tengu teamed up with Zebra, but, finding him too arrogant, so, they started fighting, while Sunny helped Yada. But the top chef, Zaus, relied on Zonga, because he was too strong. Suddenly, a giant squid appeared. With just a flick off, he immediately defeated the giant squid. While the other chefs had finished cooking their dishes, Tengu and Zebra were still fighting, accidentally killing the monsters on the island. So, Tengu quickly gathered the ingredients and ran off. Meanwhile, Komatsu discovered that clams were the main ingredient of the island. Thus, Toriko immediately dove into the sea to catch a giant clam as big as an island. When it was about to hit Toriko, he used the 10-hit nail punch, stopping it and defeating it. Finally, Komatsu completed his part of the competition, making the judges very satisfied. Now, the semifinals had arrived. Komatsu would have to compete with Zaus, making him worried. Suddenly, the four heavenly kings sensed danger. Toriko said, "They're here, outside." Director Mansam had prepared in advance. So, he arranged a herd of giraffebirds level 90 to wait for them. At this moment, the chefs had entered the finals. When Komatsu was worried, he met Ume, Komatsu's close friend. Ume told Komatsu that Otake had gone missing. At this moment, Toriko's group also arrived. So, Komatsu introduced his friend to them. Suddenly, two bodyguards came looking for him. Turns out, he was working for the president of a gourmet tourism company, on the side of the wealthy chairman. They also knew the battle was about to begin, while Komatsu was also getting ready for the final match. But, Toriko realized it was time for them to fight as well. Now, Komatsu would have to compete with Zaus, the world's top-ranked chef. Suddenly, a tent appeared in the arena. Both would have to cook in the darkness, relying only on their sense of smell and intuition. So, Komatsu entered the tent. Inside is very dark. Komatsu began to search for ingredients. Suddenly, his hand touched something. Toriko immediately sensed that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the Bishakukai had arrived, along with many monsters preparing to attack the arena. Mansam had prepared in advance as well, and with the resurrected giraffebirds, they began to counterattack. He unleashed his power and transformed into a giant. On Komatsu's side, Starjin had captured him, making Toriko furious. He stepped into the arena, seeing many monsters surrounding the arena, causing everyone to panic. Komatsu was still held tightly by Starjin. So, Zebra immediately created a sound armor to protect him. Coco also transmitted poison onto his hand. But, he easily neutralized Coco's poison. Sunny also intervened, using his hair to restrain him. But, he unleashed a blue flame, burning the tent entirely. As he was about to catch Komatsu, finally, Toriko appeared. "I've been waiting for you, Toriko." So, both were ready to fight. When the flame was extinguished, Komatsu saw that Zaus had been defeated. Toriko then unleashed his gourmet cells, and used leg knife to attack him. But, he managed to dodge. Zebra immediately created a sound barrier to protect everyone. Toriko continued to strike him down with leg fork. While Coco was dealing with the monsters, he was sucked dry of his poison by Grindpatch, who said, "Your poison tastes delicious. Then, I'll keep feeding you." Sunny was protecting Komatsu. But, he was attacked by Tommy. Seeing how ugly he was, Sunny felt disgusted. So, he immediately turned his hair golden to fight him. Meanwhile, the other chefs also gathered, preparing to fight the Bishakukai chefs. At this moment, Starjin merely blinked, blowing away the dust and smoke around. Toriko rushed in to attack him. Starjin realized that Toriko's punch, it's like there are a lot of nails piercing into his body. Toriko explained that this was the nail punch. The further he pulled back, the stronger the punch became. He then knocked Toriko away, causing him great pain. Outside, Director Mansom was battling the GT Robos. But, he was slowly losing control, due to the suppressed power within his body. Meanwhile, Komatsu saw the other chefs fighting. That surprised Komatsu. He didn't expect them to be so strong. At this moment, Toriko unleashed his 50-hit nail punch, causing Starjin to continuously retreat and crash into the wall. Toriko followed up with the 100-hit twin nail punch, sending him flying out of the arena. Toriko continues to press forward, and landed another 50-hit nail punch on Starjin's face, sending him crashing into the mountain. Although Toriko's hand was exhausted, but, he made him show his face and be injured by Toriko's power. At this moment, both Toriko and Starjin are very excited. They immediately release their gourmet cells. Two demons faced off against each other. Toriko rushed in to punch Starjin. So, he used his flames to attack Toriko. Unexpectedly, Toriko collapsed first. Mansam's side is very excited, because it's been a long time since he has had the chance to fight like this. It turns out, Mansam used to be a bandit, until he met Igo President Ichiryu, who could block his punch with just one finger. Since then, he followed Ichiryu and sealed his power away. The GT robots realize that knocking machine was just to unleash Mansam's power. So, he continued to unleash his power, and kept defeating them. On the arena side, the other chefs were still fighting. Tengu was getting mad because there were so many of them. Suddenly, a centaur-like figure appeared. Thus, Tengu attacked him, sending him crashing into the wall. But, he surprisingly stood up. It turns out their goal was to kidnap all the chefs. Suddenly, 3 nitros appeared. On Toriko's side, he was still fighting Starjin. Both were very excited. Toriko uses his fork to attack him. Seeing him not flinch, Toriko continued with twin cannon fork. He thought he had won. Unexpectedly, Starjin appeared behind him. Both simultaneously punched each other. Now, Starjin realized Toriko was much stronger than before. Tengu kept attacking Elg with lightning. But no matter how many times he fell, he stood up. Meanwhile, Komatsu was still watching everyone fight. Unexpectedly, a nitro appeared. Even though its limbs were chained, Komatsu still felt its terrifying presence, because it was a legendary creature. This time Yuta also arrived, and told Komatsu to leave immediately, because he knew everyone was trying to fight to protect Komatsu. Turns out the Bishakukai had tamed 3 nitros, to help capture other chefs. Yada immediately took out his weapon to attack him. Unexpectedly, just one nitro strike knocked him out. They continued to attack other chefs. Even if he stands there letting Livebearer chop him as many times as he wants, he wasn't hurt at all, and he cut him in half. Luckily, these 2 Seiseias arrived in time, and used healing glue to mend his body. Now, they realized, it was the legendary creature in the gourmet world, and they couldn't understand how the Bishakukai had tamed these creatures. On Koka's side, he was feeding his poison to Grinpatch. Unexpectedly, he could be immune to his poison, and immediately blew Koko away. He got up immediately. I will fight you seriously. He continuously fired poisoned bullets to disorient him, and used a poisoned sword to attack Grinpatch. Unexpectedly, Koko was still knocked away by him. At this point, he says his straw is harder than diamonds. On Toriko's side, he was exhausted. His limbs were trembling, and Toriko was defeated by Starjin, while Grinpatch used his suction tube to pierce Koka's body, and consume him to his stomach. Unexpectedly, he appeared behind him. Turns out it was just a clone of Koko. Now, Toriko also got up. He said, "We've grown stronger after the battle with the 4 beasts," and immediately punched Starjin back. Now, Koko also unleashed his power, and fed him a giant poisoned bullet. Unexpectedly, he ate it all and shot back at him. At this point, he intended to eat Komatsu, who was nearby. Luckily, Yun arrived in time to save him. When he intended to approach and catch Komatsu again, Koko appeared and grabbed his hand, making him angry. He continued to attack him. Now, Koko told Komatsu to quickly go find Toriko. So, Komatsu immediately left, to stop him. But, he was still determined to catch Komatsu. Unexpectedly, Koko hugged him from behind, and they both jumped into the pit together.
because only down there could he comfortably release all of his poison. As for Starjin, he decided to show Toriko his true power. On Sunny's side, he was still fighting with Tommy, so he released level 90 insects to attack him. Sunny said, "These insects are still nothing compared to the 4 beasts." With just one move, Sunny defeated them all. Unexpectedly, there was still a level 105 insect left. It kept cutting Sunny's hair, because when Sunny lost a strand of hair, it was like losing a tooth for him. At this point, Sunny remembered what Ichiryu had said. The greatest pain is the pain inside the heart. Seeing them harm others, Sunny immediately activates his gourmet cells and uses Satan hair. This time the monster can't cut his hair anymore. With just one strike, he catches the monster and absorbs it, leaving Tommy astonished. So, he decides to seriously fight Sunny. Unexpectedly, he easily cuts off one of his arms, and Sunny feels like he's losing control, because his gourmet cells are trying to take over his body. Sunny continues to attack him, but his eyes are like fly eyes. He can see the opponent's movements at super slow speed. At this point, Sunny's hair has returned to normal. He continues to attack Sunny. Unexpectedly, his severed arm jumps to catch him. Taking this opportunity, he continuously attacks Sunny, causing Sunny to lose consciousness. "Now you can die." Unexpectedly, he can't pull his hand back. It turns out Sunny knew how to control his gourmet cells, making him start to tremble and unable to move. It turns out Sunny intentionally lured him closer from the beginning, but he still insists on killing Sunny, so Sunny attacks and absorbs him. In the end, he wins, but because of the severe injuries, Sunny is exhausted. On the Tengu side, he still can't defeat Elg. Unexpectedly, he starts to fight back. Even with Tengu using 1,000,000 volts of electricity, he is unharmed. It turns out Elg's body is immortal, as his lower body is fused with the Horse King, a legendary beast in the gourmet world. Tengu still can't believe he can't defeat him, so he attacks and causes him to disintegrate. Unexpectedly, he can duplicate himself, shocking Tengu. Thus, he gets kicked away by him. On the wealthy side, they formed another organization called Neo. They even forbid Ume from informing others.
Turns out Zaus is also a member of them. They even send spies to other organizations to incite war. On Tengu's side, no matter how many times he used electric attacks on Elg, he still doesn't get hurt and fights back. Elg thinks he's won. Unexpectedly, Tengu stands up again, releasing all his electric power. Turns out he stored electricity in his blood. Even if he resurrects, he'll be permanently electrocuted. So, he turns into an old man. Finally, Tengu wins, while Zebra is evacuating the civilians from the arena. Other chefs are being successively defeated by the Nitro. They even imprison other chefs inside this giant monster. When they're in danger, Zebra finally takes action, while Setsuno is surrounded by monsters. But with just a blink, she destroys them. Suddenly, she meets her old friend again. While they're fighting each other, Zebra is facing these monsters alone. One Nitro starts to capture him, but Zebra manages to control him. So, he yells loudly and defeats him. 2 other Nitro are about to rush in, but Zebra also yells and blows them away. On Setsuno's side, she's still fighting Chio. Suddenly, she's ambushed by Zaus's group, but this made Setsuno angry. Now, she realizes Zaus has betrayed them, and the mastermind behind them is the dark chef named Joie. Suddenly, Zaus ambushes Chio again and seals her. Setsuno realizes they are deliberately exploiting the Igo and Bishikukai's battle to carry out their own scheme. Meanwhile, Komatsu is running to where Toriko is. Unexpectedly, he sees Toriko has been defeated. This shocked Komatsu, and remembering the days he traveled with Toriko, he always protected him. Suddenly, Starjin wants Komatsu to go with him. Inside Toriko at this moment, he's conversing with the demon inside his body, and he's made a deal with Toriko that he must feed him Acacia's full-course menu. When Komatsu is about to be captured, Toriko wakes up and knocks him away. Unexpectedly, Toriko's attack is very fast. This state is called the ultimate routine. It's a secret technique that I taught him, imagining the enemy lying on his plate. At this point, Toriko continues to knock down Starjin, but Starjin keeps getting back up. This time he understands Toriko's skill, so he manages to block his attacks. Starjin draws his sword, and he unleashed a blue flame. Unexpectedly, he can learn Toriko's ultimate routine. He even splits the ground in half. So, Toriko decides to fight him with all his might. Now, the strength of both is balanced. Toriko punches Starjin. Then, Starjin hits Toriko back, although they are very tired, because the ultimate routine has consumed all of Toriko's calories. But, he remains determined to charge forward. This time he manages to break Starjan's sword. So, Toriko continuously attacks. But, Starjan retaliates. Komatsu sees both of them going crazy. At this point, both of them are exhausted. So, they decide to use all their remaining strength to unleash their final blows. Suddenly, both of them stop, feeling that there's someone very powerful here, making them unable to move. Everyone in the arena has to stop fighting. The wealthy chairman realized that their leader had arrived. He and Teppei jump down into the middle of the arena. Everyone realizes Teppei is being controlled. Zebra tries to attack him, but he was intercepted by Teppei. He immediately used vines to restrain Zebra. Even the Nitro feel the danger. So, they attack him, but he controls them and turns them into his side. Setsuno realizes the legendary knife he's wielding belongs to the chef goddess. Just one swing of it splits the entire city in half, making Setsuno collapse while trying to block it. Toriko and Starjan decide to stop fighting, as they recognize this person is very dangerous. He then orders the Nitro to attack them. Luckily, Knocking Master Jiro manages to appear in time. With just a flick of his hand, he immobilizes the Nitro. Realizing his grandson is being controlled by him, making him furious, he realized that he was one of Acacia's 3 legendary disciples, together with Ichiryu and Medora. At this point, Medora has released level 500 monsters to surround Ichiryu. But when he unleashes his gourmet cells, he draws them closer to him. Turns out his ability is gravitational attraction control. On the arena side, Jiro unleashes his power. Just by knocking on the ground, everyone is immobilized. They realize he has paralyzed not just the island, it's the whole earth. Yet, he can still move. Jiro immediately attacked him, forcing Joie to reveal his true face, shocking Jiro and Setsuno, as his face resembles that of the chef goddess, Acacia's wife. So, both of them decide to check who Joie really is. Unexpectedly, he changes his form, and easily blocks their attacks. At this point, they realize he's not the chef goddess, because Frost died a long time ago. He continues to attack them, but Setsuno is completely exhausted. So, Jiro steps forward to shield her, causing him to get injured. When he's about to finish them off, Toriko arrives in time to block his attack, and Starjan stands with Toriko. Toriko realized that he himself had sparked this battle, and his goal is to capture Komatsu. Suddenly, Teppei steps forward again, and he restrains Toriko and Starjan. So, Setsuno releases them. Jiro decides to teach his grandson a lesson, while Toriko and Starjan will confront Joie. But, he only needs to unleash his gourmet cells, which makes their 2 demons disappear. Just one strike also pushes them back. Komatsu realizes that knife belongs to the chef goddess Frost. On Ichiryu and Medora's side, they're still reminiscing about the past. It turns out Medora had always suffered from hunger since childhood. When he collapsed, luckily Frost helped him, and she fed him, making Medora very happy. Suddenly, Ichiryu's group also returns. Why is there a kid here? And this is also the first time Medora meets Acacia. At this point, they see Medora as their family. In the following days, Acacia always trains all 3 of them. As time passes, everyone ages, until one day, Acacia returns and tells everyone that God is about to appear, and asks Frost, "Are you ready to cook God?" But, when Acacia and Frost return, she is severely injured. Medora wants to help her recover, so he searches for medicine for her, but when he returns, he gets injured again. So, Frost decides to use her last strength to heal Medora's wounds. In the end, she passes away. But, thanks to Frost successfully cooking God, the war ends and everyone has food. Since then, Medora has fallen into despair. Determined to find and eat God, Ichiryu continues to attack Medora. But, he loses an arm in the process. On Joie's side, he wants to capture Komatsu, to take him into the gourmet world with him, because Komatsu possesses food luck, and only he can find God. Luckily, Zebra still has strength and attacks him. Both Coco and Sunny also arrive. So, Toriko tries to stand up to protect Komatsu. Seeing the 4 heavenly kings gathered together, Starjan realized that the chefs of the Bishokukai had been defeated. So, they all unleashed a combined attack against him, creating a big explosion. But, he remains unfazed. Joie continues to swing his knife at them. Thus, Toriko immediately creates a fork shield to block it. Taking this opportunity, they launch a combined attack again. Unexpectedly, just one swing of his knife easily knocks them back, and defeats Toriko's group. On Jiro's side, he's still trying to awaken Teppei, although both he and Setsuno are exhausted. But, they also manage to knock out Teppei. Seeing everyone being defeated, Komatsu worries. He says, "Come, accompany me." We'll go to a new world. I'll never go with you, because I'm Toriko's teammate, and I will definitely cook God for him." At this point, Joie says, "Acacia's full-course menu and God will soon appear. The one who possesses God will rule this world." When Toriko's group heard that the taste of God was delicious, they feel hungry again and stand up to fight him. Even Starjan blocks him. Another eye grows on his forehead. Joie says, "You're awake now." So, he attacks Joie, but still gets knocked back by him. Toriko's group all release their gourmet cells, and they combine their hunger energy together, creating the Dinner of Kings technique that can devour everything. Starjan also senses immense power from it. Joie realizes this is the technique that defeated the four beasts, so, he releases his gourmet cells, and with just one knife strike, he disperses their energy, that caused Toriko's group to be defeated. At this moment, Ichiryu still wants to help Midora return. So, he restores his arm. Ichiryu unleashes his power, and uses the chopstick cannon technique to pierce Midora. But, he stands still and says, "You're old now, Ichiryu." With just one strike, he knocks Ichiryu away. Meanwhile, Joie is preparing to take Komatsu away, while Toriko is unconscious, but he still senses Komatsu calling out to him. So, Toriko makes a pact with the demon, and grows a demon arm that pierces through Joie's chest, surprising everyone. As Toriko's hunger cells have awakened, it's ready to eat everything. But, Joie is pleased because Toriko is losing control. He will devour his own teammates. Thus, Toriko transforms into a true demon. Midora is about to defeat Ichiryu, but he just says, "I want to sit and eat with you one more time," making Midora remember his past. While everyone worries about how to stop Toriko, Komatsu shouts, "Did you forget our promise to complete the full-course menu together?" Surprisingly, those words help Toriko regain consciousness. Now, he has completely transformed with gourmet cells awakening. Joie attacks Toriko, but with just one punch, Toriko sends him flying. At this point, Joie's attacks cannot harm Toriko. Making him angry, he unleashes his gourmet cells, turning into a true demon himself. Joie rushes in to attack Toriko, but he manages to block it. Everyone realizes that each of Toriko's punches contains the power of ingredients he has eaten, even the power of the four beasts, but Joie stubbornly refuses to give up. So, he unleashes his ultimate move. Toriko clasps his hands together, thanking all the ingredients in the world, and he has assimilated all the ingredients into his body. Toriko delivers a powerful punch to Joie, sending him flying into the sky and dissipating. Finally, Toriko emerges victorious. Meanwhile, Midora still can't bring himself to strike his brother, so, he deliberately missed. "You'll come back, I know. Let's leave the future to the younger generation." At this moment, Starjan decides to leave as well, and they agree to meet again in the gourmet world. While the group is at the hospital worrying about Mansam, Midora hands Ichiryu over to Toriko. As he prepares to leave, everyone says, "Let's have a meal together one more time." Komatsu has just finished making ocean soup, so, they all sit down at the table. He just tasted a piece. It reminded Midora of the time he was together with everyone. By evening, he departs, to prepare for entering the gourmet world to take revenge on Neo, and praises Komatsu. "Your soup is delicious." At this point, the final city is safe, but Joie is still alive. Determined to find God, Midora and Starjan are also ready to enter the gourmet world. On the side of Toriko and Komatsu, they have also finished preparing, and they are getting ready to enter the gourmet world. But Toriko realizes, Joie is still alive, and he is waiting for them in the gourmet world. So, Toriko is determined to obtain God, while Joie and the Neo organization are preparing to seize God, to create a new world. Komatsu wonders where Sunny and the others are. Toriko says they have already advanced to the gourmet world earlier, which makes them very excited. So, Toriko immediately takes Komatsu's hand and jumps into the gourmet world. At this point, they have entered the forest. Toriko believes that Komatsu's food luck will help them find God. Suddenly, the tiger and monkey that appeared before reappear, making Komatsu very scared. But this time, when they look into Toriko's eyes, they obediently move out of his way. At this moment, Toriko and Komatsu are very excited to continue their adventure in the gourmet world. That's it for today's video. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel to support Oni-chan in the upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Love you all.